"At the earliest opportunity," said Peter, "plebiscites will be held in all the ratifying nations. In the future, however, plebiscites will precede a nation's entry into the free people of Earth. We will maintain capitals in 3 places: Ribeirão Preto, Brazil; Kigali, Rwanda; and Rotterdam in the Netherlands. However, because the official language of the FPE is common, and few people find the pronunciation of Ribeirão Preto comfortable," the reporters laughed, since they were the ones who had to bear the brunt of learning to pronounce the Portuguese nasals. "Therefore," Peter continued, "the Brazilian government has kindly allowed us to translate the name of the city for world government purposes. From now on you may refer to the South American capital of the FPE as Blackstream. One word." "Will you do the same with Kiyagi?" shouted a reporter. "Since you are able to pronounce it," said Peter, "we will not." More laughter. Peter's acceptance of the question, however, opened the floodgates, and they began calling out to him. He raised his hands. "In a minute. Be patient." They quieted down. "There is a reason why we have chosen the name Free People of Earth for our Constitution, instead of, say, United Nations." Another laugh. They all knew why that name wouldn't be used. "This Constitution is a contract among free citizens, not between nations. The old borders will be respected insofar as they make sense, and where they don't, adjustments will be made, and people who have long been deprived of legally recognized national boundaries and self-government will receive those things within the FPE." 2 new lights appeared, blinking a deeper blue. One cut a large swath across the Andes. The other took a chunk out of southwestern Sudan. The FPE immediately recognizes the existence of the nations of Nubia in Africa and Runa in South America. Plebiscites will be held immediately, and if the people of these regions vote to ratify the Constitution, then the FPE will act vigorously to protect their borders. You will notice that part of the territory of Runa has been voluntarily contributed by the nations of Bolivia and Ecuador as one of the terms of their entry into the FPE. The Free People of Earth salute the far-sighted and generous leaders of these nations. Peter leaned forward. The FPE will act vigorously to protect the electoral process. Any attempt to interfere with these plebiscites will be regarded as an act of war against the free people of Earth. There was the gauntlet. The questioning afterward, as Peter had hoped, focused on the 2 new nations whose boundaries included territory belonging to nations that had not ratified, Peru and Sudan. Instead of being peppered with skeptical questions about the FPE itself, Peter had already settled the question of how serious they were. Taking on Peru was bad enough. No one doubted the ability of the FPE to crush the Peruvian military. It was Sudan, a Muslim country, which had given its allegiance to Caliph Ali. "Are you declaring war against Caliph Ali?" demanded a reporter for an Arab news service. "We declare war against no one. But the people of Nubia have a long history of oppression, atrocities, famine, and religious intolerance committed against them by the government of Sudan. How many times in the past 200 years has international action caused Sudan to promise to do better? Yet in the aftermath of Caliph Ali's astonishing unification of the Muslim world, the outlaws and criminals in Sudan immediately took this as permission to renew their genocidal treatment of the Nubians. If Caliph Ali wishes to defend the criminals of Sudan, even as he repudiates those of India, that is his choice. One thing is certain: any right the Sudanese might once have claimed to rule over Nubia has long since expired. The Nubian people have been united by war and suffering into a nation that deserves statehood and protection." Peter ended the press conference soon afterward, announcing that Starman, Bellini, and Boom would each hold press conferences 2 days later in their home countries. But the armed forces, border guards, and customs services of these nations are now all under the control of the FPE. There is no such thing as a Rwandan or Brazilian military, only the military of the FPE. "Wait," cried one reporter. There's no hegemon in this whole constitution." Peter returned to the microphone. "Fast reading," he said. Laughter, then expectant silence. "The office of hegemon was created to meet an emergency that threatened the entire Earth. I will continue as hegemon under both the original authority under which I was selected for the office and under temporary authorization from the FPE, until such time as no serious military threat against the free people of Earth exists. At that time I will resign my office, and there will be no successor. I am the last hegemon, and I hope to give up the office as quickly as possible." Peter left again, and this time ignored the shouted questions.
As expected, Peru and Sudan didn't even declare war, since they refused to recognize the legitimacy of the FPE or the new nations carved from their territory. Whom would they declare war against? Peruvian troops moved first, heading for known hideouts of Champititu's revolutionary movement. Some of them were empty, but some of them were defended by highly trained Rwandan soldiers. Peter was using Bean's Rwandans so that it wouldn't be perceived as another war between Brazil and Peru. It had to be the FPE defending a member state's borders. The Peruvian armies found themselves caught in well-laid traps, with sizable forces moving in across their lines of supply and communication. It quickly became known throughout Peru that the Rwandan troops were better trained and better equipped than the Peruvian army, and they were led by Julian Delfici, Bean, the giant. Morale collapsed. Rwandan troops accepted the surrender of the entire Peruvian army. The Peruvian Congress immediately voted almost unanimously to petition the FPE for membership. Radagast Bellini, as interim president of the South American region of the FPE, declined their offer, stating the principle that no territory would be added to the FPE by conquest or intimidation. "We invite the nation of Peru to hold a plebiscite, and if the people of Peru choose to join the free people of Earth, we will welcome them to join with their brothers and sisters of Runa, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Chile." It was over in 2 weeks, plebiscite and all. Peru was part of the FPE, and Bean and the bulk of the FPE's Rwandan troops were transported back across the Atlantic to Africa. As a direct result of this decisive action, Belize, Cayenne, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic announced that they would hold plebiscites on the Constitution. The rest of the world waited to see what would happen in Sudan. Sudanese troops were already spread throughout Nubia. They were already engaged in military actions against the Nubian rebels who were resisting the renewed attempt to impose Sharia on the Christian and pagan region. So while there were plenty of acts of defiance against Peter's proclamation of Nubia's new status, there was no actual change. Suryawang, leading the elite corps of the FPE military that he and Bean had created years before and used so effectively since, conducted a series of raids designed to demoralize the Sudanese military and cut them off from their supplies. Ammunition dumps and arsenals were destroyed. Convoys were burned. But since Suri's choppers returned to Rwanda after every raid, there was no one for the Sudanese military to strike back against. Then Bean returned with the bulk of the Rwandan soldiers. Burundi and Uganda both granted permission for him to transport his army across their territory. As expected, the Sudanese army tried to strike at Bean's army inside the borders of Uganda before they reached Nubia. Only then did they discover that this army was an illusion. There was nothing to strike but a bunch of old and empty trucks whose drivers fled at the first sign of trouble. But it was a strike on Ugandan territory. Uganda not only declared war on Sudan, it also announced a plebiscite on the constitution. Meanwhile, Bean's army had already traversed the eastern reaches of Congo and were inside Nubia, and Suriyawang's strike force took over the 2 air bases to which the planes that had taken part in the attack on the decoy convoy had to return. The pilots landed without suspecting any problem and were taken prisoner. The trained jet pilots among Suriyawang's soldiers immediately took off again in Sudanese planes and carried out a demonstration bombing against the air defenses of Khartoum. And Bean's army made simultaneous attacks on all the Sudanese military bases inside Nubia. Unprepared to fight against a real army, the Sudanese forces surrendered or were overwhelmed within the day. Sudan called on Caliph Ali to intervene and bring the wrath of Islam down on the heads of the infidel invaders. Peter held an immediate press conference. The free people of earth do not conquer. The Muslim portions of Sudan will be respected, and all prisoners will be returned as soon as we have the pledge of Caliph Ali and of the Sudanese government that they recognize Nubia as a nation and as part of the free people of earth. The Sudanese Air Force will be returned to Sudan along with their air bases. We respect the sovereignty of Sudan and of all nations, but we will never recognize the right of any nation to persecute a stateless minority within their borders. When it is within our power, we will grant such minorities a state within the constitution of the free people of earth and defend their national existence. Julian Delfiki is commander of all FPE forces within Nubia and temporarily occupying portions of Sudan. It would be a tragedy if 2 old friends from the war against the buggers, Julian Delfiki and Caliph Ali, should face each other in combat over an issue as ridiculous as whether Sudan should have the right to continue persecuting non-Muslims. Negotiators soon redrew the boundaries so that a significant portion of what Peter had originally declared to be Nubia would remain in Sudan. Of course, he had never expected to keep that territory, and the Nubian leaders already knew that. But it was sufficient for Caliph Ali to save face. In the end, Bean and Suriyawang spent their efforts returning prisoners and protecting the convoys of non-Muslims who chose to leave their homes inside Sudanese territory and find new homes in their new nation. In the aftermath of this clear victory, the FPE was so wildly popular in Black Africa that nation after nation petitioned to hold a plebiscite. Felix Starman informed most of them that they had to reform their internal government first, providing human rights and elections. But the plebiscites in the democracies of South Africa, Nigeria, Namibia, Uganda, and Burundi proceeded immediately, and it was clear that the free people of earth had real existence as an intercontinental state with convincing military power and resolute leadership. As Colombia now accepted the borders of Runa and petitioned to become part of the FPE, it seemed inevitable now that all of Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa would be part of the FPE, and sooner rather than later. There was movement elsewhere too. Belgium, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia began to plan for their own plebiscites, as did the Philippines, Fiji, and most of the tiny island nations of the Pacific. And, of course, the FPE capitals were flooded with pleas from minorities that wanted the FPE to grant them nationhood. Most of these had to be ignored, for now.
On the day that Sudan, under enormous pressure from Caliph Ali, recognized both Nubia and the FPE, Peter was surprised to see his office door open and his parents come in. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," said Mother. "We came to tell you," said Father, "that we're very proud of you." Peter shook his head. It's only the first step in a long road. We don't have 20% of the world's population yet, and it will take time to integrate these new nations into the FPE. First step on the right road, said Father. A year ago, if somebody had put up a list of these nations, said Mother, and said that they would ever unite into one coherent nation under a single constitution and surrender command of their armed forces to the hegemon, is there anyone who would not have laughed? It's all thanks to Allah and Valomi, said Peter. The atrocities committed by the Muslims in India and the publicity Valomi gave those actions, combined with all the recent wars, terrified everybody, said Father. But the nations joining the FPE are not the ones that were most afraid. No, Peter, it was your constitution. It was you. Your achievements in the past, the promises you were making for the future. It was the battle schoolers, said Peter. Without Bean's reputation, so you used the tools you had, said Mother. Lincoln had Grant, Churchill had Montgomery. It's part of their greatness that they weren't so jealous of their generals that they had to depose them. So, you won't let me talk you out of this, said Peter. Your place in history was already assured by your work as Locke before you ever became hegemon, said Father. But today, Peter, you became a great man. They stood in the doorway for a long moment. Well, that's what we came to say, said Mother. Thanks, said Peter. They left, pulling the door closed behind them. Peter went back to the papers on his desk, and then discovered that he couldn't see them because of the tears blurring his eyes. He sat up and found himself gasping, sobbing, quietly, but his body was racked with sobs, as if he had just been relieved of a terrible burden, as if he had just learned that his terminal disease had spontaneously healed itself, as if he had just had a long-lost child return to him. Not once in that whole conversation had anybody said the name Ender, or referred to him in any way. It was a full 5 minutes before Peter got control of himself. He had to get up and wash his face in the tiny bathroom in his office before he could get back to work.
Chapter 16. Jish. From Weaver, verlomi@motherindia.in.net. To Peter Wiggin, private@hegemon.gov. Ray. Conversation. I have never met you, but I admire your achievements. Come visit me. V. From Peter Wiggin, private@hegemon.gov, to Weaver, verlomi@motherindia.in.net. Ray. Meeting. I also admire your achievements. I will happily provide safe transportation for you to the FPE or any other site outside of India. While it is still under Muslim occupation, I do not travel to India. P.W. From Weaver, verlomi@motherindia.in.net, to Peter Wiggin, private@hegemon.gov, Ray. Place. I will not set foot on any country but India. You will not enter India. Therefore, Colombo, Sri Lanka. I will come in a boat. Mine will not be comfortable. If you bring a better one, we'll enjoy our visit much more. V.
Fly Molo met Bean at the Manila airport and did his best not to look shocked at how tall Bean was. You said your business was personal, said Fly. Forgive my suspicious nature. You are the head of FPE Armed Forces, and I am head of Filipino Armed Forces, and yet we have nothing to discuss? I'm assuming that your military is superbly trained and well-equipped. Yes, said Fly. Then until it's time for us to deploy somewhere, our planning and logistics departments have far more to say to each other than you or I do. officially speaking. So, you're here as a friend. I'm here, said Bean, because I have a child in Manila, a boy. They tell me his name is Ramon. Fly grinned. And yet this is your first time here? Who was the mother, a flight attendant? The baby was stolen from me, Fly, as an embryo, in vitro fertilization. The child is mine and Petra's. It's especially important to us because it's the first we know of that definitely does not have my condition. You mean it isn't ugly? Bean laughed. You've done well here in the Philippines, my friend. It's easy. Somebody argues with me, I just say, I was in Ender's Geesh, and they shut up and do what I say. It's just like that for me, too. Except for Peter. Especially Peter, said Bean. I'm the power behind the throne, didn't you know? Don't you read the papers? I notice the papers love to mention your 0 wins record as a commander in battle school. Some achievements are so extraordinary, said Bean, that you never live them down. How's Petra? Asked Fly. And they talked about people they both knew and reminisced about battle school and command school and the war with the buggers until they got to a private home in the hills east of Manila. There were several cars in front. 2 soldiers wearing their new FPE uniforms stood at either side of the door. Guards? Asked Bean. Fly shrugged. Not my idea. They did not have to prove who they were, and when they got inside they realized that this was not the meeting either of them expected. It was a reunion, apparently, of Ender's Geesh, those that were available. Dink, Shen, Vlad on one side of a long table, Crazy Tom, Karn Karbi, and Dumper, Champtitu, on the other, and at the head of the table, Graf and Rackham. Now all are here that were invited, said Graf. Please, Fly, Bean, take your seats. Bean, I trust that you will tell Petra all that goes on here. As for Hanzu and Caliph Ali, they're now heads of state and don't travel easily or surreptitiously. However, everything we say to you will be said to them. I know some people who'd like to bomb this room, said Vlad. There's still someone unaccounted for, said Shen. Ender is voyaging safely. His ship is functioning perfectly. His Ansible works well. Remember, though, that for him it has been scarcely a year since this group destroyed the Hive Queens. Even if you could talk to him, he would seem young. The world has changed. And so have you. Graf glanced back at Rackham. Mazer and I are deeply concerned about you and about the world as a whole. We're doing all right, said Karn Karbi. And thanks to Bean and Ender's big brother, maybe the world is too, said Dumper. He said it a little defiantly, as if he expected to be argued with. I don't give a rat's ass about the world, said Bean. I'm being blackmailed into helping Peter, and not by Peter. Bean is referring to a bargain he entered into with me of his own free will, said Graf. What's this meeting about? Asked Dink. You're not our teacher anymore. He glanced up at Rackham. You're not our commander either. We haven't forgotten how you both lied to us continually. We never could convince you of our sincere devotion to your welfare back in school, Dink, said Graf. So, as Dink requests, I won't waste time on preliminaries. Look around this table. How old are you? Old enough to know better, muttered Karn. What are you, Bean? 16? Asked Fly. I was never actually born, said Bean, and the records of my decanting were destroyed when I was about a year old, but 16 is probably close. And all the rest of us must be around 20, give or take, said Fly. What's your point, Colonel Graf? Call me Hiram, said Graf. I'd like to think we're colleagues now. Colleagues in what? Muttered Dink. Back when you last met, said Graf, when Ashiel arranged for your kidnapping in Russia. You were already held in high esteem throughout the world. You were regarded as having potential. Since then, however, one of your number has become Caliph, unified the ununifiable Muslim world, and masterminded the conquest of China and the liberation of India. Alai's lost his mind, that's what he's done, said Karn. And Hanzu is Emperor of China. Bean is commander of the undefeated armies of the FPE, plus being known as the man who finally brought a shield down. All in all, what once was viewed as potential is now regarded as a certainty. So, what have you assembled here? Said Crazy Tom. The losers? I've assembled the people that national governments will turn to stop Peter Wiggin from uniting the world. They looked around at each other. Nobody's talked to me yet, said Fly Molo. But they turned to you to put down the Muslim rebellion in the Philippines, didn't they? Said Rackham. We're citizens of our countries, said Crazy Tom. Mine rents me out, said Dink, like a taxi. Because you always get along so well with authority, said Crazy Tom. Here's what will happen, said Graff. Some combination of China, India, and the Muslim world destroy each other. Whichever one emerges on top, Bean destroys on the battlefield on behalf of the FPE. Does anyone doubt he can do it? Bean raised his hand. No one else did. And then Dink did. He's not hungry, he said. No one argued with him. Now, what could Dink possibly mean by that? Said Graff. Any ideas? No one seemed to have any. You don't want to say it, but I will, said Graff. It's well known that Bean scored higher on the battle school tests than anyone else in history. No one else was close. Well, Ender, but close is such a relative term. Let's say Ender scored closest. But we don't know how close because Bean was off the charts. How? Said Dink. He answered questions you didn't ask? Exactly, said Graff. That's what Sister Carlotta showed me. He had time to spare in taking the tests. He commented on them and mentioned how the test could have been improved. He was unstoppable, irresistible. That's what the world knows about Julian Delphiki. And yet, when we put him in charge of all of you on Eros in command school, while we were waiting for Ender to make up his mind about whether to continue his education, how did that go? Again, silence. Oh, why must we pretend that things weren't as they were, said Graff. We didn't like it, said Dink. He was younger than all of us. So was Ender, said Graff. But we knew Ender, said Crazy Tom. We loved Ender, said Shen. Everybody loved Ender, said Fly. I can give you a list of people who hated him, but you loved him. And you didn't love Bean. Why is that? Bean barked out a laugh. The others looked at him, except the ones who were embarrassed and looked away. I never learned how to be cuddly, said Bean. In an orphanage, that would have got me adopted, but on the street, it would have got me killed. Nonsense, said Graff. Cuddly wouldn't have cut it with this group anyway. And you actually were cuddly, said Karn. No offense, but you were spunky. If that's your word for bratty little asshole, said Dink mildly. No, said Graff. You didn't dislike Bean personally, most of you, but you didn't like serving under him. And you can't say that it's because you were too independent to serve under anybody, because you gladly served under Ender. You gave Ender everything you had. More than we had, said Fly, but not Bean. Graff said it like it was proof of something. Is this a therapy group? Asked Dink. Vlad spoke up. Of course it is. He wants us to reach the same conclusion he's already reached. Do you know what it is? Asked Graff. Vlad took a breath. Hiram thinks that the reason we didn't follow Bean the way we followed Ender was because we knew something about Bean that the rest of the world doesn't know. And because of that, we're likely to be willing to challenge him in battle, while the rest of the world would just give up and surrender to him because of his reputation. Isn't that about it? Graff smiled benignly. But that's stupid, said Dumper. Bean really is a good commander. I've seen him, commanding his Rwandans in our campaign in Peru. It's true that the Peruvian army wasn't well led or well trained, but those Rwandans, they worshipped Bean. They would have marched off a cliff if he asked them to. When he twitched, they sprang into action. And your point is? Asked Dink. My point is, said Dumper, we didn't follow him well, but other people do. Bean's the real thing. He's still the best of us. I haven't seen his Rwandans, said Fly, but I've seen him with the men he and Suriyawang trained. Back when the forces of the hegemon were 100 guys and 2 choppers. Dumper's right. Alexander the Great couldn't have had soldiers more devoted and more effective. Thanks for the testimonials, boys, said Bean. But you're missing Hiram's point. Hiram, muttered Dink. Aren't we cozy? Just tell them, said Bean. They know it, but they don't know that they know it. You tell them, said Graff. Is this a Chinese re-education camp? Do we have to indulge in self-criticism? Bean laughed bitterly. It's what Dink said right at the start. I'm not hungry, which might seem stupid considering I've spent my whole infancy starving to death, but I'm not hungry for supremacy, and all of you are. That's the great secret of the tests, said Graff. Sister Carlotta gave the standard battery of tests we used, but there was an additional test, one that I gave, or one of my most trusted aides. A test of ambition, competitive ambition. You all scored very, very high. Bean didn't. Bean's not ambitious? Bean wants victory, said Graff. He likes to win. He needs to win. But he doesn't need to beat anybody. We all cooperated with Ender, said Karn. We didn't have to beat him. But you knew he would lead you to victory. And in the meanwhile, you were all competing with each other. Except Bean. Only because he was better than any of us. Why compete if you've won, said Fly. If any one of you came up against Bean in battle, who would win? They rolled their eyes or chuckled or otherwise showed their derision for the question. That would depend, said Karn Karby. On the terrain, and the weather, and the sign of the zodiac. Nothing's sure in war, is it? There wasn't any weather in the battle room, said Fly, grinning. You can conceive of beating Bean, can't you, said Graff, and it's possible, because Bean is only better than the rest of you if all else is equal. Only it never is. And one of the most important variables in war is the hunger that makes you take ridiculous chances because you intuit that there's a path to victory and you have to take that path because anything other than winning is inconceivable, unbearable. Very poetic, said Dink. The romance of war. Look at Lee, said Graff. Which one, said Shen, the Chinese or the American? Lee, L-E-E, the Virginian, said Graff. When the enemy was on Virginia soil, he won. He took the chances he needed to take. He sent Stonewall Jackson out on a forest path at Chancellorsville, dividing his forces and exposing himself dangerously against Hooker, exactly the sort of reckless commander who could have exploited the opportunity if he'd realized it. Hooker was an idiot. We say that because he lost, said Graff. But would he have lost if Lee had not taken the dangerous move he took? My point isn't to refight Chancellorsville. My point is Antietam and Gettysburg, said Bean. Exactly. As soon as Lee left Virginia and entered Northern Territory, he wasn't hungry anymore. He believed in the cause of defending Virginia, but he did not believe in the cause of slavery, and he knew that's what the war was about. He didn't want to see his state defeated, but he didn't want to see the Southern cause win, all unconsciously. He didn't know this about himself, but it was true. It had nothing to do with the North's overwhelming force. Lee lost at Antietam against the second stupidest and most timid commander the North had, McClellan. And Meade at Gettysburg wasn't terribly imaginative. Meade saw the high ground and he took it. And what did Lee do? Based on how Lee acted in all his Virginia campaigns, what would you have expected Lee to do? Refuse to fight on that ground, said Fly. Maneuver. Slide right, steal a march. Get between Meade and Washington. Find a battlefield where the Union would have to try to force his position. He was low on supplies, said Dink, and he didn't have the information from his cavalry. Excuses, said Vlad. No excuses in war. Graff is right. Lee didn't act like Lee once he left Virginia. But that's Lee. What does that have to do with Bean? He thinks, said Bean, that when I don't believe in a cause, I can be beaten. That I would beat myself. The trouble is that I do believe in the cause. I think Peter Wiggin is a decent man. Ruthless, but I've seen how he uses power, and he doesn't use it to hurt anybody. He really is trying to create a world order that leads to peace. I want him to win. I want him to win quickly. And if any of you think you can stop me, we don't have to stop you, said Crazy Tom. We just have to hold out until you're dead. Utter silence. There it is, said Graff. There's the whole point of this meeting. Bean only has a little while. So while he lives, the hegemon is perceived as unbeatable. But the moment he's gone, what then? Dumper or Fly would probably be appointed commander after him, since they're already inside the FPE. But every one of you at this table would feel perfectly free to take on either of them. Am I right? Hell, Hiram, said Dink. We'd take on Bean. And so the world would be torn apart, and the FPE, even if it was victorious, would stand on the bodies of millions of soldiers who died because of your competitive ambition. He looked fiercely around the table. Hey, said Fly, we haven't killed anybody yet. Talk to Hot Soup and Ally about that. Look at Ally, said Graff. It took him 2 purges to get real control over the Islamic forces, but now he has it. And what has he done? Has he left India? Has he withdrawn from Xinjiang or Tibet? Have the Indonesian Muslims left Taiwan? He remains face to face with Hansa. Why is that? It makes no sense. He can't hold India. He couldn't rule over China. But he has Genghis dreams. It always comes back to Genghis, said Vlad. You all want the world united, said Graff, but you want to do it yourselves, because you can't stand the thought of anyone else standing on top of the hill. Come on, said Dink. In our hearts, we're all Cincinnatus. We can hardly wait to get back to the farm. They laughed. At this table sits 50 years of bloody war, said Graff. What about it, said Dink. We didn't invent war. We're just good at it. War gets invented every time there's somebody so hungry for domination that he can't leave peaceful nations alone. It is precisely people like you that invent war. Even if you have a cause, like Lee did, would the South have struggled on for all those bloody years of civil war if they hadn't had the firm belief that no matter what happened, Mars Robert would save them? Even if you don't make the decision for war, nations will enter into wars only because they have you. So what's your solution, Hiram? Said Dink. You have little cyanide pills for us all to swallow so we can save the world from ourselves? It would help, said Vlad. Even if what you're saying is true, there are other battle school graduates. Look at Virlomi. She's outmaneuvered everybody. She hasn't outmaneuvered Ally yet, said Crazy Tom, or Hot Soup. Vlad insisted on his point. Look at Suriyawang. That's who Peter will turn into after Bean retires. We weren't the only kids at battle school. Ender's Jeesh, said Graff. You're the ones who saved the world. You're the ones with the magic. And there are hundreds and hundreds of battle school grads on Earth. Nobody is going to think that just because they happen to have 1 or 2 or 5, they can conquer the world. Which one of them would it be? So you want to be rid of us all, said Dink, and that's why you brought us here. We're not leaving here alive, are we? Lighten up, Dink, said Graff. You can all go home as soon as this meeting is over. Coleman doesn't assassinate people. Now that's an interesting point, said Crazy Tom. What does Coleman do? It packs people into starships like sardines, and then it sends them off to colony worlds, and they'll never come back, not to the world they left. 50 years out, 50 years back. The world would have forgotten all of us by then, even if we went to a colony and came right home, which, of course, he wouldn't let us do. So this isn't an assassination, said Dink. It's another damn kidnapping. It's an offer, said Rackham, which you can accept or decline. I decline, said Dink. Hear the offer, said Rackham. Hear this, said Dink, with a gesture. I offer you command of a colony, each one of you. No rivals. We don't know of any enemy armies for you to face, but there will be worlds full of danger and uncertainty, and your abilities will be highly adaptable. People will follow you. People older than you, partly because you are Ender's Geesh, and partly mostly because of your own abilities. They'll see how quickly you grasp important information, rank it by priority, foresee consequences, and make correct decisions. You'll be the founders of new human worlds. Crazy Tom put on a baby talk voice. Will they name the planets after us? Don't be such a dull bob, said Karn. Sorry. Look, gents, said Graf. We saw what happened to the Hive Queens. They bunched up on one planet and they got wiped out in a single blow. Any weapon we can invent, an enemy can also invent and use against us. Come on, said Dink. The Hive Queens spread out and colonized as many planets as you're colonizing. In fact, all you're doing is sending ships to colonize the worlds they already settled because they're the only ones you know about that have an atmosphere we can breathe and flora and fauna we can eat. Actually, we're taking our own flora and fauna with us, said Graf. Dink's right, said Shen. Dispersal didn't work for the Hive Queens. Because they didn't disperse, said Graf. They had buggers on all the planets. But when you boys blew up their home world, all the Hive Queens were there. They put all their eggs in one basket. We're not going to do that. Partly because the human race isn't just a handful of queens and a whole bunch of workers and drones. Every damn one of us is a Hive Queen and has the seeds of recapitulating the whole of human history. So dispersing humanity will work. Like coughing in a crowd spreads the flu, said Crazy Tom cheerfully. Exactly, said Graf. Call us a disease, I don't care. I am a human, and I want us to spread everywhere like an epidemic, so we can never be stamped out. Rackham nodded. And to accomplish that, he needs his colonies to have the best possible chance of survival. Which means you, said Graf, if I can get you. So we make your colonies work, said Karn, and you get us off Earth too, so Peter can end all war and bring the millennial reign of Christ. Whether Christ comes or not isn't my business, said Graf. All I care about is saving human beings, collectively and individually. Aren't you the noble one? No, said Graf. I created you. Not you individually. Good thing you said that, said Karn, because my dad would have had to kill you for that aspersion on my mother. I found you. I tested you. I assembled you. I made the whole world aware of you. The danger you represent, I created it. So you're really trying to atone for your mistakes. It wasn't a mistake. It was essential to winning the last war. But it's not unusual in history for the solution to one problem to become the root of the next one. So this meeting is cleanup, said Fly. This meeting is to offer you a chance to do something that will satisfy your own irresistible craving for supremacy while ensuring the survival of the human race, both here on Earth and out there in the galaxy. They thought about that for a moment. Dumper was the first to speak. I've already chosen my life's work, Colonel Graf. It's Hiram, Dink whispered loudly, because he's our buddy. You chose it, said Graf, and you accomplished it. Your people have a nation, and you're part of the FPE. That struggle is over for you. All that's left is for you to chafe under Peter Wiggins' rule until you either rebel against him or become his military commander, and then his replacement as hegemon, ruling the world. Am I close? I have no such plans, said Dumper. But it resonates with you, said Graff. Don't pretend otherwise. I know you boys. You're not crazy, you're not evil, but you can't stop. That's why you didn't invite Petra, said Bean. Because then you couldn't have said, you boys, all the time. You forget, said Dink. We're his colleagues now, so we can call him and Rackham you boys too. Graff stood up from his seat at the head of the table. I've made the offer. You'll think about it whether you mean to or not. You'll watch events unfold. You all know how to contact me. The offer is open. We're done here for today. No, we're not, said Shen, because you aren't doing anything about the real problem. Which is? We're just potential warmongers and baby killers, said Shen. You're not doing a thing about hot soup and a lie. And Verlomi, added Fly Molo. If you want somebody who's dangerous, it's her. They will get the same offer as you, said Rackham. In fact, one of them already has. Which one? Asked Dink. The one who was in a position to hear it, said Graff. Hot soup, then, said Shen, because you couldn't even get in to meet Mr. Khalif. What smart fellows you all turned out to be, said Graff. Waterloo was won, quoted Rackham, on the playing fields of Eton. What the hell does that mean? Asked Karn Karby. You never even went to Eton. It was an analogy, said Rackham. If you hadn't spent your entire childhood playing war games, you'd actually know something. You're all so uneducated.
Chapter 17. Boats. From Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu, to Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au. Ray, good idea. Of course Graff's offer sounded like a good idea to you. You live in Australia. Dumper. From Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au, to Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu. Ray, ha ha. People who live on the moon, pardon me, the Andes, shouldn't joke about Australia. Karn. From Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu, to Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au. Ray, who was joking? I've seen Australia, and I've lived on an asteroid, and I'd take the asteroid. Dumper. From Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au, to Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu. Ray, asteroid. Australia doesn't need life support like an asteroid or coca like the Andes to be livable. Besides, you only like the asteroid because it was named Eros, and that's as close to sex as you've ever gotten. Karn. From Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu, to Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au. Ray, at least. At least I have a sex. Male, by the way. Open your fly and check to see what you are. You grip the handle of the zipper and pull downward. Oh, wait, you're in Australia. Upward, then. Dumper. From Wallaby Wannabe, Boy Genius at stratplan/mil.gov.au, to Champy, T2@runa.gov.qu. Ray, let's see. Zipper, fly, pull. Ouch! Ow! Owie! Karn.
The sailors were so nervous to have the lady aboard their dhow, that it was a wonder they didn't swamp the boat just getting out to sea. And sailing was slow, with lots of tacking. Even turning the ship seemed to require as much work as the reinvention of navigation. Vrlomi showed none of her impatience, though. It was time for the next step, for India to reach for the world stage. She needed an ally to free her nation from the foreign occupiers. Even though the atrocities had ended, nothing filmable now, Ali persisted in keeping his Muslim troops all over India, waiting for Hindu provocations, knowing that Vrlomi couldn't control her people as tightly as Ali now controlled his troops. But she wasn't going to bring Hansu into the picture. She had fought too hard to get the Chinese out of India to invite them back again. Besides, even though they had no religion to force on people like Ali's Muslims, the Chinese were just as arrogant, just as sure they were entitled to rule the world. And these Jish boys, they were so sure they could be her masters. Didn't they understand that her whole life was a repudiation of their sense of superiority? They had been chosen to wage war against aliens. The gods fought on their side in that war, but now the gods fought on Vrlomi's side. She hadn't been a believer when she began. She exploited her knowledge of the folk religion of her people. But over the weeks and months and years of her campaign against China, and then against the Muslims, she had seen how everything bent and turned to fit her plans. Everything she thought of worked, and since there were tests proving that Ali and Hansu were smarter than she was, it must be that entities wiser than they were providing her with her ideas. There was only one person now who could give her the help she needed, and only one man in the world whom it would not demean her to marry. After all, when she married, it would be all India marrying, and whatever children she bore would be the children of a god, at least in the eyes of the people. Since parthenogenesis was out of the question, she needed a husband, and that's why she had summoned Peter Wiggin. Wiggin, the brother of the great Ender, the older brother. Who then could doubt that her children would carry the best genes available on Earth? They would found a dynasty that could unite the world and rule forever. By marrying her, Peter would be able to add India to his FPE, transforming it from a sideshow into more than half the population of the world. And she, and India, would be raised above any other nation. Instead of being the leader of a single nation like China, or the head of a brutal and backward religion like Ali, she would be the wife of the enlightened Locke, the hegemon of Earth, the man whose vision would bring peace to all the world at last. Peter's boat wasn't huge. Clearly, he wasn't a wasteful man, but it wasn't a primitive fisherman's dhow. Peter's boat had modern lines, and it looked as if it was designed to rise up and fairly fly over the waves. Speed. No time to waste in Peter Wiggin's world. She had once belonged to that world. For years now, she had slowed herself down to the pace of life in India. She had walked slowly when people were watching her. She had to maintain the simple grace they expected of someone in her position. And she had to hold silence while men argued, speaking only as much as was appropriate for her to say. She could not afford to do anything to diminish herself in their eyes. But she missed the speed of things, the shuttles that took her to and from battle school and tactical school, the clean, polished surfaces, the quickness of games in the battle room, even the intensity of life in Hyderabad among other battle schoolers before she fled to let Bean know where Petra was. It was closer to her true inclinations than this pose of primitiveness. You do what victory requires. Those with armies train the armies. But when Vrlomi started, she had only herself, so she trained and disciplined herself to seem as she needed to seem. In the process, she had become what she needed to be. But that didn't mean she had lost her ability to admire the sleek, fast vessel that Peter had brought to her. The fisherman helped her out of the dhow and into the rowboat that would take her between the two vessels. Out in the Gulf of Mannar, There were undoubtedly much heavier waves, but the little islands of Adam's Bridge protected the water here, so it was only slightly choppy. Which was just as well. There was a faint nausea that had been with her ever since she got aboard. Vomiting was not something she needed to show these sailors. She hadn't expected seasickness. How could she have known she was susceptible? Helicopters didn't bother her, or cars on winding roads, or even free fall. Why should a bit of chop on the water nearly do her in? The rowboat was actually better than the dhow, more frightening but less nauseating. Fear she could deal with. Fear didn't make her want to throw up. It only made her more determined to win. Peter himself was at the side of his boat, and it was his hand that she took to help her climb aboard. That was a good sign. He wasn't trying to play games and force her to come to him. Peter had her men tie the dinghy to his craft, and then brought them aboard to rest in relative comfort on the deck while she went inside the main cabin with Peter. It was beautifully and comfortably decorated, but not overly large or pretentious. It struck just the right note of restrained opulence. A man of taste. "It's not my boat, of course," said Peter. "Why would I waste FPE money on owning a boat? This is a loan." She said nothing. After all, saying nothing was part of who she was now. But she was just a little disappointed. Modesty was one thing, but why did he feel compelled to tell her that he didn't own it, that he was frugal? Because he believed her image of seeking traditional Indian simplicity, no, poverty, as something she really meant, and not just something she staged in order to hold on to the hearts of the Indian people. Well, I could hardly expect him to be as perceptive as me. He wasn't admitted to battle school after all. "Have a seat," he said. "Are you hungry?" "No, thank you," she said softly. If only he knew what would happen to any food she tried to eat at sea. "Tea?" "Nothing," she said. He shrugged. With embarrassment? That she had turned him down? Really, was he such a boy as that? Was he taking this personally? Well, he was supposed to take it personally. He just didn't understand how or why. Of course he didn't. How could he imagine what she came to offer him? Time to be Verlomi. Time to let him know what this meeting was about. He was standing near a bar with a fridge, and seemed to be trying to choose between inviting her to sit with him at the table or on the soft chairs bolted to the deck. She took 2 steps and she was with him, pressing her body against his, entwining the arms of India under his and around his back. She stood on her toes and kissed his lips, not with vigor, but softly and warmly. It was not a girl's chaste kiss. It was a promise of love, as best she knew how to show it. She had not had that much experience before Ashiel came and made Hyderabad a chaste and terrifying place to work. A few kisses with boys she knew. But she had learned something of what made them excited, and Peter was, after all, scarcely more than a boy, wasn't he? And it seemed to work. He certainly returned the kiss. It was going as she expected. The gods were with her. "Let's sit down," said Peter. But to her surprise, what he indicated was the table, not the soft chairs, not the wide one where they could have sat together. The table, where they would have a slab of wood, something cold and smooth anyway, between them. When they were seated, Peter looked at her quizzically. "Is that really what you came all this way for?" "What did you think?" she said. "I hoped it had something to do with India ratifying the FPE Constitution." "I haven't read it," she said. "But you must know India doesn't surrender its sovereignty easily. It'll be easy enough if you ask the Indian people to vote for it. But you see, I need to know what India gets in return. What every nation in the FPE receives: peace, protection, free trade, human rights and elections." "That's what you give to Nigeria," said Verlomi. "That's what we give to Vanuatu and Kiribati too, and the United States, and Russia, and China, and yes, India, when they choose to join us. India is the most populous nation on earth, and she spent the past 3 years fighting for her survival. She needs more than mere protection. She needs a special place near the center of power. But I'm not the center of power, said Peter. I'm not a king. I know who you are, said Velomi. Who am I? He seemed amused. You're Genghis, Washington, Bismarck, a builder of empires, a uniter of peoples, a maker of nations. I'm the breaker of nations, Velomi, said Peter. We'll keep the word nation, but it will come to mean what state means in America, an administrative unit, but little more. India will have a great history, but from now on we'll have human history. How very noble, said Velomi. This was not going as she intended. I think you don't understand what I'm offering you. You're offering me something I want very much, India in the FPE, but the price you want me to pay is too high. Price? Was he really that stupid? To have me is not a price you pay, it's a sacrifice I make. And who says romance is dead, said Peter. Velomi, you're a battle schooler. Surely you can see why it's impossible for me to marry my way into having India in the FPE. Only then, in the moment of his challenge, did the whole thing become clear. Not the world as she saw it, centered on India, but the world as he saw it, with himself at the center of everything. So it's all about you, said Velomi. You can't share power with another. I can share power with everybody, said Peter, and I already am. Only a fool thinks he can rule alone. You can only rule by the willing obedience and cooperation of those you supposedly rule over. They have to want you to lead them. And if I married you, attractive as the offer is on every count, I would no longer be seen as an honest broker. Instead of trusting me to lead the FPE's foreign and military policy to the benefit of the whole world, I would be seen as tilting everything toward India. Not everything, she said. More than everything, said Peter. I would be seen as the tool of India. You can be sure that Caliph Ali would immediately declare war, not just on India, which has his troops all over it, but on the FPE. I'd be faced with bloody war in Sudan and Nubia, which I don't want. Why would you fear it? Why wouldn't I? He said. You have been, she said. How can a lie stand against you? Well, said Peter, if Bean is so all-powerful and irresistible, why do I need you? Because Bean can never be as fully trusted as a wife, and Bean doesn't bring you 1 billion people. Velomi, said Peter, I'd be a fool to trust you. Wife or not. You wouldn't be bringing India into the FPE. You'd be bringing the FPE into India. Why not a partnership? Because gods don't need mortal partners, said Peter. You've been a god too long. There's no man you can marry as long as you think you're elevating him just by letting him touch you. Don't say what you can't unsay, said Velomi. Don't make me say what's so hard to hear, said Peter. I'm not going to compromise my leadership of the whole FPE just to get one country to join. He meant it. He actually thought his position was above hers. He thought he was greater than India, greater than a god, that he would diminish himself by taking what she offered. But now there was nothing more to say to him. She wouldn't waste time with idle threats. She'd show him what she could do to those who wanted India for an enemy. He rose to his feet. I'm sorry that I didn't anticipate your offer, said Peter. I wouldn't have wasted your time. I had no desire to embarrass you. I thought you would have understood my situation better. I'm just one woman. India is just one country. He winced just a little. He didn't like having his foolish, arrogant words thrown in his face. Well, you'll have more than that thrown at you, Ender's brother. I brought 2 others to see you, said Peter. If you're willing. He opened a door, and Colonel Graff and a man she didn't know entered the room. "Vrlomi, I think you know Minister Graff, and this is Mazer Rackham." She inclined her head, showing no surprise. They sat down and explained their offer. "I already have the love and allegiance of the greatest nation on earth," said Vrlomi, "and I have not been defeated by the most terrible enemies that China and the Muslim world could hurl against me. Why should I wish to run and hide in a colony somewhere?" "It's a noble work," said Graff. "It's not hiding, it's building." "Termites build," said Vrlomi. "And hyenas tear," said Graff. "I have no need for or interest in the service you offer," said Vrlomi. "No," said Graff. "You just don't see your need yet. You always were hard to get to change your way of looking at things. It's what held you back in battle school, Vrlomi." "You're not my teacher now," said Vrlomi. "Well, you're certainly wrong about one thing, whether I'm your teacher or not," said Graff. She waited. "You have not yet faced the most terrible enemies that China and the Muslim world can hurl against you. Do you think Hansu can get into India again? I'm not Tikel Chapakar. And he's not the Politburo or Snow Tiger." "He's Enda's Jishmate," she said in mock awe. "He's not caught up in his own mystique," said Rackham, who had not spoken till now. "For your own sake, Vrlomi, take a good, hard look in the mirror. You're what megalomania looks like in the early stages." "I have no ambition for myself," said Vrlomi. "If you define India as whatever you conceive it to be," said Rackham, "you'll wake up some terrible morning and discover that it is not what you need it to be." "And you say this from your vast experience of governing. What country was it now, Mr. Rackham?" Rackham only smiled. "Pride, when poked, gets petty." "Was that already a proverb?" asked Vrlomi. "Or should I write it down?" "The offer stands," said Graff. "It's irrevocable as long as you live." "Why don't you make the same offer to Peter?" asked Vrlomi. "He's the one who needs to take the long voyage." She decided she wasn't going to get a better exit line than that, so she walked slowly, gracefully to the door. No one spoke as she departed. Peter did not come to the rail to wave her off. Just another discourtesy. Not that she would have acknowledged him even if he had. As for Graff and Rackham, they'd soon enough be coming to her for funding. No, for permission to operate their little colony ministry. The dhow took her back to a different fishing village from the one she had sailed from. No point in making things easy for Eli, if he had discovered her departure from Hyderabad and followed her. She rode a train back to Hyderabad, passing for an ordinary citizen. If any Muslim soldiers should be so bold as to search the train. But the people knew who she was, whose face was better known in all of India, and not being Muslim, she didn't have to cover her face. "The first thing I will do when I rule India is change the name of Hyderabad, not back to Bagnagar. Even though it was named for an Indian woman, the name was bestowed by the Muslim prince who destroyed the original Indian village in order to build the Charminar, a monument to his own power, supposedly in honor of his beloved Hindu wife. India will never again be obliterated in order to appease the power lust of Muslims. The new name of Hyderabad will be the original name of the village, Chichlam." She made her way from the train station to a safe house in the city, and from there her aides helped get her back inside the hut where she had supposedly been meditating and praying for India for the 3 days she had been gone. There she slept for a few hours. Then she arose and sent an aide to bring her an elegant but simple sari, one that she knew she could wear with grace and beauty, and which would show off her slim body to best advantage. When she had it arranged to her satisfaction, and her hair was arranged properly, she walked from her hut to the gate of Hyderabad. The soldiers at the checkpoint gawped at her. No one had ever expected her to try to enter, and they had no idea what to do. While they went through their flurry of asking their superiors inside the city what they should do, Vrlomi simply walked inside. They dared not stop her or challenge her. They didn't want to be responsible for starting a war. She knew this place as well as anyone, and knew which building housed Caliph Ali's headquarters. Though she walked gracefully without hurry, it took little time for her to get there. Again, she paid no attention to guards or clerks or secretaries or important Muslim officers. They were nothing to her. By now they must have heard Ali's decision, and his decision was obviously to let her pass, for no one obstructed her. Wise choice. One young officer even trotted along ahead of her, opening doors and indicating which way she should go. He led her into a large room where Ali stood waiting for her, with a dozen high officers standing along the walls. She walked to the middle of the room. "Why are you afraid of one lone woman, Caliph Ali?" Before he had time to answer the obvious truth, that far from being afraid, he had let her pass unmolested and uninspected through his headquarters complex and into his own presence, Vrlomi began to unwrap her sari. It took only a moment or two before she stood naked before him. Then she reached up and loosened her long hair, and then swung it and combed her fingers through it. "You see that I have no weapon hidden here. India stands before you naked and defenseless. Why do you fear her?" Ali had averted his eyes as soon as it became clear that she was undressing. So had the more pious of the other officers, but some apparently thought it was their responsibility to make sure that she was, in fact, weaponless. She enjoyed their consternation, their embarrassment, and, she suspected, their desire. "You came here to ravish India, didn't you? And yet I am out of your reach, because I'm not here for you, underlings. I'm here for your master." "Leave us," Ali said to the other men. Even the most modest of them could not help but glance at her as they shuffled out of the room, leaving the two of them alone. The door closed behind them. She and Ali were alone. "Very symbolic, Vrlomi," said Ali, still refusing to look at her. "That will get talked about." "The offer I make is both symbolic and tangible," she said. "This upstart, Peter Wiggin, has gone as far as he should go. Why should Muslim and Hindu be enemies, when together we have the power to crush his naked ambition?" "His ambition isn't as naked as you are," said Ali. "Please put on clothing so I can look at you." "May not a man look at his bride?" Ali chuckled. "A dynastic marriage. I thought you already told Hansu what he could do with that idea." "Hansu had nothing to offer me. You are the leader of the Muslims of India, a large portion of my people torn away from Mother India in fruitless hostility. And why? Look at me, Ali." Either the force of her voice had power over him, or he could not resist his desire, or perhaps he simply decided that since they were alone, he need not keep up the show of perfect rectitude. He looked her up and down, casually, without reaction. As he did, she raised her arms above her head and turned around. "Here is India," she said, "no longer resisting you, no longer evading you, but welcoming you, married to you, fertile soil in which to plant a new civilization of Muslim and Hindu, united." She faced him again. He continued to look at her, not bothering to keep his eyes only on her face. "You do intrigue me," he said. "I should think so," she answered silently. "Muslims never have the virtue they pretend to have." "I must consider this," he said. "No," she said. "You think I'll make up my mind in an instant? I don't care, but I will leave this room in moments. Either I'll do it dressed in that sari as your bride, or I'll do it naked, leaving my clothing behind. Naked, I'll pass through your compound, and naked I'll return to my people. Let them decide what they think was done to me within these walls." "You'd provoke such a war as that?" said Ali. "Your presence in India is the provocation, Caliph. I offer you peace and unity between our peoples. I offer you the permanent alliance that will enable us. You have to deal with him eventually, Caliph Ali. Will you do it with India in your bed and by your side? Or will you do it while most of your forces have to remain here to keep us from destroying you from behind? Because I'll do it. Either we're lovers or enemies, and the time to choose is now." He made no idle threat to detain her or kill her. He knew that he could no more do that than let her walk out of the compound naked. The real question was whether he would be a grudging husband or an enthusiastic one. He reached out and took her hand. "You have chosen wisely, Caliph Ali," she said. She leaned down and kissed him, the same kiss she had given Peter Wiggin, and which he had treated as if it were nothing. Ali returned it warmly. His hands moved on her body. "Marriage first," she said. "Let me guess," he said. "You want the wedding now? In this room? Will you dress so we can show the video of the ceremony?" She laughed and kissed his cheek. "For publicity, I'll dress." She started to walk away, but he caught her hand, drew her back, kissed her again, passionately this time. "This is a good idea," he said to her. "It's a bold idea. It's a dangerous idea. But it's a good one. I'll stand beside you in everything," she said. "Not ahead," he said. "Not behind, not above, not below." She embraced him and kissed his headdress. Then she pulled it off his head and kissed his hair. "Now I'll have to go to all that trouble of putting that back on," he said. "You'll take whatever trouble I want you to take," she thought. "I have just had a victory here today, in this room, Caliph Ali. You and your Allah may not realize it, but the gods of India rule in this place, and they have given me victory without another soldier dying in useless war." Such fools they were in battle school, to let so few girls in. It left the boys helpless against a woman when they returned to Earth.
Chapter 18. Yerevan. From Petra Delphiki at freepeopleoferth.fp.gov to Dink Meeker at coleman.gov. Ray, can't believe you're at this address. When Bean told me what happened at the meeting, I thought, I know one guy who's never going to go along with any plan of Graf's. Then I got your letter informing me of your change of address, and then I thought some more and realized there's no place on earth where Dink Meeker is going to fit in. You have too much ability to be content anywhere that they're likely to let you serve. But I think you were wrong to refuse to be the head of the colony you're joining. Partly it's because who's going to do it better than you? Don't make me laugh. But the main reason is, what kind of living hell will it be for the colony leader to have Mr. Insubordinate in his colony? Especially because everybody will know you were an Ender's Geesh, and they'll wonder why you aren't leader. I don't care how loyal you think you're going to be, Dink. It's not in you. You're a brat, and you always will be. So admit what a lousy follower you are, and go ahead and lead. And just in case you don't know it, you stupidest of all possible geniuses, I still love you. I've always loved you. But no woman in her right mind would ever marry you and have your babies because nobody could stand to raise them. You will have the most hellish children. So have them in a colony where there'll be some place for them to go when they run away from home about 15 times before they're 10. Dink, I'm going to be happy in the long run. And yes, I did set myself up for hard times when I married a man who's going to die and whose children will probably have the same disease. But Dink, nobody ever marries anybody who isn't going to die. God be with you, my friend. Heaven knows the devil already is. Love, Petra.
Bean held 2 babies and Petra 1 on the flight from Kiev to Yerevan. Whichever one was hungriest got Mama. Petra's parents lived there now. By the time Achille died and they could return to Armenia, the tenants in their old home in Maralik had changed it too much for them to want to return. Besides, Stefan, Petra's younger brother, was quite the world traveler now, and Maralik was too small for him. Yerevan, while not what anyone would call one of the great world cities, was still a national capital, and it had a university worth studying at when he graduated from high school. But to Petra, Yerevan was as unfamiliar a city as Volgograd would have been, or any of the cities named San Salvador. Even the Armenian that was still spoken by many on the street sounded strange to her. It made her sad. "I have no native land," she thought. Bean, however, was drinking it all in. Petra got into the cab first, and he handed her Bella and the newest but largest of the babies, Ramon, whom he had picked up in the Philippines. Once Bean was inside the taxi, he held Ender up to the window, and since their firstborn son was beginning to show signs that he understood speech, it wasn't just a matter of playfulness. "This is your mama's homeland," said Bean. "All these people look just like her." Bean turned back to the 2 that Petra was holding. "You children all look different, because half your genetic material comes from me. And I'm a mongrel. So in your whole life, there'll be no place you can go where you'll look like the locals." "That's right. Depress and isolate the children from the start," said Petra. "It's worked so well for me." "You weren't depressed as a child," said Petra. "You were desperate and terrified. So we try to make things better for our children." "Look, Bella. Look, Ramon," said Petra. "This is Yerevan, a city with lots of people that we don't know at all. The whole world is full of strangers." The taxi driver spoke up in Armenian. "Nobody in Yerevan is a stranger to Petra Arkanian. Petra Delphiki," she corrected him mildly. Yes, of course," he said in common. "I just meaning that if you want a drink in a tavern, nobody let you pay." "Does that go for her husband?" asked Bean. "Man big like you?" said the driver. "They don't tell you the price. They ask you what you wanting to give." He roared with laughter at his own joke, not realizing, of course, that Bean's size was killing him. "Big man like you, little tiny babies like these." He laughed again. Think how amused he'd be if he knew that the largest baby, Ramon, was the youngest. "I knew we should have walked from the airport," said Bean in Portuguese. Petra grimaced. "That's rude, to speak in a language he doesn't know." "Ah, I'm glad to know that the concept of rudeness does exist in Armenia." The taxi driver picked up on the mention of Armenia, even though the rest of the sentence, being in Portuguese, was a mystery to him. "You wanting a tour of Armenia?" "Not a big country. I can take you. Special price. Meter not running." "No time for that," said Petra in Armenian, "but thanks for offering." The Arkanian family now lived in a nice apartment building, all balconies and glass, yet upscale enough that there was no hanging laundry visible from the street. Petra had told her family she was coming, but asked them not to meet her at the airport. They had gotten so used to the extraordinary security during the days when Petra and Bean were in hiding from Achille Flandre that they accepted this unquestioningly. The doorman recognized Petra from her pictures, which appeared in the Armenian papers whenever there was a story about Bean. He not only let them go up unannounced, but also insisted on carrying their bags. "You 2 and 3 babies. This all the luggage you have?" "We hardly ever wear clothes," said Petra, as if this were the most sensible thing in the world. They were halfway up in the elevator before the doorman laughed and said, "You joking?" Bean smiled and tipped him $100 coin. The doorman flipped it in the air and pocketed it with a smile. "Good thing he give me. If Petra Arkanian give, my wife never let me spend." After the elevator doors closed, Bean said, "From now on, in Armenia, you tip." "They'd keep the tip either way, Bean. It's not like they give it back to us." "Oh, eh." Petra's mother could have been standing at the door. She opened it so quickly. Maybe she was. There were hugs and kisses and a torrent of words in Armenian and common. Unlike the cab driver and doorman, Petra's parents were fluent in common. So was Stefan, who had cut his high school classes today, and young David was obviously being raised with common as his first language, since that's what he was chattering in almost continuously from the moment Petra entered the flat. There was a meal, of course, and neighbors invited in, because it might be the big city, but it was still Armenia. But in only a couple of hours, it was just the 9 of them. 9 of us, said Petra. Our 5 and the 4 of you. I've missed you. Already you have as many children as we did, said Father. The laws have changed, said Bean. Also, we didn't exactly plan to have ours all at once. Sometimes I think, said Mother to Petra, that you're still in battle school. I have to remind myself, no, she came home. She got married. She has babies. Now we finally get to see the babies. But so small. They have a genetic condition, said Bean. Of course we know that, said Father. But it's still a surprise how small they are, and yet so mature. The really little ones take after their father, said Petra, with a wry smile. And the normal one takes after his mother, said Bean. Thank you for letting us use your flat for the unofficial meeting tonight. It's not a secure site, said Father. The meeting is unofficial, not secret. We expect Turkish and Azerbaijani observers to make their reports. Are you sure they won't try to assassinate you? Asked Stefan. Actually, Stefan, they brainwashed you at an early age, said Bean. When the trigger word is said, you spring into action and kill everybody at the meeting. No, I'm going to a movie, said Stefan. That's a terrible thing to say, said Petra, even as a joke. A lie isn't a shield, said Bean to Stefan. We're friends, and he won't let Muslim agents assassinate us. You're friends with your enemy? Said Stefan, as if it were too incredible. It happens in some wars, said Father. There is no war yet, Mother reminded them. They took the hint, stopped talking about current problems, and reminisced instead. Though since Petra had been sent to battle school so young, it's not as if she had that much to reminisce about. It was more like they were briefing her about her new identity before an undercover mission. This is what you should remember from your childhood, if you'd had one. And then the Prime Minister, the President, and the Foreign Minister showed up. Mother took the babies into her bedroom, while Stefan took David out to see a movie. Father, being Deputy Foreign Minister, was allowed to stay, though he would not speak. The conversation was complex, but friendly. The Foreign Minister explained how eager Armenia was to join the FPE, and then the President echoed everything he had said, and then the Prime Minister began another repetition. Bean held up a hand. Let's stop hiding from the truth. Armenia is a landlocked country, with Turks and Azerbaijanis almost completely surrounding you. With Georgia refusing to join the FPE at present, you worry that we couldn't even supply you, let alone defend you against the inevitable attack. They were obviously relieved that Bean understood. You just want to be left alone, he said. They nodded. But here's the truth. If we don't defeat Caliph Ali and break up this strange and sudden union of Muslim nations, then Caliph Ali will eventually conquer all the surrounding nations. Not because Ali himself wants to, but because he can't remain Caliph for long if he isn't aggressively pursuing an expansionist policy. He says that's not his intent, but he'll certainly end up doing it because he'll have no choice. They didn't like hearing this, but they kept listening. Armenia will fight Caliph Ali sooner or later. The question is whether you'll do it now, while I still lead the forces of the FPE in your defense, or later, when you stand utterly alone against overwhelming force. Either way, Armenia will pay, said the president grimly. War is unpredictable, said Bean, and the costs are high. But we didn't put Armenia where it is, surrounded by Muslims. God did, said the president. So we try not to complain. Why can't Israel be your provocation? Asked the prime minister. They are militarily much stronger than we are. The opposite is true, said Bean. Geographically, their position is and always has been hopeless, and they have integrated so closely with the Muslim nations surrounding them that if they now joined the FPE, the Muslims would feel deeply betrayed. Their fury would be terrible, and we could not defend them. While let's just say that over the centuries, Muslims have slaughtered more Armenians than they ever did Jews. They hate you. They regard you as a terrible intrusion into their lands, even though you were here long before any Turks came out of Central Asia. There's a burden of guilt along with the hatred, and for you to join the FPE would infuriate them. Yes, but they wouldn't feel betrayed. These nuances are beyond me, said the president skeptically. They make an enormous difference in the way an army fights. Armenia is vital to forcing Ali to act before he's ready. Right now the union with India is still merely formal, not a fact on the ground. It's a marriage, not a family. You don't need to quote Lincoln to me. Petra inwardly winced. The quote about a marriage, not a family, did not come from Lincoln at all. It came from one of her own Martel essays. It was a bad sign if people were getting Lincoln and Martel confused. But of course it was better not to correct the misattribution, lest it appear that she was way too familiar with the works of Martel and Lincoln. We stand where we've stood for weeks, said the president. Armenia is being asked too much. I agree, said Bean, but keep in mind that we're asking. When the Muslims finally decide that Armenia shouldn't exist, they won't ask. The president pressed his fingers to his forehead. It was a gesture that Petra called drilling for brains. How can we hold a plebiscite? He asked. It's precisely the plebiscite that we need. Why? What does this do for you militarily, except overextend your forces and draw off a relatively small part of the Caliph's armies? I know a lie, said Bean. He won't want to attack Armenia. The terrain here is a nightmare for serious campaigning. You constitute no serious threat. Attacking Armenia makes no sense at all. So we won't be attacked? You will absolutely be attacked. You're too subtle for us, said the Prime Minister. Petra smiled. My husband is not subtle. The point is so obvious that you think it couldn't be this that he means. Ali will not attack, but Muslims will attack. It will force his hand. If he refuses to attack, but other Muslims do attack, then the leadership of the jihad moves away from him to someone else. Whether he strikes down these freelance attackers or not, the Muslim world is divided and two leaders compete. The president was no fool. You have higher hopes than this, he said. All warriors are filled with hope, said Bean. But I understand your lack of trust in me. For me, it's the great game. But for you, it's your homes, your families. That's why we wanted to meet here, to assure you that it is our home and our family as well. To sit and wait for the enemy to act is the decision to die, said Petra. We ask Armenia to make this sacrifice and take this risk because if you don't, then Armenia is doomed. But if you join the free people of Earth, then Armenia will have the most powerful defense. And what will that defense consist of? Me, said Petra. A nursing mother? Asked the Prime Minister. The Armenian member of Ender's Jish, she answered. I will command the Armenian forces. Our mountain goddess versus the goddess of India, said the Foreign Minister. This is a Christian nation, said Father, and my daughter is no goddess. I was joking, said Father's boss. But the truth that underlies the joke, said Bean, is that Petra herself is a match for a lie. So am I. And Vrlomi is no match for any of us. Petra hoped that this was true. Vrlomi now had years of experience in the field. If not in the logistics of moving huge armies, then in exactly the kind of small operations that would be most effective in Armenia. We have to think about it, said the President. Then we're where we were before, said the Foreign Minister. Thinking. Bean rose to his feet, a formidable sight these days, and bowed to them. Thank you for meeting with us. Wouldn't it be better, said the Prime Minister, if you could get this new Hindu-Muslim thing to go to war against China? Oh, that would eventually happen, said Bean. But when? The FPE wants to break the back of Caliph Ali's Muslim League now, before it grows any stronger. And Petra knew they were all thinking, before Bean dies, because Bean is the most important weapon. The President rose from his seat, but then laid a restraining hand on the other two. We have Petra Arkanian here, and Julian Delphiki. Couldn't we ask them to consult with our military on our preparations for war? I notice there are no military men here, said Petra. I don't want them to feel that we've been thrust on them. They won't feel that way, said the Foreign Minister blandly. But Petra knew that the military was not represented here because they were eager to join the FPE, precisely because they did not feel adequate by themselves to defend Armenia. There would be no problems with a tour of inspection. After the top leadership of Armenia left the Arkanian flat, Father and Petra flung themselves down on the furniture, and Bean stretched out on the floor, and at once began discussing what had just happened, and what they thought would happen. Mother came in as the conversation was winding down. All asleep, the little darlings, she said. Stefan will drop David off after the movie, but we have a little while, just us grown-ups. Well, good, said Father. We were just discussing, said Petra, whether it was a waste of time for us to come here. Mother rolled her eyes. How can it be a waste of time? And then, to everyone's surprise, she burst into tears. What is it? At once she was enveloped in the concern of her husband and daughter. Nothing, she said. You didn't come here and bring these babies because you had negotiations. Nothing happened here that couldn't have happened by teleconference. Then why do you think we're here? Asked Petra. You came to say goodbye. Petra looked at Bean, and for the first time realized that this might be true. If we are, she said, it wasn't our plan. But it's what you're doing, said Mother. You came in person because you might not see us again. Because of the war. No, said Bean, not because of the war. Mother, you know Bean's condition. I'm not blind. I can see that he's giraffed up so he can hardly get into houses. And so are Ender and Bella. They have Bean's same condition. So once we get all our other children, we're going out into space, at light speed, so we can take advantage of relativistic effects, so that Bean will be alive when they finally find a cure. Father shook his head. Then we'll be dead before you come home, said Mother. Pretend I'm away at battle school again, said Petra. I get these grandchildren, but then I don't get them. Mother cried again. I won't leave, said Bean, until we've got Peter Wiggins safely in control of things. Which is why you're in such a hurry to get this war started, said Father. Why not just tell them? We need them to have confidence in me, said Bean. Telling them that I might die in mid-campaign won't reassure them about joining the FPE. So these babies will grow up on a starship? Asked Mother skeptically. Our joy, said Petra, will be to see them grow old, without any of them growing as big as their father. Bean raised one enormous foot. These are tough shoes to fill. And it's really true, said Petra, that this war in Armenia is the one we want to fight. All these hills, it will go slowly. Slowly? Asked Father. Isn't that the opposite of what you want? What we want, said Bean, is for the war to end as soon as possible. But this is one case where going slow will speed us up. You're the brilliant strategists, said Father, heading for the kitchen. Anybody else want something to eat? That night, Petra couldn't sleep. She went out onto the balcony and looked out over the city. Is there anything in this world that I can't leave? I've lived apart from my family for so much of my life. Does that mean I'll miss them more or less? But then she realized that this had nothing to do with her melancholy. She couldn't sleep because she knew that war was coming. Their plan was to keep the conflict in the mountains, to make the Turks pay for every meter. But there was no reason to think that Ali's forces, or whatever Muslim forces they were, would shrink from bombing the big population centers. Precision bombing had been the rule for so long, ever since Mecca was nuked, that a sudden reversion to anti-population, saturation bombing would come as a demoralizing shock. Everything depends on our being able to get and keep control of the air. And the FPE doesn't have as many planes as the Muslim League. Damn those short-sighted Israelis for training the Arab air forces to be among the most formidable in the world. Why was Bean so confident? Was it only because he knew that he'd soon leave Earth and wouldn't have to be here to face the consequences? That was unfair. Bean had said he'd stay until Peter was hegemon in fact as well as name. Bean did not break his word. What if they never find a cure? What if we sail on through space forever? What if Bean dies out there with me and the babies? She heard footsteps behind her. She assumed it would be Bean, but it was her mother. Awake, without the babies waking you? Petra smiled. I have plenty to keep me from sleeping. But you need your sleep. Eventually, my body takes it whether I like it or not. Mother looked out over the city. Did you miss us? She knew her mother wanted her to say, every day. But the truth would have to do. When I have time to think about anything at all, yes. But it's not that I miss you. It's that I'm glad you're in my life. Glad you're in this world. She turned to face her mother. I'm not a little girl anymore. I know I'm still very young, and I'm sure I don't know anything yet, but I'm part of the cycle of life now. I'm no longer the youngest generation. So I don't cling to my parents as I once would have liked to. I missed a lot up there in battle school. Children need families. And, said Mother sadly, they make families out of whatever they have at hand. That will never happen to my children, said Petra. The world isn't being invaded by aliens. I can stay with them. Then she remembered that some people would claim that some of her children were the alien invasion. She couldn't think that way. You carry so much weight in your heart, said Mother, stroking her hair. Not as much as Bean. Far less than Peter. Is this Peter Wiggin a good man? Petra shrugged. Are great men ever really good? I know they can be, but we judge them by a different standard. Greatness changes them, whatever they were to start with. It's like war. Does any war ever settle anything? But we can't judge that way. The test of war isn't whether it's solved things. You have to ask, was fighting the war better than not fighting it? And I guess the same kind of test ought to be used on great men. If Peter Wiggin is great. Mother, he was Locke, remember? He stopped a war. Already he was great before I came home from battle school. And he was still in his teens. Younger than I am now. Then I asked the wrong question, said Mother. Is a world that he rules over going to be a good place to live? Petra shrugged again. I believe he means it to be. I haven't seen him being vindictive or corrupt. He's making sure that any nation that joins the FPE does it through the vote of the people, so nothing is being forced on them. That's promising, isn't it? Armenia spent so many centuries yearning to have our own nation. Now we have it, but it seems the price of keeping it is to give it up. Armenia will still be Armenia, Mother. No, it won't, she said. If Peter Wiggin wins everything he's trying to win, then Armenia will be Kansas. Hardly. We'll all speak common. And if you go from Yerevan to Rostov or Ankara or Sofia, you won't even know you've gone anywhere. We all speak common now. And there'll never be a time you can't tell Ankara from Yerevan. You're so sure. I'm sure of a lot of things, and about half the time I'm right. She grinned at her mother, but her mother's return smile wasn't real. How did you do it? Asked Petra. How did you give up your child? You weren't given up, said Mother. You were taken. Most of the time I managed to believe it was all for a good cause. The other times, I cried. It wasn't death because you were still alive. I was proud of you. I missed you. You were good company almost from your first word. But so ambitious. Petra smiled a little at that. You're married now, said Mother. Ambition for yourself is over. It's now ambition for your children. I just want them to be happy. That is something you can't do for them. So don't set that as your goal. I don't have a goal, Mother. That's nice. Then your heart will never break. Mother looked at her with a deadpan expression. Petra laughed a little. You know, when I've been away for a while, I forget that you know everything. Mother smiled. Petra, I can't save you from anything. But I want to. I would if I could. Does that help? To know that somebody wants you to be happy? More than you know, Mother. She nodded. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Going off into space. It feels like closing yourself in your own coffin. I know. But that's how it feels to me. I just know that I'm going to lose you, as sure as death. You know it too. That's why you're out here, saying goodbye to Yerevan. To Earth, Mother. Yerevan's the least of it. Well, Yerevan won't miss you. Cities never do. They go on and we don't make any difference to them at all. That's what I hate about cities. And that's true of the human race, too, thought Petra. I think it's a good thing that life goes on, like water in a pail. Take some out, the rest fills in. When it's my child that's gone, nothing fills in, said Mother. Petra knew that Mother was referring to the years that she spent without Petra. But what flashed into Petra's mind was the 6 babies they still hadn't found. The two ideas put together made the loss of those babies, if they even existed, too painful to contain. Petra started to cry. She hated crying. Her mother put her arms around her. "I'm sorry, Pet," she said. "I wasn't even thinking. I was missing one child and you have so many, and you don't even know whether they're alive or dead." "But they aren't even real to me," said Petra. "I don't know why I'm crying. I've never even met them." "We're hungry for our children," said Mother. "We need to take care of them once we bring them into existence." "I didn't even get to do that," said Petra. "Other women got to bear all but the one, and I'm going to lose him." And suddenly her life felt so terrible it could not be borne. She sobbed as her mother held her. "Oh, my poor girl," her mother kept murmuring. "Your life breaks my heart." "How can I complain like this?" said Petra, her voice high with crying. "I've been part of some of the greatest events in history." "When your babies need you, history doesn't bring much comfort." And as if on cue, there was a faint sound of a baby crying inside the flat. Mother made as if to go, but Petra stopped her. "Bean will get her." She used the hem of her shirt to dab at her eyes. "You can tell from the crying which baby it is. Couldn't you?" "I never had 2 infants at the same time, let alone 3. There aren't many multiple births in our family." "Well, I found the perfect way to have nonuplets. Get 8 other women to help." She managed a feeble laugh at her own black humor. The baby cried again. "It's definitely Bella. She's always more insistent. Bean will change her and then he'll bring her to me." "I could do that and he could go back to sleep," Mother offered. "It's some of our best time together," said Petra, caring for the babies. Mother pecked her on the cheek. "I can take a hint." "Thanks for talking to me, Mother." "Thanks for coming home." Mother went inside. Petra stood at the edge of the balcony. After a while, Bean came padding out in bare feet. Petra pulled her t-shirt up and Bella started slurping noisily. "Good thing your brother Ender got my milk factory started," said Petra, "or it would have been the bottle for you." As she stood there, nursing Bella and looking out over the nighttime city, Bean's huge hands held her shoulders and stroked her arms. So gentle, so kind. Once as tiny as this little girl, but always a giant, long before his body showed it.
Chapter 19. Enemies. From Note to Hegemon, You Can't Fight an Epidemic with a Fence, by Martel. Posted on Early Warning Network. The presence of Julian Delphiki, the Hegemon's enforcer in Armenia, Might look like a family vacation to some, but some of us remember that Delphiki was in Rwanda before it ratified the FPE constitution. When you consider that Delphiki's wife, Petra Arkanian, also one of Ender's Jish, is Armenian, what conclusion can be reached except that Armenia, a Christian enclave nearly surrounded by Muslim nations, is preparing to ratify? Add to that the close ties between the hegemon and Thailand, where Wiggins' left-hand man, General Suryawong, is now consulting with General Phet Noi and Prime Minister Parabatra, newly returned from Chinese captivity, and the FPE's position in Nubia, and it looks like the hegemon is surrounding Caliph Alai's little empire. Many pundits are saying that the hegemon's strategy is to contain Caliph Alai. But now that the Hindus have gone over to the Muslim bed, I meant to say camp, containment is not enough. When Caliph Alai, our modern Tamerlane, decides he wants a nice big pile of human skulls, it's so hard to get good decorators these days. He can field huge armies and concentrate them wherever he wants on his borders. If the hegemon sits passively waiting, trying to contain Alai behind a fence of alliances, then he'll find himself facing overwhelming force wherever Alai decides to strike. Islam, the bloodthirsty one-way religion, has a track record only slightly less devastating to the human race than the buggers. It's time for the hegemon to live up to his job title and take decisive preemptive action, preferably in Armenia, where his forces will be able to strike like a knife into the neck of Islam. And when he does, it's time for Europe, China, and America to wake up and join him. We need unity against this threat as surely as we ever needed it against an alien invasion. From Peter Wiggin, personal at freepeopleofearth.fp.gov, to Petra Delphiki, get lost at freepeopleofearth.fp.gov. Ray, latest Martel essay. Encrypted using code. Decrypted using code. Strike like a knife into the neck of Islam indeed. Using what enormous army? What vast air force to neutralize the Muslims and airlift that enormous army over the mountainous terrain between Armenia and the neck of Islam? Fortunately, while Alai and Verlomi will know that Martel is full of Kuso, the Muslim press is famous for its paranoia. They should believe there's a threat. So now the pressure is on and the game's afoot. You're a natural rabble-rouser, Petra. Promise me you'll never run against me for anything. Oh, wait. I'm hegemon for life, aren't I? Good work, Mommy.
Caliph Alai and Verlomi sat beside each other at the head of a conference table in Chichlam, which the Muslim press still called Hyderabad. Alai couldn't understand why it bothered Verlomi that he refused to insist that the Muslims call the city by its pre-Muslim name. He had problems enough to worry about without a needlessly humiliating name change. After all, the Indians hadn't won their independence. They had married their way to self-government, which was a far better method than war. But without having won a victory on the field of battle, it was unseemly for Verlomi to insist on tokens of triumph, like making your undefeated conquerors change the name they used to refer to their own seat of government. In the past few days, Alai and Verlomi had met with several groups. At a conference of heads of Muslim states, they had listened to the woes and suggestions of such widely separated peoples as Indonesians, Algerians, Kazakhs, and Yemenis. At a much quieter conference of Muslim minorities, they had indulged the revolutionary fantasies of Filipino, French, Spanish, and Thai would-be jihadists. And in between, they had put on banquets for, and listened to stern counsel from, the French, American, and Russian foreign ministers. These lords of the ancient, weary empires, hadn't they noticed that their nations long since retired from the world? Yes, the Russians and Americans still had a formidable military, but where was their will to empire? They thought they could still boss around people like Ali, who had power and knew how to use it. But it did Caliph Ali no harm to pretend that these nations still mattered in the world, placate them with wise nods and palliative words, and they would go home and feel good about having helped promote peace on earth. Ali had complained to Virlomi afterward. Wasn't it enough for the Americans that the whole world used their dollar and let them dominate the IF? Wasn't it enough for the Russians that Caliph Ali was keeping his armies away from their frontier and was doing nothing to support Muslim rebel groups inside their borders? And the French? What did they expect Ali to do when he heard what their government's opinion was? Didn't they understand that they were spectators now in the great game, by their own choice? The players were not going to let the fans call the plays, no matter how well they played back in their day. Virlomi listened benignly and said nothing in all these meetings. Most of the visitors came away with the impression that she was a figurehead, and Caliph Ali was in complete control. This impression did no harm, but as Ali and his closest advisers knew, it was also completely false. Today's meeting was far more important. Gathered at this table were the men who actually ran the Muslim empire, the men Ali trusted, who made sure that the heads of the various Muslim states did what Ali needed them to do without chafing at how thoroughly they were under the Caliph's thumb. Since Ali had the ecstatic support of most of the Muslim people, he had enormous leverage in gaining the cooperation of their governments. But Ali did not yet have the clout to set up an independent system of finance. So he was dependent on contributions from the various republics and kingdoms and Islamic states that served him. The men at this table made sure that the money flowed inward toward Hyderabad, and obedience flowed outward, with the least possible friction. The most remarkable thing about these men was that they were no richer now than they had been when he appointed them. Despite all their opportunities to take a bribe here or exact a bit of kickback there, they had remained pure. They were motivated by devotion to the Caliph's cause and pride in their positions of trust and honor. Instead of one wazir, Ali had a dozen. They were gathered at this table to counsel him and hear his decisions. And every single one of them resented Virlomi's presence at the table. And Virlomi did nothing to help alleviate this, because even though she spoke softly and briefly, she persisted in using the quiet voice and enigmatic attitude that had played so well among Hindus. But Muslims had no goddess tradition, except perhaps in Indonesia and Malaysia, where they were especially alert to stamp out such tendencies where they found them. Virlomi was like an alien being among them. There were no cameras here. The role wasn't working for this audience. So why did she persist in acting the goddess here? Was it possible she believed it? That after years of playing the part in order to keep Indian resistance alive, she now believed that she was divinely inspired? Ridiculous to think she actually believed she was divine herself. If the Muslim people ever believed she thought that, they would expect Ali to divorce her and have done with this nonsense. They accepted the idea that the Caliph, like Solomon of old, might marry women from many kingdoms in order to symbolize the submission of those kingdoms to Islam as a wife submits to a husband. She couldn't believe she was a goddess. Ali was sure of that. Such superstitions would have been stamped out in battle school. Then again, battle school was over years ago, and Virlomi had lived in isolation and adulation during most of that time. Things had happened that would change anybody. She had told him about the campaign of stones in the road, the Great Wall of India, how she had seen her own actions turn into a vast movement, about how she first became a holy woman and then a goddess in hiding in eastern India. When she taught him about Satyagraha, he thought he understood. You sacrifice anything and everything in order to stand for what's right without causing harm to another. And yet she had also killed men with a gun she held in her own hand. There were times when she did not shrink from war. When she told him of her band of warriors who had stood off the whole Chinese army, preventing them from flooding back into India, from even resupplying the armies that Ali's Persians and Pakistanis were systematically destroying, he realized how much he owed to her brilliance as a commander, as a leader who could inspire incredible acts of bravery from her soldiers, as a teacher who could train peasants to be brutally efficient soldiers. Somewhere between Satyagraha and slaughter, there had to be a place where Virlomi, the girl from battle school, actually lived. Or perhaps not. Perhaps the cruel contradictions of her own actions had led her to put the responsibility elsewhere. She served the gods. She was a god herself. Therefore, it was not wrong for her to live by Satyagraha one day and wipe out an entire convoy in a landslide the next. The irony was that the longer he lived with her, the more Ali loved her. She was a sweet and generous lover, and she talked with him openly, girlishly, as if they were friends in school, as if they were still children. Which we are, aren't we? No, Ali was a man now, despite being in his teens, and Virlomi was older than he was, not a child at all. But they had had no childhood. Alone together, their marriage was more like playing at being husband and wife than anything else. It was still fun. And when they came to a meeting like this, Virlomi could switch off that playfulness, set aside the natural girl, and become the irritating Hindu goddess that continued to drive a wedge between Caliph Ali and his most trusted servants. Naturally, the council was worried about Peter Wiggin and Bean and Petra and Suryawang. That Martel essay was taken very seriously. So, naturally, in order to be irritating, Virlomi dismissed it. Martel can write what he wants. It means nothing. Careful not to contradict her, Hadrubet Sassar, Thorn, pointed out the obvious. The Delfikis really are in Armenia, and have been for a week. They have family there, said Virlomi. And they're on vacation taking the babies to visit grandfather and grandmother, said Alamandar. As usual, his irony was so dry you could easily miss the fact that he was utterly scornful of the idea. Of course not, said Virlomi, and her scorn was not subtle. Wiggin wants us to think they're planning something. We withdraw Turkish troops from Xinjiang to invade Armenia. Then Hanzu strikes in Xinjiang. Perhaps Al-Khalif has some intelligence indicating that the Emperor of China is in alliance with the hegemon, said Thorn. Peter Wiggin, said Virlomi, knows how to use people who don't know they're being used. Ali listened to her and thought, that principle might as easily apply to the Armenians as to Hansa. Perhaps they're being used by Peter Wiggin without their consent. A simple matter to send Bean and Petra to visit the Arcanians, and then plant a false story that this means the Armenians are about to join the FPE. Ali raised a hand. Najas, would you compare the language in the Martel essays with the writings of Peter Wiggin, including the Locke essays, and tell me if they might be written by the same hand? A murmur of approval around the table. We will not take action against Armenia, said Caliph Ali, based on unsubstantiated rumors from the nets, nor based on our long-standing suspicion of the Armenians. Ali watched their reaction. Some nodded approvingly, but most hid their reactions, and Musafi, the youngest of his wazirs, showed his skepticism. Musafi, speak to us, said Ali. It makes little difference to the people, said Musafi, whether we can prove that the Armenians are plotting against us or not. This isn't a court of law. They are being told by many that instead of gaining India peacefully by marriage, we lost it the same way. Ali did not look at Virlomi, nor did he sense any stiffening or change in her attitude. We did nothing when the hegemon humiliated the Sudanese and stole Muslim land in Nubia. Musafi raised his hand to the inevitable objection. The people believe the land was stolen. So you fear that they will think the Caliph is ineffective, They expected you to spread Islam throughout the world. Instead, you seem to be losing ground. The very fact that Armenia cannot be the source of a serious invasion also means that it's a safe place to take some limited action that will assure the people that the caliphate is still watching over Islam. And how many men should die for this? Said Ali. For the continued unity of the Muslim people? Asked Musafi. As many as love God. There's wisdom in this, said Ali. But the Muslim people are not the only people in the world. Outside of Islam, Armenia is perceived as a heroic victim nation. Isn't there a chance that any kind of action in Armenia will be seen as proof that Islam is expanding, just as Martel charges? Then what happens to the Muslim minorities in Europe? Virlomi leaned forward, looking each of the counselors boldly in the face, as if she had authority at this table. Her stance was more aggressive than Ali ever showed to his friends. But then these were not her friends. You care about unity? It's always been a problem in the Muslim world, said Alamandar. Some of the men chuckled. The free people can't invade us because we're more powerful than they are at any point where they might attack, said Virlomi. Is our goal to unite the world under the leadership of Caliph Ali? Then our great rival is not Peter Wiggin. It's Hanzu. He came to me with plots against Caliph Ali. He proposed marriage with me so India and China could unite against Islam. When was this? Asked Musafi. Ali understood why he was asking. It was before Virlomi and I even considered marriage, Musafi. My wife has behaved with perfect propriety. Musafi was satisfied. Virlomi showed no sign that she even cared what the interruption had been about. You don't fight wars to enhance domestic unity. To do that, you pursue economic policies that make your people fat and rich. Wars are fought to create safety, to expand borders, and to eliminate future dangers. Hanzu is such a danger. Since he has taken office, said Thorn, Hanzu has taken no aggressive action. He has been conciliatory with all his neighbors. He even sent home the Indian Prime Minister, didn't he? That was no conciliatory gesture, said Virlomi. The expansionist Snow Tiger is gone. His policies failed. We have nothing to fear from China, said Thorn. He had gone too far, and everyone at the table knew it. It was one thing to make suggestions, and quite another to flatly contradict Virlomi. Pointedly, Virlomi sat back and looked at Ali, waiting for him to take action against the offender. But Thorn had earned his nickname because he would say uncomfortable truths. Nor did Ali intend to start banishing advisors from his council just because Virlomi was annoyed with them. Once again, our friend Thorn proves that his name is well chosen, and once again, we forgive him for his bluntness, or should I say, sharpness. Laughter, but they were still wary of Virlomi's wrath. I see that this council prefers to send Muslims to die in cosmetic wars, while the real enemy is allowed to gather strength unmolested, solely because he has not attacked us yet. She turned directly to Thorn. My husband's good friend Thorn is like the man in a leaky boat, surrounded by sharks. He has a rifle, and his fellow passenger says, "Why don't you shoot those sharks? Once the boat sinks and we're in the water, you won't be able to use the rifle." "You fool," says the man. "Why should I provoke the sharks? None of them has bit me yet." Thorn seemed determined to press his luck. The way I heard the story, the boat was surrounded by dolphins, and the man shot at them until he ran out of ammunition. "Why did you do that?" his friend asked, and the man said, "Because one of them was a shark in disguise." "Which one?" said his companion. "You fool," says the man. "I told you he's in disguise." Then the blood in the water drew many sharks, but the man's gun was empty. "Thank you all for your wise counsel," said Ali. I must now think about all that you have said." Virlomi smiled at Thorn. "I must remember your alternate version of the story. It's hard to decide which one is funnier. Maybe one is funny to Hindus and the other to Muslims." Alai stood up and began shaking hands with the men around the table, in effect dismissing each one in turn. It had already been rude for Virlomi to continue the conversation, but still she would not let up. "Or perhaps," she said to the group as a whole, "Thorn's story is funny only to the sharks, because if his story is believed, the sharks are safe." Virlomi had never gone this far before. If she were a Muslim wife, he could take her by the arm and gently lead her from the room, then explain to her why she could not say such things to men who were not free to answer. But then, if she were a Muslim wife, she wouldn't have been at the table in the first place. Alai shook hands with the rest of them, and they showed their deference to him. But he also saw a growing wariness. His failure to stop Virlomi from giving such outrageous offense to a man who had admittedly gone too far himself looked like weakness to them. He knew they were wondering just how much influence Virlomi had over him, and whether he was truly functioning as Caliph anymore, or was just a hen-pecked husband, married to a woman who thought she was a god. In short, was Caliph Alai succumbing to idolatry by being married to this mad woman? Not that anyone could say such a thing, even to each other, even in private. In fact, they probably weren't thinking it either. I'm thinking it. When he and Virlomi were alone, Alai walked out of the room to the conference room toilet, where he washed his face and hands. Virlomi followed him inside. "Are you strong or weak?" she asked. "I married you for your strength." He said nothing. "You know I'm right. Peter Wiggin can't touch us. Only Hanzu stands between us and uniting the world under our rule." "That's not true, Virlomi," said Alai. "So you contradict me too?" "We're equals, Virlomi," said Alai. "We can contradict each other when we're alone together." "So if I'm wrong, who is a greater threat than Hanzu?" "If we attack Hanzu unprovoked, and it looks as if he might lose, or he does lose, then we can expect the Muslim population of Europe to be expelled, and the nations of Europe will unite, probably with the United States, probably with Russia. Instead of a mountain border that Hanzu is not threatening, we'll have an indefensible border thousands of kilometers long in Siberia, and enemies whose combined military might will dwarf ours. America, Europe, those fat old men." "I see you're giving my ideas careful consideration," said Alai. "Nothing's certain in war," said Virlomi. "This might happen, that might happen. I'll tell you what will happen. India will take action, whether the Muslims join us or not. India, which has little equipment and no trained army, will take on China's battle-hardened veterans, and without the help of the Turkish divisions in Xinjiang and the Indonesian divisions in Taiwan, the Indian people do what I ask them," said Virlomi. "The Indian people do what you ask them, as long as it's possible. Who are you to say what's possible?" "Virlomi," said Alai, "I'm not Alexander of Macedonia. That much is abundantly clear. In fact, Alai, what battle have you ever fought and won?" "You mean before or after the final war against the Buggers?" "Of course. You were one of the sacred Jish, so you're right about everything, forever. And it was my plan that destroyed the Chinese will to fight. Your plan, which depended on my little band of patriots holding the Chinese army at bay in the mountains of eastern India. No, Virlomi, your holding action saved thousands of lives. But if every single Chinese they sent over the mountain had faced us in India, we would have won. Easy to say, because my plan was for the Turkish troops to take Beijing, while most of the Chinese forces were tied up in India, at which point the Chinese troops would have been called back from India. Your heroic action saved many lives and made our victory quicker, by about 2 weeks and an estimated 100,000 casualties, so I'm grateful. But you've never led large armies into combat. Virlomi waved it away, as if such a gesture could make the fact of it disappear. Virlomi, said Alai, I love you and I'm not trying to hurt you, but you've been fighting all this time against very bad commanders. You've never come up against someone like me, or Hanzu, or Petra, and definitely not one like Bean. The stars of battle school, said Virlomi. Ancient test scores and membership in a club whose president got outmaneuvered and sent into exile. What have you done lately, Caliph Alai? I married a woman with a bold plan, said Alai. But what did I marry, said Virlomi? A man who wants the world to be united in peace. I thought the woman who built the Great Wall of India would want the same thing. I thought our marriage was part of that. I never knew you were so bloodthirsty. Not bloodthirsty. Realistic. I see our true enemy, and I'm going to fight him. Our rival is Peter Wiggin, said Alai. He has a plan for uniting the world, but his depends on the caliphate collapsing into chaos and Islam ceasing to be a force in the world. That's what the Martel essay was designed to do. Provoke us into doing something stupid in Armenia or Nubia. Well, at least you see through that. I see through all of it, said Alai. And you don't see the most obvious thing of all. The longer we wait, the closer we come to the day when Bean will die. It's a cruel and terrible fact, but when he's gone, then Peter Wiggin loses his greatest tool. Virlomi looked at him with withering scorn. Back to the battle school test scores. All the kids in battle school were tested, said Alai, including you. Yes, and what did that get any of them? They sat here in Hyderabad like passive slaves while Ashil bullied them. I escaped. Me. Somehow I was different. But did that show up on any of their tests in battle school? There are things they didn't test for. Alai did not tell her the obvious. She was different only because Petra asked her for help and not someone else. She would not have escaped without Petra's request. Ender's Jish didn't come from the tests, said Alai. We were chosen because of what we did. Because of what you did that Graf thought was important. There were qualities that he didn't know were important, so he didn't watch for them. Alai laughed. What? You're jealous because you weren't in Ender's Jish? I'm disgusted that you still believe that Bean is irresistible because he's so smart. You haven't seen him in action, said Alai. He's scary. No, you're just scared. Virlomi, said Alai, don't do this. Don't do what? Don't force my hand. I'm not forcing anything. We're equals, right? You'll tell your armies what to do, and I'll tell mine. If you send your troops on a suicide attack against China, then China will be at war with me, too. That's what our marriage means. So you're committing me to war whether I like it or not. I can win without you. Don't believe your own propaganda, my beloved, said Alai. You aren't a god. You aren't infallible. And right now you're so irrational that it scares me. Not irrational, said Virlomi. Confident and determined. You studied where I did. You already know all the reasons why an attack against China is insane. That's why we'll achieve surprise. That's why we'll win. Besides, said Virlomi, our battle plans will be drawn up by the great Caliph Alai. And he was a member of Ender's Jish. What happened to the idea of our being equals, said Alai. We are equals. I never forced you to do anything. And I'm not forcing you either. Saying that over and over won't make it true. I'm doing what I choose, and you're doing what you choose. The only thing I want from you is, I want your baby inside me before I lead my troops to war. What do you think this is, the Middle Ages? You don't lead your troops to war. I do, said Vrlomi. You do if you're a squad commander. There's no point when you have an army of 1 million men. They can't see you, so it doesn't help. You reminded me a minute ago that you aren't Alexander of Macedon. Well, Alai, I am Jeanne d'Arc. When I said I'm not Alexander, said Alai, I wasn't referring to his military prowess. I was referring to his marriage to a Persian princess. She looked irritated. I studied his campaigns. He returned to Babylon and married a daughter of the old Persian emperor. He made his officers marry Persians too. He was trying to unite the Greeks with the Persians and form them into one nation by making the Persians a little more Greek and the Greeks a little more Persian. Your point. The Greeks said, we conquered the world by being Greek. The Persians lost their empire by being Persian. So you aren't trying to make your Muslims more Hindu or my Hindus more Muslim. Very good. He tried to combine soldiers of Persia and soldiers of Greece into one army. It didn't work. It fell apart. We're not making those mistakes. Exactly, said Alai. I'm not going to make mistakes that destroy my caliphate. Vrlomi laughed. All right, then. If you think invading China is such a mistake, what are you going to do? Divorce me? Void our treaty? What then? You'll have to retreat from India, and you'll look like even more of a Zopa. Or you'll try to stay, and then I'll go to war against you. It all comes crashing down, Alai. So you're not going to get rid of me. You're going to stay my husband, and you're going to love me, and we'll have babies together, and we'll conquer the world and govern it together. And do you know why? Why? He said sadly. Because that's how I want it. That's what I've learned over the past few years. Whatever I think of, if I decide I want it, if I do what I know I need to do, then it happens. I'm the lucky girl whose dreams come true. She came to him, wrapped her arms around him, kissed him. He kissed her back because it would be unwise of him to show her how sad and frightened he was, and how little he desired her now. I love you, she said. You're my best dream.
Chapter 20. Plans. From Imperial Self, Hot Soup at forbiddencity.ch.gov, to Weaver, Vrlomi at motherindia.in.net, Caliph, Salam at caliph.gov, Ray, don't do this. Alai, Vrlomi, what are you thinking? Troop movements can't be hidden. Do you really want this bloodbath? Are you bent on proving that Graf is right and none of us belong on Earth? Hot Soup. From Weaver, Vrlomi at motherindia.in.net, to Imperial Self, Hot Soup at forbiddencity.ch.gov, Ray, Silly Boy. Did you think that Chinese offenses in India would be forgotten? If you don't want bloodshed, then swear allegiance to Mother India and Caliph Alai. Disband your armies and offer no resistance. We will be far more merciful to the Chinese than the Chinese were to India. From Caliph. Jishma.
Mazer Rackham sat across from Peter Wiggin in his office in Rotterdam.
We are very concerned, said Rackham.
So am I.
What have you set in motion here, Peter?
Mazer, said Peter, all I've done is keep pressing, using what small tools I have. They decide how to respond to that pressure. I was prepared for an invasion of Armenia or Nubia. I was prepared to take advantage of a mass expulsion of Muslims from some or all European nations.
And war between India and China? Are you prepared for that?
These are your geniuses, Mazer, yours and Graf's. You trained them. You explained to me why Alai and Verlomi are doing something so stupid and suicidal as to throw badly armed Indian troops against Hansu's battle-hardened, fully equipped, revenge-hungry army.
So that's not something you did.
I'm not like you and Graf. I don't think I'm some master puppeteer. I've got this amount of power and influence in the world, and it doesn't amount to much. I have 1 billion or so citizens who have not yet become a genuine nation, so I have to keep dancing just to keep the FPE viable. I have a military force which is well-trained and well-equipped, has excellent morale, and is so small it wouldn't even be noticed on a battlefield in China or India. I have my personal reputation as Locke, and my not-so-empty anymore office as Hegemon. And I have been, both his actual abilities and his extravagant reputation. That's my arsenal. Do you see anything in that list that would allow me to even think of starting a war between two major world powers over whom I have no influence?
It just played into your hands so nicely, we couldn't help but think you had something to do with it.
No, you did. You made these kids crazy in battle school. Now they're all mad kings using the lives of their subjects as playing pieces in a tawdry game of one-upsmanship.
Rackham sat back, looking a little sick. We didn't want this either. And I don't think they're crazy. Somebody must see some advantage in starting this war, and yet I can't think who. You're the only one who stands to gain, so we thought...
Believe it or not, I would not start a war like this, even if I thought I could profit from picking up the pieces. The only people who start wars that are bound to depend on human waves getting cut down by machine guns are fanatics or idiots. I think we can safely rule out idiocy, so... that leaves Verlomi.
That's what we're afraid of, that she actually comes to believe her image. God-blessed and irresistible. Rackham raised an eyebrow. But you knew that. You met with her.
She proposed marriage to me. I turned her down.
Before she went to Alai?
I have a feeling that she married Alai on the rebound.
She offered you India.
She offered me an entanglement. I turned it into an opportunity.
You knew when you turned her down that she'd be angry and do something stupid.
Peter shrugged. I knew she'd do something spiteful, something to show her power. I had no idea she'd try Alai, and I certainly had no idea he'd actually fall for it. Didn't he know she was crazy? I mean, not clinically, but drunk on power.
You tell me why he did it.
He was one of Ender's Jish. You and Graf must have so much paper on Alai that you know when he scratches his butt.
Rackham only waited.
Look, I don't know why he did it, except maybe he thought he could control her. When he came home from Eros, he was a naive and righteous Muslim boy who's been sheltered ever since. Maybe he just wasn't ready to deal with a real live woman. The question now is, how will this play out?
How do you think it will play out?
Why should I tell you what I think? What possible advantage will I get from you and Graf knowing what I'm expecting and what I'm preparing to do about it?
How will it hurt?
It'll hurt because if you decide your goals are different from mine, you'll meddle. Some of your meddling I've appreciated, but right now I don't want either the IF or Coleman doing one damn thing. I'm juggling too many balls to want some volunteer juggler to come in and try to help.
Peter, Graf was so right about you.
What?
When he rejected you for battle school.
Because I was too aggressive. And look what he actually accepted.
Peter, think about what you just said.
Peter thought about it. You mean about juggling?
I mean about why you were rejected for battle school.
Peter immediately felt stupid. His parents had been told that he was rejected because he was too aggressive, dangerously so, and he had wormed that information out of them at a very young age. Ever since then, it had been a burden he carried around inside, the judgment that he was dangerous. Sometimes it had made him bold. More often, it had made him not trust his own judgment, his own moral framework. Am I doing this because it's right? Am I doing this because it will really be to my benefit? Or only because I'm aggressive and can't stand to sit back and wait? He had forced himself to be more patient, more subtle than his first impulse. Time after time he had held back. It was because of this that he had used Valentine and now Petra to write the more dangerous demagogic essays. He didn't want any kind of textual analysis to point to him as the author. It was why he had held back from any kind of serious arm-twisting with nations that kept playing with him about joining the FPE. He couldn't afford to have anyone perceive him as coercive. And all this time, that assessment of him was a lie. I'm not too aggressive.
It's impossible to be too aggressive for battle school. Reckless, now that would be dangerous. But nobody has ever called you reckless, have they? And your parents would have known that was a lie, because they could have seen what a calculating little bastard you were, even at the age of 7.
Why, thanks.
No, Graf looked at your tests and watched what the monitor showed us, and then he talked to me and showed me, and we realized you weren't what we wanted as commander of the army, because people don't love you. Sorry, but it's true. You're not warm. You don't inspire devotion. You would have been a good commander under someone like Ender, but you could never have held the whole thing together the way he did.
I'm doing fine now. Thanks.
You're not commanding soldiers. Peter, do Bean or Suri love you? Would they die for you? Or do they serve you because they believe in your cause?
They think the world united under me as hegemon would be better than the world united under anyone else, or not united at all.
A simple calculation.
A calculation based on trust that I've damn well earned.
But not personal devotion. Even Valentine, she was never devoted to you, and she knew you better than anyone.
She pretty much hated me.
Too strong, Peter. Too strong a word. She didn't trust you. She feared you. She saw your mind like clockwork. Very smart. She always figured you were 6 steps ahead of her.
Peter shrugged.
But you weren't, were you?
Ruling the world isn't a chess game. Or if it is, it's a game with 1,000 powerful pieces and 8 billion pawns. And the pieces keep changing their capabilities, and the game board never stays the same. So, just how far ahead can you possibly see? All I could do was put myself into a position with the most possible influence, and then exploit whatever opportunities came.
Rackham nodded. But one thing was certain. Your off-the-charts aggressiveness, your passion to control events, we knew that you would place yourself in the center of everything.
It was Peter's turn to laugh. So you left me home from battle school so I would be what I am now.
As I said, you weren't suited for military life. You don't take orders very well. People aren't devoted to you, and you aren't devoted to anyone else.
I might be, if I found somebody I respected enough.
The only person you ever respected that much is on a colony ship right now, and you'll never see him again.
I could never have followed Ender.
No, you never could. But he's the only person you respected enough. The trouble was, he was your younger brother. You couldn't have lived with the shame.
Well, all this analysis is nice, but how does it help us now?
We don't have a plan either, Peter. We're also just moving useful pieces into place, taking others out of play. We have some assets, just as you do. We have our arsenal.
You have the whole IF. You could put a stop to all of this.
No. Polemarch Shamrajnagar is adamant about it, and he's right. We could force the world's armies to come to a halt. They would all obey us or pay a terrible price. But who would be ruling the world then?
The fleet.
And who is the fleet? It's volunteers from Earth. And from that moment on, who would be our volunteers? People who love the idea of going out into space, or people who want to control the government of Earth? It would turn us into an Earth-centered institution. It would destroy the colonization project. And the fleet would be hated, because it would soon be dominated by people who loved power.
Makes you sound like a bunch of nervous virgins.
We are. And that's a strange line coming from a nervous virgin like you.
Peter didn't bother responding to that. So, you and Graf won't do anything that would compromise the purity of the IF?
Unless somebody brings out the nukes again. We won't let that happen. 2 nuclear wars were enough.
We never had a nuclear war.
World War II was a nuclear war, even if only 2 bombs were dropped, and the bomb that destroyed Mecca was the end of a civil war within Islam being fought out through surrogates and terrorism. Ever since then, nobody has even considered using nukes. But wars that are ended by nukes are nuclear wars.
Fine. Definitions.
Hiram and I are doing everything we can. So is the Polemarch. And believe it or not, we're trying to help you. We want you to succeed.
And now you're pretending that you've been rooting for me all along?
Not at all. We had no idea whether you'd be a tyrant or a wise ruler. No idea of what method you'd use or what your world government would be like. We knew you couldn't do it by charisma because you don't have much. And I'll admit, you emerged with greater clarity after we got a good look at Ashiel.
So, you didn't really get behind me until you realized I was better than Ashiel.
Your achievements were so extraordinary that we were still wary of you. Then Ashiel showed us that you were actually cautious and self-restrained compared to what could have been done by somebody who was truly ruthless. We saw a tyrant on the make, and we realized you weren't one.
Depending on how you define tyrant.
Peter, we're trying to help you. We want you to unite the world under civilian government. Without any advice from us, you've determined to do it by persuasion and plebiscite instead of using armies and terror.
I use armies.
You know what I mean.
I just didn't want you to have any illusions.
So tell me what you're thinking, what you're planning, so we won't interfere with our meddling.
Because you're on my side? Peter said scornfully.
No, we're not on your side. We're not really in this game, except insofar as it affects us. We're in the business of dispersing the human race to as many worlds as possible. But so far, only 2 colony ships have taken off, and it will be another generation before any of them lands. Far longer before we know whether the colonies will take hold and succeed. Even longer than that before we know if they'll become isolated worlds, or trade will be profitable enough to make interstellar travel economically feasible. That's all we care about.
But to accomplish it, we have to get recruits from Earth, and we have to pay for the ships, again, from Earth, and we have to do it without any hope of financial return for 100 years at the best. Capitalism is not good at thinking 100 years ahead. So we need government funding.
Which you've managed to get, even when I couldn't raise a dime.
No, Peter. Don't you understand? Everybody except the United States and Britain and a handful of smaller countries has stopped paying their assessments. We're living off our huge cash reserves. It's been enough to outfit 2 ships, to build a new class of gravity-controlled messenger ships, a few projects like that. But we're running out of money. We have no way to finance even the ships we already have under construction.
You want me to win, so I'll pay for your fleet.
We want you to win so that the human race can stop spending its vast surpluses on ways to kill each other, and can instead send all the people that would have been killed in war out into space. And all the money that would have been spent on weapons can be spent on colony ships and on trading ships eventually. The human race has always produced a vast surplus of human beings and of wealth, and it has used up almost all of it, either on stupid monuments like the pyramids or on brutal, bloody, pointless wars. We want you to unite the world so that this waste can finally stop.
You are such dreamers, such idealists.
We were warriors, and we studied our enemy, the Hive Queens. They failed because they were too unified. Human beings are a better design for a sentient species, once we get over this war thing. What the Hive Queens tried, we can do. Spread out the species so it can develop truly new cultures.
New cultures? When you insist that each colony be made up entirely of people from one nation, one language group?
We're not absolutely rigid on that, but yes, there are 2 ways of looking at species diversity. One is that every colony should contain a complete copy of the whole human race, every culture, every language, every race. But what's the point of that? Earth already has that, and look how well it's worked. No, the great colonies of the past have succeeded precisely because they were internally unified. People who knew each other, trusted each other, shared the same purposes, embraced the same laws. Each one monochromatic to begin with. But when we send out 50 monochromatic colony ships, but all different colors, so to speak, 50 different colonies, each with a separate cultural and linguistic root, then the human race can perform 50 different experiments. Real species diversity.
I don't care what you say. I'm not going.
Rackham smiled. We don't want you to.
The 2 colony ships you've launched, one of them was Ender's.
That's right.
Who's the commander of the second ship?
Well, the ship is commanded by...
Who's going to rule the colony?
Dink Meeker.
So that was the plan. They meant to take Ender's Geesh and anybody else who was dangerously talented in a military way and send them off into space. So to you, this war between Hansu and Alai is your worst nightmare.
Rackham nodded.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
All right, worry if you want. But your offer to Ender's Geesh to take them all off-planet to give them colonies, now I understand what it's about. You care about these kids whose lives you co-opted. You want to get them off into worlds where there's no rival. They can use their talents to help a community triumph over a new world.
Yes.
But the most important thing is, they won't be on Earth.
Rackham shrugged.
You knew that nobody could ever unite the world as you need it to be united while these highly trained, highly aggressive, public certified geniuses are still in it.
We didn't see a way it could happen.
Well, that's a lie. You saw the way it would happen because it's obvious. One of them would be ruler of Earth because all the others would be dead.
Yes, we saw that, but it wasn't an option.
Why not? It's the human way of settling things.
We love these kids, Peter.
But love them or not, they'll all die eventually. No, I think you would have been content to let them work it out if you thought it would work, if you thought one of them would emerge triumphant. What you couldn't stand was the knowledge that they were so evenly matched that none of them would win. They'd use up the resources of Earth, all that surplus population, and still there'd be no clear winner.
That wouldn't help anything.
So if you could have found a cure for Bean's condition, you wouldn't need me, because Bean could do it. He could defeat the others. He could unite the world, because he's so much better than they are.
But he's going to die.
And you love him, and you're going to try to save his life.
We want him to help you win first.
That's not possible, not in the time he has left.
By win, I mean we want him to help you get into a position where your victory is inevitable, given your abilities. Right now, you could be stopped by all kinds of chance events. Having Bean increases your power and influence. Another thing that would help is if we could get the rest of the Jish off this planet. If we've removed from the board all the pieces that could challenge you, if, in effect, you're the queen in a game of knights and bishops, then you won't need Bean anymore.
I'll need somebody. I'm not trained for war the way these battle school kids were. And, as you said, I'm not the kind of guy that soldiers want to die for.
Rackham leaned forward.
Peter, tell us what you're planning.
I'm not planning anything. I'm simply waiting. When I met Velomi, I realized that she was the key to everything. She's volatile, she's powerful, and she's drunk. I knew that she'd do something destabilizing, something that would break things apart.
So you think the war between India and China will happen, and that Ali's Muslim League will be drawn into it?
That's possible. I hope it won't happen.
But if it does, you'll be poised to attack Ali when his forces are tied up fighting China.
No.
No?
We're not going to attack anybody.
Then what? Whoever emerges from that war...
I don't think that war's going to amount to much, if it happens at all. But if it does happen, then both sides will be weakened by it. There's no shortage of ambitious nations ready to step in and pick up the pieces.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I wish you'd believe me. There is only one thing I'm sure of. Ali's and Velomi's marriage is doomed. And if you want either or both of them to command any of your precious colonies, you'd better make sure you're ready to get them off planet fast.
Are you planning something?
No. Are you listening? I'm watching the whole damn thing just like you are. I've already played my cards, making the Muslim leadership suspicious of my intentions, provoking them, plus a little quiet diplomacy.
With whom?
With Russia.
You're trying to get them to join with you in attacking Ali? Or China?
No. If I tried anything like that, word would get out, and then what Muslim nation would ever join the FPE?
So what are you doing with your diplomacy?
Begging the Russians to stay out of it.
In other words, pointing out the opportunity and telling them that you're not going to interfere in any way.
Yes.
Politics is so indirect.
That's why conquerors rarely make great rulers.
And great rulers are rarely conquerors.
You closed the door on my becoming a conqueror. So, if I'm to be the ruler of the world, a good one, then I have to win that position in such a way as not to have to keep killing people in order to stay in power. It does the world no good if everything depends on me, if it all collapses when I die. I need to build this thing piece by piece, bit by bit, with powerful institutions that have their own momentum, so that it will make very little difference who's at the head. It's what I learned from growing up in America. It was a nation created out of nothing but a set of ideals that they never measured up to. Now and then they had great leaders, but usually nothing but political hacks, and I mean right from the start. Washington was great, but Adams was paranoid and lazy, and Jefferson was as vile a scheming politician as a nation has ever been cursed with. I learned a lot from him about destroying your enemies with demagoguery conducted under pseudonyms.
So you were praising him?
I'm saying that America shaped itself with institutions so strong that it could survive corruption, stupidity, vanity, ambition, recklessness, and even insanity in its chief executive. I'm trying to do the same thing with the free people of Earth. Base it on some simple but workable ideals. Bring nations into it because they freely choose to join. Unite them with a language and a system of laws, and give them a stake in institutions that take on a life of their own. And I can't do any of that if I conquer a single country and force it to join. That's a rule I can never violate. My forces will defeat enemies who attack the FPE and will carry war into their territory to do it. But when it comes to joining the FPE, they can only do it if a majority of the people want to, if they choose to be subject to our laws and take part in our institutions.
But you're not above getting other nations to do your conquering for you.
Islam has never learned how to be a religion. It's a tyranny by its very nature. Until it learns to let the door swing both ways and permit Muslims to decide not to be Muslim without penalty, then the world has no choice but to fight against it in order to remain free. As long as Muslim nations remained divided, working against each other, they weren't going to be a problem for me, because I could pick them up one by one, especially after the FPE becomes large enough for them to see how the people within my borders prosper.
But united under Ali.
Ali is a decent guy. I think he has some idea of liberalizing Islam from the top. But it can't be done. He's simply wrong. He's a general, not a politician. As long as ordinary Muslims believe it is their duty to kill any Muslim who tries to quit being a Muslim, as long as they think they have a holy duty to resort to arms to compel unbelievers to obey Islamic law, you can't liberalize that. You can't make it a decent system for anybody, not even for Muslims, because the cruelest, narrowest, most evil people will always rise to power, because they'll always be the ones most willing to wrap themselves in the crescent flag and murder people in God's name.
So Ali is doomed to fail.
Ali is doomed to die. The moment the fanatics realize that he's not as fanatically pure a Muslim as they are, they'll kill him.
And install a new caliph?
They can install whoever they want. It won't matter to me. Without Ali, there's no Islamic unity, because only Ali can lead them to victory, and in defeat, Muslims don't stay united. They move like a great wave until they meet a wall of rock that doesn't move. Then they crash and recede.
As they did after Charles Martel defeated them.
It's Ali who made them powerful. The only trouble is, Ali doesn't like the things he has to do in order to rule a totalitarian system like Islam. He's already killed a lot more people than he wanted to. Ali's not a killer, but he's become one. And he likes it less and less.
You think he's not going to follow Virlomi into war?
It's a race between followers of Ali who plan to kill Virlomi in order to free Ali from her influence, and fanatical Muslims who plan to kill Ali because he betrayed Islam by marrying Velomi in the first place.
Do you know who the conspirators are?
I don't have to. If there weren't any conspirators planning murder, it wouldn't be a Muslim empire. And there's another race. Can they kill Ali or Velomi before China or Russia attacks? And even if they do kill one or both of them, will that stop China or Russia from attacking? Or simply encourage them to think that victory will be more likely?
And is there any scenario where you'll go to war?
Yes. If they get rid of Velomi and Russia and China don't attack, then Ali, or his successor, if they kill him too, will be pushed into attacking Armenia and Nubia. And that's a war I'm ready to fight. We'll destroy them. We'll be the rock against which Islam crashes and breaks into pieces.
And if Russia or China does attack them before they can turn to you, then you still profit from the war as frightened nations unite with you against either Russia or China, whichever country is seen as the aggressive, dangerous one.
It's like I said. I have no idea how things will turn out. I just know that I am ready to take advantage of every situation I can think of, and I'm watching very closely, so that if something happens that I haven't foreseen, I can take advantage of it.
So here's the key question. It's the information I came here to get.
I'm dying to hear.
How long are you going to need Bean?
Peter thought about that one for a while. I've had to make my plans knowing that he was going to die, or once you made him your offer, leave. So the answer is, as long as I have him, of course I'll use him, either to intimidate would-be enemies or to command my forces when we go to war. But if he dies or leaves, I can make do. My plans don't depend on having Bean.
So if he left in 3 months?
Rackham, have you already found his other children? Is that what you're saying? Have you found them and you aren't telling him and Petra because you think I need Bean?
Not all of them.
You're cold. You're such bastards. You're still using children as your tools.
Yes, said Rackham, we're bastards. But we mean well. Just like you.
Give Bean and Petra their babies, and save his life if you can. He's a good man, who deserves better than to have you toy with him any longer.
Chapter 21. Papers. From The Impaled One to Honest Abe. Lincoln at railsplitter.org/write to the author. Ray. God help me. Sometimes you give advice assuming that no one will take it. I just hope the man upstairs will forgive me and still find a place for me. Meanwhile, tell the big guy he's got to do something about the cup I broke. From Peter Wiggin, private at hegemon.gov, to Graf, pilgrimage at colmin.gov, forward, Ray, God help me. Dear Hiram, as you will see from below, our Slavic friend has apparently offered suggestions to his government that they actually took, and he regrets it. Assuming that you're the guy upstairs, I would guess this open encryption suggests he wants out. My sources last put him in Florida, but if they're watching him closely, they would have moved him to Idaho. As for the cup he broke, I think he means that instead of Russia looking for a chance to attack Ali, they've made a deal with the Muslim League. And while China looks south to fight India, Russia is going to move on Hanzu from the north, while the Turks move from the west, the Indonesians from Taiwan, and Velomi's insane invasion will go on over the mountains. Not so insane now. However, on the chance that by the big guy, Russian boy meant somebody other than The man upstairs, he could only mean a certain giant we both know. I'll confer with him and Mrs. Giant about what, if anything, we can do to deal with the situation. Peter.
Ali had given his orders, and now he was going to make sure he was out of Hyderabad when they were carried out. The Caliph could not be tainted with the arrest of his own wife. But the Caliph could not be ruled by her either. Ali knew that the wazirs of his council hated her. If he did not have her arrested by men loyal to him, then she would certainly be killed. Later, after things had settled down, after she had regained her senses and stopped thinking she was unstoppable, he would take her out of prison. He could not release her in India, that was out of the question. Maybe Graf would take her. She wasn't one of Ender's Jish, but by the same reasoning Graf had used in his invitation, the world would certainly be a safer place with her gone from it, while a colony might be lucky to have someone of such ability and ambition at its head. Meanwhile, without Virlomi, there was no reason for him to govern from Hyderabad. He would continue to respect his treaty with India and withdraw his forces. Let them try to rebuild without Virlomi's madness trying to throw them prematurely into war. India would not be in shape to mount a meaningful military campaign against anything more substantial than a flock of starlings for many years to come. Ali would spend the next few years putting Islam's house in order and trying to forge a real nation out of this mishmash that history had left for him to deal with. If Syrians and Iraqis and Egyptians couldn't get along with each other and despised each other the moment they heard the other's accent, how could anyone expect Moroccans and Persians and Uzbeks and Malays to see the world in the same way just because the muezzin called them to prayer? Besides, he had to deal with the stateless peoples, the Kurds, the Berbers, half the nomad tribes of ancient Bactria. Ali knew perfectly well that these Muslims would not follow a caliph who kept the status quo, not when Peter Wiggin was tempting revolutionaries everywhere with his promise of statehood and the examples of Runa and Nubia. We brought Nubia on ourselves, thought Ali. The ancient Muslim contempt for blackest Africa still seethed under the surface. If Ali had not been a member of Ender's Jish, it would have been inconceivable for him as a black African to be named Caliph. It was in Sudan, where the races met face to face, that the ugliness had emerged with so much virulence. The rest of Islam should have disciplined Sudan long ago, and now they all paid the price, with the humiliation of Sudan at the hands of the FPE. So we have to give the Kurds and Berbers their own governments. Real ones, not sham, autonomous regions. That would not be popular in Morocco and Iraq and Turkey, Ali knew. That's why it was stupid in the extreme to imagine embarking on wars of conquest when there was no peace or unity inside the world of Islam. Ali would govern from Damascus. It was far more central. He would be surrounded by Muslim culture instead of Hindu. It would be a civilian-centered government, not an obvious military dictatorship, and the world would see that Islam was not interested in conquering the world, that Caliph Ali had already liberated more people from oppressive conquerors than Peter Wiggin ever could. As Ali left his office, 2 of the guards fell in step beside him. Ever since Virlomi simply walked into his office the day they got married, Alamandar had insisted that it not be so easy to walk into highly sensitive areas of the compound. "We are in occupied enemy country, my Caliph," he had said, and he was right. Still, there was something that made Ali uneasy about having to be accompanied by guards as he moved about the compound. It felt wrong. The Caliph should be able to move among his own people with perfect trust and openness. As Ali stepped through the door into the parking garage, 2 more guards joined the 2 who had walked with him from upstairs. His limousine sat idling at the curb. The back door opened. He saw someone jogging toward him from among the parked cars. It was Ivan Lankovsky. Ali had rewarded him for his loyal service by putting him in charge of the administration of the Turkish nations of Central Asia. What was he doing here? Ali had not called him back from service, and Ivan had not written or called about coming. Ivan reached into his jacket, where a gun would be if he was armed with a shoulder holster. And he would be armed. He had carried a gun for too many years to be comfortable without one now. Alamander got out of the open back door of the limo. As he rose to his feet, he shouted at the guards, "Shoot him, you fools! He's going to kill the Caliph!" Ivan's gun was out. He fired, and the guard to Ali's left dropped like a rock. The sound was strange. The barrel had a silencer, but Ali was close to being directly in front of it, so it wasn't so much silenced as shaped. I should drop to the ground, thought Ali. To save my life, I should get out of the line of fire. But he couldn't take the danger seriously. He didn't feel as though he were in danger at all. The other guards had their guns out now. Ivan shot another one, but then the bullets, not silenced, flew in the other direction, and Ivan fell to the ground. His gun did not slip from his hand. He maintained his grip on it to the end of his life. Or maybe he wasn't dead. Maybe he could spend his last moments explaining to Ali how he could betray him like this. Ali walked to Ivan's body and felt for a pulse. Ivan's eyes were open. He was already dead. "Come away, my Caliph!" shouted Alamandar. "There may be other conspirators." Conspirators? There was no possibility of other conspirators. Ivan didn't trust anybody enough to conspire with them. The only person Ivan absolutely trusted was me. Ivan was a perfect shot. Even at a run, he could not have aimed at me and then clumsily hit two guards. "My guards," said Ali, looking up at Alamandar. "The ones he shot. Will they be all right?" One of the other guards jogged back to look. "Both dead," he said. But Ali already knew that. Ivan had not been aiming at Ali. He had come here with one purpose in mind, the purpose that had guided him for years. Ivan was here to protect his Caliph. It flashed into Ali's mind with immediate clarity. Ivan had learned of a conspiracy against the Caliph, and it involved people so close to Ali that there was no way for Ivan to warn him from a distance without running the risk of alerting one of the conspirators. Ali reached with one hand to close Ivan's eyes, while with the other he pulled Ivan's pistol from his slackened fingers. Still not taking his eyes off Ivan's face, Ali fired the pistol upward into the guard who was standing over him. Then he calmly aimed at the guard who had gone back to the bodies and fired. Ali had never been as good a shot as Ivan. He could not have done this while running, but kneeling he was all right. The guard he had shot without looking was lying on the pavement, twitching. Ali shot him again, then turned to Alamandar, who was getting back into the limo. Ali shot him. He fell into the car, and it screeched away from the curb. But the door was not closed yet, and Alamandar was in no shape to close it. So, as it passed Ali, there would be a brief moment when the driver would be unprotected by the heavy armoring and bulletproof glass. Ali laid down 3 quick shots in order to have a better chance of catching that moment. It worked. The car did not turn. It ran into a wall. Ali jogged over to the still open back door of the car, where Alamandar was panting and holding his chest. His eyes were on fire with rage and fear as Ali leveled Ivan's pistol to fire. "You are no Caliph," gasped Alamandar. "The Hindu woman is more of a Caliph than you are, you black dog." Ali shot him in the head, and he fell silent. The driver was unconscious, but Ali shot him too. Then he went back to the bodies of the guards who were dressed in Western business suits. Ivan had shot one of them in the head. He was larger than Ali, but his clothing would do. Ali had his white robe off in a moment. Underneath he wore jeans, as he always did. After wrestling with the corpse for a few moments, he got the shirt and jacket off the man, and without popping any of the buttons off. Alai took the pistols from the two guards who had never gotten off a shot and dropped them into the pockets of the jacket he now wore. Ivan's silenced pistol had to be nearly out of bullets, so Alai slid it across the pavement back toward Ivan's body. Where do I imagine an African man can hide in Hyderabad? No one's face was more recognizable than the Caliph's, and those who didn't know his face knew his race. They would also know that he spoke no Hindi. He would not make it 100 meters outside in Hyderabad. Then again, there was no chance he could get out of the compound alive. Wait. Think. Don't wait. Get away from this murder scene. Alai jogged through the parked cars. The garage would have been cleared of any observers by Alamandar's men. That meant Ivan must have been hidden inside a car. Where was that car? Keys in the ignition. Thank you, Ivan. You planned for everything. No time would be wasted fumbling with keys as you dragged me to your car to get me out of here. Where were you going to take me, Ivan? Whom do you trust? Alamandar's last words rang in his ears. The Hindu woman is more of a caliph than you are. He thought they all hated her, but now he realized that she was the one advocating war, expansion, the restoration of a great empire. That's what they wanted. And all his talk of peace, of consolidation, of reforming Islam from the inside before reaching out to the rest of the world, of competing with Peter Wiggin using the same methods, inviting other nations to join the caliphate without requiring them to become Muslim or live under Sharia. They had listened, they had agreed, but they hated it. They hated him. So when they saw the break between him and Virlomi, they exploited it. Or was Virlomi behind this? Was Virlomi pregnant with his child? The Caliph is dead, but here is his baby, born after he died, but infused with the gifts of God from his birth. In the name of the baby Caliph, the Council of Wazirs will rule. And since the mother of the new Caliph is ruler of India, he will join the two great nations in one. With Virlomi as regent, of course. No, Virlomi could not have wanted him murdered. Ivan would have an airplane waiting, the airplane that brought him, with his own trusted crew. Alai drove at a normal pace, but he did not drive to the checkpoint where he normally entered the airport grounds. In all likelihood, that place would be manned by the conspirators. Instead, he went to a service gate. The guards sauntered over and started to tell him only authorized service vehicles could use this gate. I'm the Caliph, and I want to go through this gate. Oh, said the guard, looking confused. I see, He pulled out a cell phone and started to punch at it. Alai didn't want to kill this man. He was an idiot, not a conspirator. So he swung the door open, bumping into the man. Not hard, just enough to get his attention. Then he closed the door and reached through the window. Give me that cell phone. The soldier gave it to him. Alai switched it off. I'm the Caliph. When I say to let me through, you don't have to ask anyone else's permission. The soldier nodded and ran to the controls, and the gate slid open. As soon as Alai was through the gate, he saw a small corporate jet with Cyrillic lettering under the common letters naming the corporation, the kind of plane Ivan would have used. The engines started up as Alai approached. No, as Ivan's car approached. Alai stopped the car and got out. The door of the jet was open, forming steps to the ground. Holding one hand on the pistol in his pocket, for he was taking this plane whether it was Ivan's or not, Alai walked up the steps. A businessman, or so he seemed, waited for him inside. Where's Ivan? He asked. We're not waiting for him, said Alai. He died saving me. The man nodded once, then went to the door and pushed the button to raise it. Meanwhile, he shouted, Let's go! And then said to Alai, Please sit down and fasten your seatbelt, my Caliph. The plane began taxiing before the door was closed. Do nothing out of the ordinary, said Alai. Nothing to alert them. There are weapons here that could easily shoot down this plane. Our plan exactly, sir, said the man. What would the conspirators do when they found out that Alai had escaped? They would do nothing. They would say nothing. As long as Alai might turn up alive somewhere, they dared not be on record as saying anything. In fact, they would continue to act in his name. If they followed Virlomi's plans, if her insane invasion went forward, then Alai would know they were with her. When they were in the air, having waited for ordinary permission from the controllers, Ivan's man came back and stood diffidently 2 meters away. My Caliph, if I may ask. Alai nodded. How did he die? He was busy shooting the guards surrounding me. He got 2 of them before they cut him down. I used his weapon to kill the others, including Alamandar. Do you know how far the conspiracy went? No, sir, said the man. We only knew that you would be killed on the airplane to Damascus. And this airplane, where is it taking me? It has a very long range, sir, said the man. Where will you feel safe?
Petra's mother was tending the babies, while Petra and Bean oversaw the last preparations for the opening of hostilities. Peter's message had been terse. How busy can you keep the Turks while watching out for Russians in the rear? Turks and Russians allies, or potentially so. What game was Alai playing? Was Vlad in it? Trust Peter not to share any more information than he thought he had to, which was invariably less than other people actually needed. Still, she and Bean had been spending every spare moment working out ways, using limited, undertrained, and under-equipped Armenian forces to cause maximum disruption. A raid on the most highly visible Turkish target, Istanbul, would enrage them without accomplishing anything. Blocking the Dardanelles would be a harsh blow against all the Turks, but there was no way to project that much force from Armenia to the western shore of the Black Sea and maintain it. Oh, for the days when oil was strategically important. Back then, the Russian, Azerbaijani, and Persian wells in the Caspian would have been a prime target for disruption. But now the wells had all been dismantled, and the Caspian was mostly used as a source of water, which was desalinated and pumped over to irrigate fields around the Aral Sea, with the runoff being used to replenish that once dying lake. And to strike at the water pipeline would impoverish poor farmers without affecting the enemy's ability to wage war. The plan they finally came up with was simple enough, once you bought the concept. There's no way to strike the Turks directly, said Bean. Nothing is centralized, so we'll strike Iran. It's highly urbanized, the big cities are all in the northwest, and there'll be an immediate demand for Iranian troops to come home from India to fight us. The Turks will be under pressure to help, and when they launch a very badly planned attack against Armenia, we'll be waiting. What makes you think it will be badly planned? Petra asked. Because Alai isn't running the show on the Muslim side. When did this happen? If Alai were in control, said Bean, he wouldn't let Virlomi do what she's doing in India. It's too stupid and it will kill too many men. So, somehow he's lost control. And if that's the case, the Muslim enemy we're facing is incompetent and fanatic. They're acting out of anger and panic, with poor planning. What if this is Alai's doing, and you don't know him as well as you think? Petra, said Bean, we know Alai. Yes, and he knows us. Alai is a builder, like Ender. He always has been. An empire won through audacious and bloody conquest isn't worth having. He wants to build his Muslim empire the way Peter is building the FPE, by transforming Islam into a system that other nations will want voluntarily to join. Only somebody's decided not to follow his path. Either Virlomi or the hotheads within his own government. Or both? Asked Petra. Anything's possible. Except Alai controlling the Muslim armies. Well, it's simple enough, said Bean. If we're wrong, and the Turkish counterattack is brilliantly planned, then we'll lose, as slowly as possible, and hope Peter has something else up his sleeve. But our assignment is to draw Turkish forces and attention away from China. And meanwhile, we'll be putting pressure on the Muslim alliance, said Petra. No matter what the Turks do, the Persians won't believe they're doing enough. Sunni against Shiite, said Bean. It's the best I could think up. So for the past 2 days, they had been drawing up plans for the quick, audacious airborne attack on Tabriz. And then, when the Iranians started to react to that, an immediate evacuation and airborne attack on Tehran. Meanwhile, Petra, in command of the defense of Armenia, would be prepared to make the Turkish counterattack pay for every meter of progress through the mountains. Now everything was ready, awaiting only the word from Peter. Petra and Bean weren't really necessary while the troops began their deployment, and supplies were moved to depots in the areas where they'd be needed. Everything was in the hands of the Armenian military. What scares me, Petra told Bean, is how they have absolute confidence that we know what we're doing. Why does that scare you? Doesn't it scare you? Petra, we do know what we're doing. We just don't know why. It was in that lull, between planning and getting the order to go ahead, that Petra got a call on her cell phone. From her mother. Petra, they say they're friends of yours, but they're taking the babies. Panic stabbed through her. Who's with them? Put the one in charge on the phone. He won't. He just says the teacher says to meet them at the airport. Who's the teacher? Oh, God help us, Petra. This is like the time they kidnapped you. Tell them we'll be at the airport, and if they've hurt the babies, I'll kill them. But no, Mother, it's not the same thing at all. Unless it was. She told Bean what was happening, and they calmly made their way to the airport. They saw Rackham waiting at the curb, and made the driver let them off there. I'm sorry to frighten you, said Rackham, but we don't have time for arguments until we get on the plane. Then you can scream at me all you like. Nothing is so urgent you have to steal our babies, said Petra, putting as much venom into her voice as she could. See, said Rackham, arguing instead of coming with me. They followed him then, through back passages and out to a private jet. Petra protested as they went. Nobody knows where we are. They'll think we ran out on them. They'll think we were kidnapped. Rackham just ignored her. He moved very quickly for a man so old. The babies were on the plane, each one being cared for by a separate nurse. They were fine. Only Ramon was still nursing, because the two with Bean syndrome were eating more or less solid food now. So Petra sat down and fed him, while Rackham sat down opposite them in the luxury jet and, as the plane took off, began his explanation. We had to get you out of there now, he said, because the airport at Yerevan is going to be blown to bits in an hour or two, and we need to be out over the Black Sea before it happens. How do you know? Demanded Petra. We have it from the man who planned the attack. A lie? It's a Russian attack, said Rackham. Bean blew up. Then what was all that kuso about distracting the Turks? It all still applies. As soon as we see the attack planes take off from southern Russia, I'll let you know, and you can give the word to launch your attack on Iran. This is Vlad's plan, said Petra. A sudden preemptive strike to keep the FPE from doing anything, to neutralize me and Bean. Vlad wants you to know he's very sorry. He's used to none of his plans actually being used. You've been talking to him? We got him out of Moscow about 3 hours ago, and debriefed him as quickly as possible. We think they don't know he's gone. Even if they do know, it's no reason for them not to go ahead with their plan. The telephone beside Rackham's seat beeped once. He picked it up, listened, pressed a button and handed it over to Petra. All right, the rockets have launched. I assume I need the country code? No. Put in the number as if you were still in Yerevan. As far as they'll know, you are. Tell them that you're conferring with Peter, and you'll rejoin them with the attack in progress. Will we? And then call your mother and tell her you're all right and not to talk about what happened. Oh, that's about an hour too late. My men told her that if she called anyone but you until she heard from you again, she'd be very sorry. Thank you for terrifying her even more. Do you have any idea what this woman has been through in her life? It always turns out all right, though. So she's better off than some. Thanks for your cheery optimism. A few minutes later, the strike force was launched, and a warning was given to evacuate the airport, reroute all incoming flights, evacuate the parts of Yerevan nearest the airport, and alert the men at all possible military targets inside Armenia. As for Petra's mother, she was crying so hard, with relief, with anger at what had happened, that Petra could hardly make herself understood. But finally the conversation ended, and Petra was more pissed off than ever. What gives you the right? Why do you think you— War gives me the right, said Rackham. If I'd waited till you could come home and get your babies and then meet us at the airport, this plane would never have taken off. I have my men's lives to think of here, not just your mother's feelings. Bean put a hand on Petra's knee. She accepted the need for calm and fell silent. Mazer, said Bean, what's this about? You could have warned us with a phone call. We have your other babies. Petra was already emotional. She burst into tears. Quickly she controlled herself and hated the fact that she had acted so maternal. All of them? At once? We've been watching some of them for several weeks, said Rackham, waiting for an opportune moment. Bean waited only a moment before saying, waiting for Peter to tell you that it was all right, that you didn't need us anymore for his war. He still needs you, said Rackham, as long as he can have you. Why did you wait, Mazer? How many? Said Petra. How many are there? One more with Bean syndrome, said Rackham. 4 more without it. That's 8, said Bean. Where's the 9th? Rackham shook his head. So you're still looking? No, we're not, said Rackham. So you have definite information that the 9th wasn't implanted? Or it's dead? No. We have definite information that whether it's alive or dead, we have no search criteria left. If the 9th baby was ever born, Valescu hid the birth and the mother too well. Or the mother is hiding herself. The software, the mind game, if you will, has been very effective. We wouldn't have found any of the normal children without its creative searches. But it also knows when it has nothing more to try. You have 8 of the 9. 3 of them have the syndrome, 5 are normal. What about Valescu? Asked Petra. Can we drug him? Why not torture? Said Rackham. No, Petra, we can't, because we need him. For what? His virus? We already have his virus, and it doesn't work. It's a bust. Failure. Dead end. Valescu knew it too. He just enjoyed tormenting us with the thought that he had endangered the entire world. So what do you need him for? Demanded Petra. We need him to work on the cure for Bean and the babies. Oh, right, said Bean. You're going to turn him loose in a lab. No, said Rackham. We're going to put him in space, on an asteroid-based research station, closely supervised. He's been tried and is under sentence of death for terrorism, kidnapping, and murder. The murders of your brothers, Bean. There's no death sentence, said Bean. There is in military court in space, said Rackham. He knows he's alive as long as he's making progress on finding a legitimate cure for you and the babies. Eventually, our team of co-researchers will know everything he knows. When we don't need him anymore, I don't want him killed, said Bean. "No," said Petra. "I want him killed slowly." "He might be evil," said Bean, "but I wouldn't exist if not for him." "There was a day," said Rackham, "when that would be the biggest crime you charged him with." "I've had a good life," said Bean. "Strange and hard sometimes, but I've had a lot of happiness." He squeezed Petra's knee. "I don't want you to kill him." "You saved your own life from him," said Petra. "You owe him nothing." "It doesn't matter," said Rackham. "We have no intention of killing him. When he's no longer useful, he goes into a colony ship. He's not a violent man. He's very smart. He could be useful in understanding alien biota. It would be a waste of resource to kill him. And there's no colony that will have equipment he could adapt to create anything biologically destructive." "You've thought of everything," said Petra. "Again," said Bean, "you could have told us this over the telephone." "I didn't want to," said Rackham. "The IF doesn't send a team like this, or a man like you on an errand like this, just because you didn't want to use the phone." "We want to send you now," said Rackham. "In case you haven't been listening to yourself," said Petra, "there's a war on." Bean and Rackham ignored her. They just looked at each other for a long time. And then Petra saw that Bean's eyes were welling up with tears. That didn't happen very often. "What's happening, Bean?" Bean shook his head. To Rackham he said, "Do you have them?" Rackham took an envelope out of his inside jacket pocket and handed it to Bean. He opened the envelope, removed a thin sheaf of papers, and handed them to Petra. "It's our divorce decree," said Bean. Petra understood at once. He wasn't taking her with him. He was leaving her behind with the normal children. He was going to take the 3 children with the syndrome out into space with him. He wanted her to be free to remarry. "You are my husband," she said. She tore the papers in half. "Those are copies," said Bean. "The divorce has legal force whether you like it or not, whether you sign them or not. You're no longer a married woman." "Why? Because you think I'm going to remarry?" Bean ignored her. "But all the children have been certified as legitimately ours. They aren't bastards, they aren't orphans, they aren't adopted. They're the children of divorced parents, and you have custody of 5 of them, and I have custody of 3. If the 9th one is ever found, then you'll have custody." "That 9th one is the only reason I'm listening to this," said Petra. "Because if you stay, you'll die, and if we both go, then there might be a child who—" But she was too angry to finish. Because when Bean planned this, he couldn't have known there'd be 1 child missing. He'd already done this, and kept it secret from her for... "How long have you been planning this?" asked Petra. Tears were streaming down her face, but she kept her voice steady enough to speak. "Since we found Ramon and we knew there were normal children," said Bean. "It's more complicated than that," said Rackham. "Petra, I know how hard this is for you." "No, you don't." "Yes, I damn well do," said Rackham. "I left a family behind when I went out into space on the same kind of relativistic turnaround voyage that Bean's embarking on. I divorced my wife before I went. I have her letters to me. All the anger and bitterness. And then, the reconciliation. And then, a long letter near the end of her life, telling me about how she and her second husband were happy. And the children turned out well. And she still loved me. I wanted to kill myself. but I did what I had to do. So don't tell me I don't know how hard this is." "You had no choice," said Petra. "But I could go with him. We could take all the children and—" "Petra," said Bean, "if we had conjoined twins, we'd separate them. Even if one of them was sure to die, we'd separate them, so that at least one of them could lead a normal life." Petra's tears were out of control now. Yes, she understood his reasoning. The children without the syndrome could have a normal life on Earth. Why should they spend their childhood confined to a starship when they could have the normal chance of happiness? "Why couldn't you at least let me be part of the decision?" said Petra, when she finally got control of her voice. "Why did you cut me out? Did you think I wouldn't understand?" "I was selfish," said Bean. "I didn't want to spend our last months together arguing about it. I didn't want you to be grieving for me and Ender and Bella the whole time you were with us. I wanted to take these past few months with me when I go. It was my last wish, and I knew you'd grant it to me, but the only way I could have that wish is if you didn't know. So now, Petra, I ask you, let me have these months without you knowing what was going to happen. You already have them. You stole them. Yes, so now I ask you, please, let me have them. Let me know you forgive me for it. That you give them to me freely, now, after the fact. Petra couldn't forgive him. Not now. Not yet. But there was no later. She buried her face in his chest and held him and wept. While she cried, Rackham spoke on calmly. Only a handful of us know what's really happening. And on Earth, outside of the IF, only Peter will know. Is that clear? So this divorce document is absolutely secret. As far as anyone else will know, Bean is not in space. He died in the raid on Tehran. And he took no babies with him. There were never more than 5. And 2 of the normal babies that we've recovered are also named Andrew and Bella. As far as anyone knows, you will still have all the children you ever did. Petra pulled back from her embrace of Bean and glared savagely at Rackham. You mean you're not even going to let me grieve for my babies? No one will know what I've lost except you and Peter Wiggin? Your parents, said Rackham, have seen Ender and Bella. It's your choice whether to tell them the truth or to stay away from them until enough time has passed that they can't tell that there's been a change. Then I'll tell them. Think about it first, said Rackham. It's a heavy burden. Don't presume to teach me how to love my parents, said Petra. You know and I know that at every point in this, you've decided solely on the basis of what's good for the Ministry of Colonization and the International Fleet. We'd like to think we found the solution that's best for everyone. I'm supposed to have a funeral for my husband when I know he's not dead, and that's what's best for me? I will be dead, said Bean, for all intents and purposes. Gone and never coming back. And you'll have children to raise. And yes, Petra, said Rackham, this is about Peter? This is about trying to get the world put together peacefully, permanently. This is about abolishing nations and the wars that just won't stop as long as people can pin their hopes on great heroes. Then you should send me away too, or tell people I'm dead. I was in Ender's Geesh. Petra, you chose your path. You married. You had children. Bean's children. You decided that's what you wanted more than anything else. We've respected that. You have Bean's children. And you've had Bean almost as long as you would have had him if we had never intervened. Because he's dying. Our best guess is that he wouldn't make it another 6 months without going out into space and living weightlessly. We've done everything according to your choice." "It's true that they didn't actually requisition our babies," Bean said. "So live with your choices, Petra," said Rackham. "Raise these babies, and help us do what we can to help Peter save the world from itself. The story of Bean's heroic death in the service of the FPE will help with that." "There'll be legends anyway," said Petra. "Plenty of dead heroes have legends." "Yes, but if they know we put him in a starship and trundled him off into space, it won't be just a legend, will it? Serious people would believe in it, not just the normal lunatics." "So how will you even keep up the research project?" demanded Petra. "If everybody thinks the only people who need the cure are dead or never existed, why will it continue?" "Because a few people in the IF and coal min will know, and they'll be in contact with Bean by Ansible. He'll be called home when the cure is found." They flew on then, as Petra tried to deal with what they'd told her. Bean held her most of the time, even when her anger surged now and then and she was furious with him. Terrible scenarios kept playing themselves out in her mind, and at the risk of giving Bean ideas, she said to him, "Don't give up, Julian Delficki. Don't decide that there's never going to be a cure and end the voyage. Even if you think your life is worthless, you have my babies out there too. Even if the voyage goes on so long that you really are dying, remember that these children are like you. Survivors. As long as somebody doesn't actually kill them." "Don't worry," said Bean. "If I had the slightest tendency toward suicide, we would never have met. And I would never do anything to endanger my own children. I'm only taking this voyage for them. Otherwise, I'd be content to die in your arms here on Earth." She wept again for a while after that, and then she had to feed Ramon again. And then she insisted on feeding Ender and Bella herself, spooning the food into their mouths because when would she ever get a chance to do it again? She tried to memorize every moment of it, even though she knew she couldn't, knew that memory would fade, that these babies would become only a distant dream to her, that her arms would remember best the babies she held the longest, the children she would keep with her. The only one she had borne from her own body would be gone. But she didn't cry while she was feeding them. That would have been a waste. Instead, she played with them and talked to them and teased them to talk back to her. "I know your first word isn't going to be too long from now. How about a little mama right now, you lazy baby?" It was only after the plane had landed in Rotterdam and Bean was supervising the nurses as they carried the babies down onto the tarmac that Petra stayed back in the plane with Rackham long enough to put her worst nightmare into words. "Don't think that I'm not aware of how easy it would be, Mazer Rackham, for this fake death of Bean's not to be a fake at all. For all we know, there is no ship. There is no project to find a cure, and Valescu is going to be executed. The threat of this new species replacing your precious human race would be gone then. And even the widow would be silent about what you've done to her husband and children, because she'll think he's off in space somewhere, traveling at light speed, instead of dead on a battlefield in Iran." Rackham looked as if she had slapped him. "Petra," he said, "what do you think we are?" "What you are," said Petra, "is not denying it." "I deny it," said Rackham. "There is a ship. We are seeking a cure. We will call him home." Then she saw the tears streaming down his cheeks. "Petra," said Rackham, "don't you understand that we love your children? All of you? We already had to send Ender away. We're sending them all away except for you. Because we love you. Because we don't want any harm to you. So why are you leaving me here? Because of your babies, Petra? Because even though they don't have the syndrome, they're also Bean's babies. He's the only one who had no hope of a normal life. But thanks to you, he had one. However briefly, he got to be a husband and a father and have a family. Don't you know how much we love you for giving him that? As God is my witness, Petra, we would never harm Bean. Not for any cause, and certainly not for our convenience. Whatever you think we are, you're wrong. Because you children are the only children we have. She wasn't going to feel sorry for him. It was her turn right now. So she pushed past him and went down the stairs and took the hand of her husband and followed the nurses that were carrying her children toward a closed van. There were 5 new children that she hadn't met yet, waiting for her and Bean. Her life hadn't ended yet, even though it felt like she was dying with every breath she took.
Chapter 22. Rumors of War. From Graph. Pilgrimage at Coleman.gov to Peter Wiggin. Private at freepeopleofearth.fp.gov. Ray debriefing. Attached are the data to the division level, including names of commanders. But the gist is simple enough. Russia is gambling everything on the quiescence of Eastern Europe. They're all supposed to be terrified of a newly aggressive Russia. This is the move they thought they were going to be able to make when they had Achille with them and kidnapped all of Ender's Geesh. What he can tell them with authority is this: Russia is newly aggressive. They are bent on proving they're a world power again. They're dangerous, but 1. They don't have Vlad. They have his plan, but can't adapt to any changes. 2. We have Vlad's plan, so we can anticipate every move they make while they follow it, and the generals in command are going to follow it with religious devotion. Expect no flexibility even after they know we have it. Vlad knows the men in command. In the Russian military these days, any leaders with the imagination to improvise don't rise to the level where it will matter. 3. Hansu is being provided with their plan, so their main army will meet with disaster in the east. 4. They stripped their western defenses. A fast-moving army, competently led, should take St. Petersburg in a walk and Moscow in a week. That's Vlad's opinion. Bean has been over this information and concurs. He suggests you take Petra out of Armenia and put her in charge of the campaign in Russia.
When Suryawang got the word from Peter, he was ready. Prime Minister Paribatra and Minister of Defense Ambol had kept their affiliation with the FPE secret for just this occasion. Now, armed with Burmese and Chinese permission to pass through their territory, the Thai army was going to have the chance to face the Indians who had begun all this nonsense with their vicious, unprovoked invasion of Burma and Thailand. The troops went by train all the way into Chinese territory. Chinese trucks with Chinese drivers ferried them the rest of the way to the spots that Suryawang had mapped out as soon as Peter suggested it as a contingency. At the time, Peter had said, "It's a remote possibility, because it requires incredible stupidity on the part of some non-stupid people, but be ready." Ready to defend China. That was the irony. But Hansu's China was not the China that had embraced Achille's treacherous plan and crushed everyone, carrying away the entire Thai leadership and Suryawang's parents. Hansu promised friendship, and Bean vouched for him. So Suryawang had been able to persuade his top leadership, and they had persuaded his men, that defending China was nothing more or less than a forward defense of Thailand. China has changed, Suryawang told the officers, but India has not. Once again, they're pouring over the border of a nation that believes itself to be at peace with them. This goddess they follow, Virlomi, she's just another battle school graduate like me. But we have what she doesn't have. We have Julian Delficki's plan, and we will win. Bean's plan, however, was simple enough. The only way to end this once and for all is to make it a disaster. Like Varus's legions in the Teutoburgerwald. No guerrilla action, no chance of retreat. Virlomi alive if possible, but if she insists on dying, oblige her. That was the plan. But Suryawang needed no more than that. The mountainous country of southwestern China and northern Burma was ambush country. Virlomi's ill-trained troops were advancing on foot ridiculously slowly in 3 main columns, following 3 river valleys with 3 inadequate roads. Suryawang's own plans called for a simple, classical ambush on all 3 routes. He hid relatively small but heavily armed contingents at the heads of the valleys where they would be passed by the Indian troops. Then, far, far down the valley, he had far larger contingents with plenty of transport to move up the valley upon command. Then it was a matter of waiting for 2 things. The first thing came on the second day of waiting. The southernmost outpost notified him that their column had entered the valley and was moving briskly. This was no surprise. They had had a much easier trip than the 2 northern armies. "They're not careful about probing ahead," said the general in charge of that contingent. "Raw troops, marching blind. As I watched them, I kept thinking this must be an attempt to deceive us. But no, they keep passing with large gaps in the line, stragglers, and only a few regiments that put out scouts. None of them came close to finding us. They haven't put a single observer on either ridge. They're lazy." When later in the day the other 2 hidden contingents reported a similar story, Suryawang relayed the information back to Ambul. While he waited for the next triggering event, he had his lookouts make a particular point of searching for any sign that Virlomi herself was traveling with any of the 3 armies. There was no mystery about it. She was traveling with the northernmost Indian army, riding in an open jeep, and the troops cheered when she passed, moving up and down the line, slowing down her own army's advance in the process since they had to move off the road for her. Suryawang heard this with sadness. She had been so brilliant. Her assessment of how to undo the Chinese occupation had been dead on. Her holding action to keep the Chinese from returning to India or resupplying when the Persians and Pakistanis invaded had been of Thermopylaean proportions. The difference was that Virlomi was more careful than the Spartans. She had already covered all the back roads. Nothing got past her Indian guerrillas. She was beautiful and wise and mysterious. Suryawang had rescued her once and cooperated in the little drama that made the rescue possible and played upon her reputation as a goddess. But in those days, she had known she was just acting. Or had she? Perhaps it was her intimations of godhood that had caused her to reject Suryawang's overtures of friendship and more than friendship. The blow had been painful, but he wasn't angry with her. She had an aura of greatness about her that he had seen in no other commander, not even Bean. The troop deployments she was showing here were not what he would have expected from the woman who had been so careful of her men's lives in all her previous actions, nor from the woman who had wept over the bodies of the victims of Muslim atrocities. Didn't she see that she was leading the soldiers to disaster? Even if there were no ambush in these mountains, though it was absolutely predictable that there would be, an army this ragged could be destroyed at will by a trained and determined enemy. As Euripides wrote, "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." Ambul, knowing how Suryawang felt about Virlomi, had offered to let him command only that part of the army that wouldn't face her directly, but Suri refused. Remember what Bean said Ender taught. To know the enemy well enough to defeat him requires that you know him so well you can't help but love him. Well, Suryawang already loved this enemy, and knew her, well enough that he even thought he understood this madness. She wasn't vain. She never thought she'd survive, but all her plans kept succeeding. She couldn't believe that it was because of her own ability, so she thinks that she has some kind of divine favor. But it was her abilities and training, and she isn't using them now, and her army is going to pay for it. Suryawang had left plenty of room for the Indians to move down the valleys before they reached the ambush. They weren't traveling at the same pace, so he had to make sure all 3 ambushes were sprung at the same time. He had to make sure all 3 armies passed through the top of the trap in their entirety. His instructions to his men were clear. Accept the surrender of any soldier who throws down his weapon and puts up his hands. Kill anyone who doesn't, but let no one out of the valley. All killed or captured. And Virlomi alive if she lets us. Please let us, Virlomi. Please let us bring you back to reality, back to life. Hanzu went among his troops. There was no nonsense about an invisible emperor. The soldiers of the Chinese army had chosen him and sustained his authority. He was theirs, and they would see him often, sharing their privations, listening to them, explaining to them. It was what he had learned from Ender. If you give orders and explain nothing, you might get obedience, but you'll get no creativity. If you tell them your purpose, then when your original plan is shown to be faulty, they'll find another way to achieve your goal. Explaining to your men doesn't weaken their respect for you. It proves your respect for them. So Hanzu explained, chatted, pitched in and helped, shared the meals of common soldiers, laughed at their jokes, listened to their complaints. One soldier had complained about how no one could sleep on ground like this. Hanzu promptly took over the man's tent and slept in it himself, exactly as it was, while the man took Hanzu's tent. In the morning, the man swore that Hanzu's bed was the worst one in the army, and Hanzu thanked him for his first good night's sleep in weeks. The story made its way through the army before nightfall. Hanzu's army did not love him any more than Virlomi's loved her, and there was no hint of worship in it. The key difference was that Hanzu had worked to train this army, had made sure that it was as well equipped as possible, and they knew the stories about the last war, when Hanzu had constantly warned his superiors about all their mistakes before they made them. The belief was that if Hanzu had been emperor all along, they would not have lost the lands they conquered. What they didn't understand was that if Hanzu had been their emperor, there would have been no conquests to lose, because Ashiel would have been arrested the moment he entered China and turned over to the IF, under whose authority he had been confined to a mental hospital. There would have been no invasion of India and Southeast Asia, only a holding action to block the Indian invasion of Burma and Thailand. A real warrior hates war, Hanzu well understood. He had seen how devastated Ender was when he learned that the last game, the final exam, had been the real war, and that his enemy had been utterly destroyed by Ender's victory. So his men trusted him, as Hanzu kept retreating farther and farther into China, moving from one strong position to another, but never allowing his army to engage with the Russian invaders. He heard what the men said, the questions they asked. His answers were honest enough. The farther they come, the longer their supply lines. We want them so deep inside China that they can't get home again. Our army grows the deeper we move back into China, and theirs shrinks as they have to leave men behind to guard their route. And when they asked him about the rumors of a huge Indian army invading in the south, Hanzu only smiled and said, The madwoman? The only Indian who ever conquered China was Gautama Buddha, and he did it with teachings, not artillery. What he couldn't tell them was that they were waiting for Peter Wiggin. Peter Wiggin stood in front of the microphones in Helsinki. Beside him stood the heads of government of Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. Aides were on secure cell phones connected to diplomats in Bangkok, Yerevan, Beijing, and many capitals in Eastern Europe. Peter smiled at the gathered reporters.
At the request of the governments of Armenia and China, both of which were the victims of simultaneous unprovoked aggression by Russia, India, and the Muslim League of Caliph Ali, the free people of Earth have decided to intervene. We are joined in this effort by many new allies, many of which have agreed to hold plebiscites to determine whether or not to ratify the constitution of the FPE. Emperor Hanzu of China assures us that his armies are capable of dealing with the combined Russian and Turkish forces that are now operating well within the Chinese border in the north. In the south, Burma and China have opened their borders to safe passage for an army led by our old friend General Suryawan. Right now, in Bangkok, Prime Minister Paribatra is holding a press conference to announce that Thailand will hold a plebiscite on ratification, and that as of this moment, the Thai army is regarded as being under the provisional command of the FPE. In Armenia, where it is not possible to hold a press conference right now because of the exigencies of war, a nation under attack has turned to the FPE for help and leadership. I have placed the Armenian military under the direct command of Julian Delfiki, where they are resisting unprovoked Turkish and Russian aggression and have carried the war deep inside Muslim territory in Tabriz and Tehran. And here in Eastern Europe, where Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Czechland, and Bulgaria had already joined the FPE, we are joined by our new allies, Poland, Romania, Hungary, Serbia, Austria, Greece, and Belarus. They have all repudiated the Warsaw Pact, which never obligated them to join in an offensive war in any event. Under the command of Petra Delfiki, the combined Allied armies are already making rapid progress toward capturing key targets inside Russia. They have met little resistance so far, but they are prepared to deal with any forces the Russians care to throw against them. We call upon the aggressors, Russia, India, and the Muslim League, to lay down their arms and accept an immediate ceasefire. If this offer is not accepted within the next 12 hours, then a ceasefire will only be accepted by us upon our terms and at a time of our choosing. The enemies of peace can expect to lose all the forces they have committed to this immoral war. I would now like to play for you a video that was recently recorded at a safe haven. In case you don't recognize him, since the Russians have kept him under wraps for many years now, the speaker is Vladimir Denisovich Porochkot, a citizen of Belarus who until several days ago was kept against his will in the service of a foreign power, Russia. You may also remember him as one of the team of young warriors who defeated the enemy that threatened the existence of the human race.
Peter stepped away from the microphone. The room was darkened. The screen wall came alive. There stood Vlad, in front of what looked like an ordinary office in an ordinary room on Earth. Only Peter knew that this was recorded in space, in the old Battle School space station, as a matter of fact, which was now the Ministry of Colonization.
I offer my apologies to the people of Armenia and China, whose borders were violated and citizens were killed by Russians who were using plans I created. I assumed that the plans were for contingency only, in response to aggression. I did not know that they would actually be used, and without the slightest provocation. As soon as I understood that this was how my work was to be used, I escaped from Russian custody and am now in a safe place where I can finally speak the truth. It came to my knowledge just before I left my captivity in Moscow that the leaders of Russia, India, and the Muslim League have divided up the world among them. To India will go all of Southeast Asia and most of China. To Russia will go part of China and all of Eastern and Northern Europe. To the Muslim League will go all of Africa and the Western European countries with large Muslim populations. I repudiate this plan. I repudiate this war. I refuse to let my work be used to enslave innocent people who did no harm and do not deserve to live under tyranny. Therefore, I have provided to the free people of Earth a complete knowledge of all the plans I drew up for Russian use. There is no movement they are now making which is not completely anticipated by the forces acting in concert with the FPE. And I urge the people of Belarus, my true homeland, to vote to join the free people of Earth. Who else has stood relentlessly against aggression and in favor of freedom and respect for every nation and every citizen? As for me, my talents and training are entirely geared toward warfare. I will no longer put my abilities at the service of any nation. I gave my childhood to fighting an alien enemy that was trying to destroy the human race. I did not fight off the buggers so that millions of humans could be slaughtered and hundreds of millions conquered and enslaved. I am on strike. I urge every other graduate of battle school except those who served the FPE to join me in that strike. Do not plan war. Do not wage war, except to help the hegemon Peter Wiggin to destroy the armies of the aggressors. And to the common soldiers I say, do not obey your officers. Surrender at the first opportunity. Your obedience makes war possible. Take responsibility for your own actions and join me in my strike. If you surrender to the forces of the FPE, they will make every effort to spare your life and at the earliest opportunity to return you to your families. Again, I beg the forgiveness of those whose lives were lost because of plans I drew. Never again.
The video ended. Peter strode back to the microphone.
The free people of Earth and our allies are now at war with the aggressors. We have already told you everything we can say without compromising ongoing military operations. There will be no questions.
He walked away from the microphone.
Bean stood in the midst of the small wheeled beds that held his 5 normal children. The ones he would never see again, once he left them today. Meza Rackham put a hand on his shoulder. "It's time to go, Julian." "5 of them," said Bean. "How will Petra manage?" "She'll have help," said Rackham. "The real question is, how will you manage on that messenger ship? They'll outnumber you 3-1. As I can attest, children with my particular genetic defect become self-sufficient at a very early age," said Bean. He touched the bed of the baby named Andrew, the same name as the eldest of the siblings. But this Andrew was a normal infant, not undersized for his age. And this second Bella, she would lead a normal life, as would Ramon and Julian and Petra. "If these 5 are normal," Bean said to Rackham, "then the 9th child, it's most likely defective?" "If the odds are 50-50 of the traits getting passed on, and we know that 5 of the 9 didn't get them, then it stands to reason that the missing one has a higher likelihood of having the traits. Though as any expert on probability would tell you, the probability for each child was 50-50, and the distribution of the syndrome among the other infants will have no effect on the outcome for the 9th. Maybe it's better if Petra never finds the last one. My guess, Bean, is that there is no 9th baby. Not every implantation works. There could easily have been an early miscarriage. That would be a complete explanation of the lack of any record that was traceable by the software. I don't know whether to be comforted or appalled that you would think I'd find that the death of one of my children might be comforting. Rackham grimaced. You know what I meant. Bean took an envelope from his pocket and laid it under Ramon. Tell the nurses to leave that envelope there, even if he leaks and wets all over the thing. Of course, said Rackham. For what it's worth, Bean, your pension will also be invested like Ender's and run by the same software. Don't, said Bean. Give it all to Petra. She'll need it with 5 babies to raise. Maybe 6 someday. What about when you come home? When they find the cure? Bean looked at him as if he were crazy. Do you really think that will happen? If you don't, why are you going? Because it might, said Bean. And if we stay here, early death is certain for all 4 of us. If the cure is found, and if we come home, then we can talk about a pension. I'll tell you what. After Petra dies, after these 5 all grow old and die, then start paying my pension into a fund controlled by that investor software. You'll be back before then. No, said Bean. No. Once we're 10 years out, and there's no hope of a cure before that, then even if you find the cure, don't call us back until Petra would be dead before we got here. Do you understand? Because if she remarries, and I want her to, I don't want her to have to face me looking as I do right now, the boy she married, the giant boy. This is cruel enough, what we're doing now. I'm not going to cause her one last torment before she dies. Why don't you let her decide? It's not her choice, said Bean. Once we leave, we're dead. Gone forever. She can never have back the life that will have been lost. But I'm not worried, Mazer. There is no cure. You know that? I know Valescu. He doesn't want to find a cure. He doesn't think it's a disease. He thinks it's the hope of humanity. And except for Anton, nobody else knows enough to proceed. It was an illegal field of study for too long. It's still tainted. The methods Valescu used, the whole process surrounding Anton's key. Nobody's going to turn that key again, and therefore you're not going to have any scientists who know what they're doing in that area. The project will have less and less importance for your successors. Someday, not too long from now, somebody will look at the budget item and say, we're paying for what? And the project will die. It won't happen, said Mazer. The fleet doesn't forget its own. Bean laughed. You don't get it, do you? Peter is going to succeed. The world is going to be united. International war will end. And along with it, the sense of loyalty among the military will also die. There'll just be colony ships and trading ships and scientific research institutes that will be scandalized at the thought of wasting money doing a personal favor for a soldier who lived 100 years ago. Or 200. Or 300. The funding won't be contingent, said Rackham. We're funding it using the same investment software. It's really good, Bean. This is going to be one of the best funded projects ever in a few years. Bean laughed. Mazer, you just don't understand how far people will go to get their hands on money that they think is being wasted on pure research. You'll see. But no, I take that back. You won't see. It'll happen after you're dead. I'll see. And I'll raise a glass to you, among my little children, and I'll say, here's to you, Mazer Rackham, you foolish old optimist. You thought humans were better than they are, which is why you went to all the trouble of saving the human race a couple of times. Mazer put an arm around Bean's waist and clinched tight for a moment. "Kiss the babies goodbye." "I will not," said Bean. "Do you think I want them to have nightmares of a giant bending over them and trying to eat them?" "Eat them?" "Babies fear being eaten," said Bean. "There's a sound evolutionary reason for it, considering that in our ancestral homeland in Africa, hyenas would always have been happy to carry off a human baby and eat it. I guess you've never read the child-rearing literature. Sounds more like Grimm's fairy tales." Bean walked from bed to bed, touching each child in return. Perhaps spending a little longer with Ramon, since he had spent so much time with him compared to mere minutes with the others. Then he left the room and followed Rackham out to the enclosed van that was waiting for him.
Suryawang heard the report and the order. The press conference has been held. Thai participation in the FPE has been announced. Now begin active operations against the enemy. Suri timed the departure of all 6 contingents so that they would arrive simultaneously, more or less. He also ordered the Chinese battle choppers into position, ready to join in the battle as soon as surprise was achieved. One of them would take him to where Virlomi would be. If there are any gods looking out for her, thought Suryawang, then let her live. Even if 100,000 soldiers die for her pride, please let her live. The good she did, the greatness in her should count for something. The mistakes of generals can kill many thousands, but they're still mistakes. She set out for victory, not destruction. She should be punished only for her intent, not the result. Not that her intent was all that good. But you gods of war, Shiva, you destroyer, what was Virlomi ever except your servant? Will you let your servant be destroyed solely because she was so good at her job?
St. Petersburg had fallen more quickly than anyone expected. The resistance hadn't even been enough to count as token. Even the police had fled, and the Finns and Estonians ended up working to maintain public order rather than fight a determined enemy. But that was all just a matter of reports to Petra, who was improvising her way across Russia. Without a huge air force, there was no way to airlift her army of Brazilians and Rwandans to Moscow, so she was bringing them in on passenger trains, carefully watching from what looked like recreational aircraft, so she'd know as soon as there was any kind of problem. The heavier ordnance was being carried on the highway by big Polish and German moving vans, of the kind that plied the highways across Europe all the time, stopping only to eat and pee and visit roadside whores. Now they carried the war that the Russians had begun straight to Moscow. If the enemy was determined, they would be able to track Petra's army's progress. After all, there was no concealing what the trains were carrying as they raced through stations without stopping and demanded that the tracks be cleared in front of them, or we'll blast you and your station and your stupid little village of baby-killing Russians to smithereens. All rhetoric. A single telephone pole dropped across the tracks here and there would have slowed them down considerably. And they weren't about to start killing civilians. But the Russians didn't know that. Peter had told her that Vlad was sure the commanders who were left in Moscow would panic. They're runners, not fighters. That doesn't mean nobody will fight, but it will be local people, scattered. Wherever you meet resistance, just go around. If the Russian army in China is stopped, and international vids show Moscow and St. Petersburg in your hands, either the government will sue for peace or the people will revolt, or both. Well, it had worked for the Germans in France in 1940. Why not here? The loss of Vlad had a devastating effect on Russian morale, especially because the Russians all knew that Julian Delficki himself had planned the counterattack, and Petra Arkanian was leading the army that was sweeping across Russia. More like chugging across Russia. At least it wasn't winter.
Hanzu gave the orders, and his retreating troops moved to their positions. He had timed his retreat exactly right to lure the Russians to the exact spot he needed them to reach at the exact time he wanted them there, well ahead of Vlad's original schedule, the only deviation from his plan. The satellite information forwarded to him by Peter Wiggin assured him that the Turks had withdrawn westward, heading toward Armenia, as if they could get there in time to make any difference at all. Caliph Ali had apparently not solved the perpetual problem of Muslim armies. Unless they were under iron control, they were easily distracted. Ali was supposed to be that control. It made Hanzu wonder if Ali was even in command anymore. No matter. Hanzu's objective was the huge, overextended, weary Russian army that was still rigidly following Vlad's plan, despite the fact that their pincer movements had encountered an empty Beijing, with no Chinese forces to crush or Chinese government to seize. And despite the fact that panicky reports must be coming from Moscow, as they kept hearing rumors of Petra's advance without knowing where she was. The Russian commander he was facing was not wrong to persist in his campaign. Petra's advance on Moscow was ultimately cosmetic, as Petra no doubt knew, designed to cause panic, but without sufficient force to hold any objective for long. In the south, too, Suri's Thai army would do important work, but India's army wasn't a serious threat in the first place. Bean in Armenia had drawn off the Turkish armies, but they could easily come back. Everything came down to this battle. As far as Hanzu was concerned, it had better not be a battle at all. They were in the wheatfield country near Jinan. Vlad's plan assumed that the Chinese would seize the high ground to the southeast of the Huanghe and dispute the river crossing. Therefore, the Russians were prepared with portable bridges and rafts to move across the river at unexpected places and then surround the supposed Chinese redoubt. And, just as Vlad's plan predicted, Hanzu's forces were indeed gathered on that high ground and were shelling the approaching Russian troops with reassuring ineffectiveness. The Russian commander had to feel confident, especially when he found the bridges over the Huanghe ineptly destroyed, so repairs were quick. Hanzu couldn't afford to have a grinding battle, matching gun for gun, tank for tank. Too much materiel had been lost in the previous wars, and while Han's soldiers were battle-hardened veterans and the Russian army hadn't fought in years, Han's inability to get his army back to full material strength in the short time he had been emperor would inevitably be decisive. Han was not going to use human waves to overwhelm the Russians with numbers. He couldn't afford to waste this army. He had to keep it intact to deal with the much more dangerous Muslim armies, should they get their act together and join in the war. The Russian drones were easily a match for the Chinese. Both commanders would have an accurate picture of the battlefield. This was wheatfield country, perfect for the Russian tanks. Nothing Hanzu did could possibly surprise his enemy. Vlad's plan was going to work. The Russian commander had to be sure of it. His forces that had been concealed behind the Russian advance now reported that the last of the Russians had passed the checkpoints without realizing what the small red tags on fences, bushes, trees, and signposts signified. For the next 40 minutes, Hanzu's army had only one task: to confine the Russian army between those little red flags and the highlands across the Huang, while none of the Chinese army strayed into that zone. Didn't the Russians notice that every single civilian had been evacuated? That not a civilian vehicle was to be found? That the houses had been emptied of belongings? Hiram Graf had once taught a class in which he told them that God would teach them how to destroy their enemy using the forces of nature. His prime example was the way God used a flood of the Red Sea to destroy Pharaoh's chariots. The little red flags were the high water mark. Hanzu gave the order for the dam to be blown up. It would take the wall of water 40 minutes to reach the Russian army and destroy it. The Armenian soldiers had achieved all their objectives. They had forced a panicky Iranian government to demand the recall of their troops from India. Soon an overwhelming force would arrive, and they would all be lost. They thought, when the 3 black choppers came flying low over the city, that their time had come. Instead, the soldiers that emerged from the choppers were Thais in the uniform of the FPE, the original strike force trained by Bean and led in so many raids by him or Suryawang. Then Bean himself stepped out of the chopper. "Sorry I'm late," he said. Within minutes, the FPE troops had secured the perimeter, and the Armenian troops were embarking on the choppers. "You're going to be taking the long way home," one of the Thais said, laughing. Bean made a big deal about how he was going to go down the hill to see how things were going with the forward defense. The Armenians watched as Bean ducked to go through the door of a half-bombed-out building. A few moments later, the building blew up. Nothing left standing. No walls, no chimney, and no Bean. The chopper took off then. The Armenians were so happy to have been rescued that it was hard to remember the terrible news they were going to have to take to Petra Arkanian. Her husband was dead. They'd seen it. There was no way anyone in that building could have survived.
Chapter 23. Colonist. From Black Dog, salam@icamanan.com, to Graph, pilgrimage@colman.gov. Encrypted using code, decrypted using code. Ray, Vlad's farewell message. Why I'm writing to you from hiding should be obvious. I'll give you the detailed story at a later date. I want to take you up on your invitation, if it's still open. I learned recently that while I'm a real whiz at military strategy, I'm a dimwit about what motivates my own people, even those I thought were closest to me. For instance, who would have guessed that they would hate a modernizing, consensus-building black African caliph a lot more than they hated a dictatorial, idolatrous, immodest Hindu woman? I was going to simply disappear from history and was feeling quite sorry for myself in my exile, while grieving for a dear friend who gave his life to save mine in Hyderabad, when I realized that the news reports that endlessly replayed Vlad's message were showing me what I needed to do. So, I've made arrangements to make a vid inside a nearby mosque, in a country where I'll be safe showing my face, so don't worry. I'm not going to let this one be released through you or Peter. That would discredit it immediately. It's going to move out through Muslim channels only. The thing I realized is this. I may have lost the support of the military, but I'm still Caliph. It's not just a political office, it's also a religious one. And not one of those clowns has the authority to depose me. Meanwhile, I know now what they called me behind my back. Black Dog. They're going to hear those words back from me, you can be sure. When the vid is released, then I'll let you know where I am, if you're still willing to take me.
Randy watched the news reports avidly. It seemed so hopeful at first, when they heard that Julian Delficki had been killed in Iran. Maybe the enemies hunting her baby would be crushed, and she'd be able to come out in the open and proclaim that she was carrying Achille's son and heir. But then she realized the evil in this world would not die just because a few of Achille's enemies were killed or defeated. They had done too good a job of demonizing him. If they knew who her son was, he would at least be scrutinized and tested constantly. At worst, they would take him away from her, or kill him. They'd stop at nothing to erase Achille's legacy from the earth. Randy stood by her son's little traveling bed in the former motel room that now was as cheap a one-room hot plate apartment as Northern Virginia offered. A traveling bed was all he needed. He was so small. His birth had taken her by surprise, months too early, and he came so fast. She couldn't get to a hospital. Not that they would have taken her. She was in the midst of changing her identity. She had no health insurance. But because he was so small, the birth was easy. He just came out. And small as he was, he didn't have any problems. He didn't even look like one of those premature babies, the ones who looked so fetal, fish-like. Not her boy. He was beautiful, completely normal looking. Just small. Small and brilliant. It almost frightened her sometimes. He had said his first word just a couple of days ago. Mama, of course. Who else did he know? And when she spoke to him, explained things to him, told him about his father, he seemed to be listening intently. He seemed to understand. Was that possible? Of course it was. Achille's child would be wiser than normal. And if he was small, well, Achille himself had been born with a twisted foot, an abnormal body to contain extraordinary gifts. Secretly, she had named the baby Achille Flandre II. But she was careful. She didn't write that name anywhere but in her heart. Instead, the birth certificate called him Randall Firth. She was going by the name Nichelle Firth now. The real Nichelle Firth was a retarded woman in a special school where she had worked as an aide. Randy looked old enough, she knew, to pass for the right age. Being on the run and working so hard and worrying all the time gave her a kind of tired look that aged her. But what did she care about vanity? She wasn't trying to attract a man. She knew men well enough to know that none of them would want to marry a woman only to have her spend all her care on another man's baby. So she made herself up only enough to be hireable in decent jobs that didn't require a long resume. They'd say, "Where have you worked before?" And she'd say, "Nothing since college. They wouldn't even remember me. I was a stay-at-home mom, but my husband wasn't a sleep-at-home guy. So here I am, no resume except my baby's healthy and my house is clean, and I know how to work like my life depended on it, 'cause now it does." That line got her hired anywhere she bothered to apply. She'd never be an executive, but she didn't want to be. Just put in her hours, get Randall out of daycare, and then talk to him, sing to him, and study about how to be a good mother and raise a healthy, confident baby who would have the strength of character to overcome the bigotry against his father and take on the whole world. But these wars, and Peter Wiggins' hideous face on the camera announcing this nation was now in the FPE and that nation was allied with the FPE, it worried her. She couldn't hide forever. Her fingerprints couldn't be changed, and there was that shoplifting arrest when she was in college. It was so stupid. She really had sort of forgotten that she took the thing. If she'd remembered, she would have changed her mind and paid for it, like the other times. But she forgot, and they stopped her outside the store, so she had actually done the theft, they said, and she wasn't a minor, so she got the whole arrest treatment. They let her off, but her prints were in the system. So someday, somebody would know who she really was. And the man who approached her, who gave her Achille's baby, how could she be sure he wouldn't tell them? Between what he told them and her fingerprints, they could find her no matter how often she changed her name. That was when she decided that for the first time in human history, when a person was not safe anywhere on Earth, he had somewhere else to go. Why should her little Achille Flandre II be raised here in hiding, with bloodthirsty monsters out to kill him in order to punish his father for being better than them, when instead he could grow up on a clean new colony world where no one would care that the baby wasn't really hers, or that he was small, if he was smart and worked hard, and she raised him right? They promised that there would be trade back and forth between colony worlds and visits from starships. When the time was right for Achille II to claim his heritage, his legacy, his throne, she would bring him aboard one of those starships, and they'd come back to Earth. She had studied the relativistic effects of star travel. It might be as much as 100 years or more, 50 years out and 50 years back, say. But it would only be 3 or 4 years of voyaging. So all of Achille's enemies would be long since dead. Nobody would bother spreading vicious lies about him anymore. The world would be ready to hear of him with fresh ears, with open minds. She couldn't leave him alone in the apartment. It was a drizzly afternoon, though. Was it worth risking him catching cold? She bundled him well and carried him in a sling in front of her. He was so small, it felt like he was lighter than her purse. Her umbrella shielded them both from the rain. They'd be fine. It was a long walk to the metro station, but that was the best and the driest way to get to the liaison office of the Ministry of Colonization, where she could sign up. That would be a risk, of course. They might fingerprint her. They might run a check. But surely they knew that many people would choose to go on a colony ship because they needed to get away from their old lives. And if they found that she had changed her name, the shoplifting arrest might explain it. She had been drifting into crime and, what would they assume? Drugs, probably. But now she wanted a fresh start, under a new name. Or maybe she should use her real name. No, because under that name she had no baby. And if they questioned whether Randall was really hers and ran a genetic test, they'd find that he had none of her genes. They'd wonder where she had kidnapped him. He was so small they'd think he was a newborn. And the birth had been so easy, there'd been no tearing. Did they have tests to determine if she had ever given birth? Nightmares, nightmares. No, she'd give them her new name and then be prepared to run if they came looking for her. What else could she do? It was worth the risk to get him off planet. On the way to the metro, she walked past a mosque, but there were cops outside directing traffic. Had there been a bombing? Those were happening in other places. Europe, she kept hearing, but not in America, surely. Not lately, anyway. No, not a bombing. Just a speaker. Just Khalif Alai. She heard someone say it, almost as if they had been speaking to her. Khalif Alai, the one man on Earth who seemed to have the courage to stand against Peter Wiggin. Luckily, she had a scarf over her head. She looked Muslim enough for this secular town, where plenty of Muslims wore no special clothing at all. Nobody challenged her, a woman with a baby, though they did make everybody leave things like umbrellas and purses and jackets at the security counter. She walked into the women's section of the mosque. She was surprised at how the carved and decorated latticework interfered with her ability to see what was going on in the men's part of the mosque. Apparently, even liberal American mosques still thought women did not need to see the speaker for themselves. Randy had heard about such things, but the only church she had ever attended was Presbyterian, and families sat together there. There were cameras all over the men's section, so maybe the view from here was as good as most men were getting. She wasn't converting to Islam anyway. She just wanted to catch a glimpse of Khalif Alai. He was speaking in common, not Arabic. She was glad of that. I remain Khalif, no matter where I live. I will take with me in my colony only Muslims who believe in Islam as a religion of peace. I leave behind me the bloodthirsty false Muslims who called their Khalif a black dog and tried to murder me so they could make war on their harmless neighbors. Here is the law of Islam from the time of Muhammad and forever. God gives permission to go to war only when we are attacked by an enemy. As soon as a Muslim raises his hand against an enemy who has not attacked him, then he is not engaged in jihad. He has become shaitan himself. I declare that all those who plotted the invasion of China and Armenia are not Muslims, and any good Muslim who finds these men must arrest them. From now on, Muslim nations may only be governed by leaders who were freely elected. Non-Muslims may vote in these elections. It is forbidden to molest any non-Muslim, even if he used to be a Muslim, or deprive him of any of his rights, or put him at any disadvantage. And if a Muslim nation votes to join the free people of earth and abide by its constitution, that is permitted by God. There is no offense in it. Randy was heartsick. This was just like Vlad's speech. A complete capitulation to Peter Wiggins' phony ideals. They had apparently blackmailed or drugged or frightened even Khalif Alai. She picked her way carefully over and around the women seated and standing and leaning in the packed women's chamber. Many of them looked at her as if she were sinning by leaving. Many others were looking toward Caliph Ali with love and longing. "Your love is misplaced," thought Randy. "Only one man was pure in his embrace of power, and that was my Achille." And to one woman who glared at her with special ferocity, Randy pointed to baby Achille's diaper and made a face. The woman at once relaxed her grimace. Of course, the baby had messed himself. A woman had to take care of her baby even before she heard the words of the Caliph. If the Caliph cannot stand against Peter Wiggin, then there is nowhere on earth for me to raise my son. She walked the rest of the way to the metro as the rain came down harder and harder. Her umbrella did its job, though, and the baby stayed dry. Then she was in the metro station, and the rain had stopped. That's how it will be in space. All the sheltering of this baby will be needless then. I can put away the umbrella, and he will have nothing to fear. And on the new world, he can walk in the open, in the light of a new sun, like the free spirit he was born to be. When he returns to Earth, he will be a great man, towering over these moral dwarfs. By then, Peter Wiggin will be dead, like Julian Delphicki. That's the only disappointment, that my son will never be able to face his father's murderers directly.
Chapter 24. Sacrifice. From Mosca. molo@philmill.gov.ph. To Graf. pilgrimage@colman.gov. Ray, my ticket. Just when things were getting interesting here on Earth, I keep getting this nagging feeling that you were right. I hate it when that happens. They came to me today, excited as babies. Petra took Moscow with a ragtag army traveling by passenger train. Hunzu wiped out the entire Russian army without taking more than a few dozen casualties. Bean was able to decoy the Turkish forces toward Armenia and keep them from getting involved in China. And of course, Bean also gets the credit for Sir Yawang's victory in China. Everybody wants to assign all glory to the boys and girl of Ender's Geesh. You know what they wanted from me? I'm supposed to conquer Taiwan. No joke. I'm supposed to draw up the plans, because you see my poor little ragtag island nation has me, Geesh Boy, and that makes them a great power. How dare those Muslim troops remain on Taiwan? I pointed out that now that Hunzu had won against the Russians and the Muslims probably wouldn't dare attack, he'd probably be looking to put Taiwan back in his fold. And even if he didn't, did they really think Peter Wiggin would sit idly by while the Philippines committed an act of unprovoked aggression against Taiwan? They wouldn't listen. It was, "Do as you're told, genius boy." So, what's left for me, Hiram? I feel so wicked calling you by your first name. Do as Vlad did, and draw up their plans and let them fall into their own pit? Do as Ali did, and repudiate them openly and call for revolution? That is what he did, isn't it? Or do as Han did, and stage an internal coup and become Emperor of the Philippines and master of the Tagalog-speaking world? I don't want to leave my home, but there's no peace for me on Earth. I'm not sure I want the burden of running a colony, but at least I won't be drawing up blueprints for death and oppression. Just don't put me in the same colony with Ali. He thinks he's so the man because he's the successor of the prophet.
Even the tanks had been washed downstream, some of them for kilometers. Where the Russians had been spreading out for their offensive against Han's forces on the high ground, there was nothing. Not a sign that they had been there. Not a sign that the villages and fields had been there either. It was a muddy version of the moon. Except for a couple of deep-rooted trees, there was nothing. It would take a long time and a lot of work to restore this land. But now there was work to do. First, they had to glean the survivors, if there were any, from the countryside downstream. Second, they had to clean up the corpses and gather up the tanks and other vehicles, and most importantly, the live armaments. And Hanzu had to swing a large part of his army north to retake Beijing and sweep away whatever remnants of the Russian invasion might be left behind. Meanwhile, the Turks might decide to come back. The work of war wasn't over yet. But the grinding, bloody campaign he had feared, the one that would tear China apart and bleed a generation to death, that had been averted, both here and in the north, and in the south as well. And then what? Emperor of China, indeed. What would the people expect? Now that he had won this great victory, was he supposed to go back and subjugate the Tibetans again? Force the Turkic speakers of Xinjiang back under the Chinese heel? Spill Chinese blood on the beaches of Taiwan to satisfy old claims that the Chinese had some inherent right to rule over the racially Malay majority on that island? And then invade any nation that mistreated its Chinese minorities? Where would it stop? In the jungles of Papua? Back in India? Or at the old western border of Genghis's empire, the lands of the Golden Horde on the steppes of Ukraine? What frightened him most about these scenarios was that he knew he could do it. He knew that with China he had a people with the intelligence, the vigor, the resources, and unified will. Everything a ruler needed to go out into the world and make everything he saw his own. And because it was possible, there was a part of him that wanted to play it out, see where this path led. I know where it leads, thought Hanzu. It leads to Virlomi, leading her pathetic army of half-armed volunteers to certain death. It leads to Julius Caesar bleeding to death on the floor of the Senate, muttering about how he was betrayed. It leads to Adolf and Eva, dead in an underground bunker while their empire crumbles in explosions above their corpses. Or it leads to Augustus, casting about him for a successor, only to realize that it all has to be handed over to his revolting pervert of a stepson. What was Tiberius, really? A sad statement about how empires are inevitably led. Because what rises to the top in an empire are the bureaucratic infighters, the assassins, or the warlords. Is that what I want for my people? I became emperor because that's how I could bring down Snow Tiger and keep him from killing me first. But China doesn't need an empire. China needs a good government. The Chinese people need to stay home and make money, or travel through the world and make even more money. They need to do science and create literature and be part of the human race. They need to have no more of their sons die in battle. They need to have no more of them cleaning up the bodies of the enemy. They need peace.
The news of Bean's death spread slowly out of Armenia. It came to Petra, incredibly enough, on her cell phone in Moscow, where she was still directing her troops in the complete takeover of the city. The news of Han's devastating victory had reached her, but not the general public. She needed to be in complete control of the city before the people learned of the disaster. She needed to make sure they could contain the reaction. It was her father on the telephone. His voice was very husky, and she knew at once what he was calling to tell her. The soldiers who were rescued from Tehran, they came back by way of Israel. They saw Julian didn't come back with them. Petra knew perfectly well what had happened, and, more to the point, what Bean would have made sure people thought they had seen happen, but she let the scene play out, saying the lines expected of her. They left him behind? There was nothing to bring back. A sob. It was good to know that her father had come to love Bean. Or maybe he only wept in pity for his daughter, already widowed, and only barely a woman. He was caught in the explosion of a building. The whole thing was vaporized. He could not have lived. Thank you for telling me, Father. I know it's... What about the babies? Come home, pet. When I'm through with the war, Father, then I'll come home and grieve for my husband and care for my babies. They're in good hands now. I love you. And Mother. I'll be all right. Goodbye. She cut off the connection. Several officers around her looked at her questioningly. What she had said about grieving for her husband. "This is top secret information," she said to the officers. "It would only encourage the enemies of the free people. But my husband was... He entered a building in Tehran, and it blew up. No one in that building could possibly have survived." They did not know her. These Finns, Estonians, Lithuanians, Latvians. Not well enough to say more than a heartfelt but inadequate, "I'm sorry." "We have work to do," she said, relieving them of the responsibility to care for her. They could not know that what she was showing was not iron self-control, but cold rage. To lose your husband in war, that was one thing. But to lose him because he refused to take you with him, that was unfair. In the long run, she would have decided the same way. There was one baby unfound, and even if that baby was dead or had never existed, how do they know how many there were except what Valescu told them? The 5 normal babies shouldn't have their lives so drastically deformed. It would be like making a healthy twin spend his life in a hospital bed just because his brother was in a coma. I would have chosen the same if I'd had time. There was no time. Bean's life was too fragile already. She was losing him. And she had known right from the start that one way or another she would lose him. When he begged her not to marry him, when he insisted he wanted no babies, it was to avoid having her feel as she felt now. Knowing it was her own fault, her own free choice, all for the best, it didn't ease the pain one bit. If anything, it made it worse. So she was angry. At herself, at human nature, at the fact that she was a human and therefore had to have that nature whether she wanted it or not. The desire to have the babies of the best man she knew. The desire to hold on to him forever. And the desire to go into battle and win, outwitting her enemies, cutting them off, taking all their power away from them, and standing astride them in victory. It was a terrible thing to realize about herself. That she loved the contest of war every bit as much as she missed her husband and children, so that doing the one would take her mind off the loss of the others.
When the gunfire began, Vrlomi felt a thrill of excitement, but also a sick sense of dread, as if she knew some terrible secret about this campaign that she had not allowed herself to hear until the gunfire brought the message to her consciousness. Almost at once, her driver tried to take her out of harm's way, but she insisted on heading toward the thick of the fighting. She could see where the enemy was gathered, in the hills on either side. She immediately recognized the tactics that were being used. She started to issue orders. She ordered them to notify the other 2 columns to withdraw up their valleys and reconnoiter. She sent her elite troops, the ones that had fought with her for years, up the slopes to hold the enemy off while she withdrew the rest of her troops. But the mass of untrained soldiers were too frightened to understand their orders or execute them under fire. She kept reassuring her officers. This is only a small force. We can't let them stop us. But the bodies were falling steadily. The firing only seemed to increase, and she realized that what she was facing was not some aging home guard unit thrown together to pester them as they marched. It was a disciplined force that was systematically herding her troops, her hundreds of thousands of soldiers, into a killing ground along the road and the riverbank. And yet the gods still protected her. She walked among the cowering troops standing upright, and not a bullet struck her. Soldiers fell all around her, but she was untouched. She knew how the soldiers interpreted it. The gods protect her. But she understood something completely different. The enemy has given orders not to harm me, and these soldiers are so well trained and disciplined that they are obeying the order. The force opposing them was not huge. The firepower wasn't overwhelming, but most of her soldiers weren't shooting at all. How could they? They couldn't see a target to shoot at, and the enemy would concentrate its fire on any force that tried to leave the road and get up the hills to sweep over the enemy lines. As far as she could see, if any of the enemy had died, it was by accident. I am Varus, she thought. I have led my troops, as Varus led the Roman legions, into a trap where we will all die without even damaging the enemy. What was I thinking? This terrain was made for ambush. Why didn't I see that? Why was I so sure the enemy couldn't attack us here? Whatever you're sure the enemy can't do, but which would destroy you if they did it anyway, you must plan to counter. This was elementary. No one from Ender's Chish would have made such a mistake. Alai knew. He had warned her from the start. Her troops weren't ready for such a campaign. It would be a slaughter. And here they were now, dying all around her, the whole highway thick with corpses. Her men had been reduced to piling up the dead as makeshift bulwarks against enemy fire. There was no point in her issuing commands, because they would not be understood or obeyed. And yet her men fought on. Her cell phone rang. She knew at once that it was the enemy, calling her to ask her to surrender. But how could they know her cell phone number? Was it possible that Alai was with them? Verlomi. Not Alai, but she knew the voice. This is Suri. Suri Yawong. Were these FPE troops? Or Thai? How could Thai troops get across Burma and all the way up here? Not Chinese troops at all. Why was it suddenly so clear now? Why hadn't it been clear before when Alai was warning her? In their private talks, Alamander said it would all work because the Russians would have the Chinese army fully involved in the north. Whichever attack Hansu defended against, the other side would be able to rampage through China, or if he tried to fight both, then each would destroy that part of his army in turn. What neither of them had realized was that Hansu was just as capable of finding allies as they were. Suri Yawong, whose love she had spurned. It felt like so many years ago, when they were children. Was this his vengeance because she had married Alai instead of him? Can you hear me, Veer? Yes, she said. I would rather capture these men, he said. I don't want to spend the rest of the day killing them all. Then stop! They won't surrender while you're still fighting. They worship you, they're dying for you. Tell them to surrender, and let the survivors go home to their families when the war is over. Tell Indians to surrender to Siamese? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Once she had cared first for the lives of her men. Now, suddenly, she found herself speaking out of injured pride. Veer, said Suri, they're dying for nothing. Save their lives. She broke the connection. She looked at the men around her, the ones that were alive, crouching behind piles of their comrades' bodies, searching for some kind of target out in the trees, up the slopes, and seeing nothing. They've stopped shooting, said one of her surviving officers. Enough men have died for my pride, said Vrlomi. May the dead forgive me. I will live 1,000 lives to make up for this one vain, stupid day. She raised her voice. Lay down your weapons. Vrlomi says, lay down your weapons and stand up with your hands in the air. Take no more lives. Lay down your weapons. We will die for you, Mother India, cried one of the men. Satyagraha, shouted Vrlomi. Bear what must be borne. Today what you must bear is surrender. Mother India commands you to live so you can go home and comfort your wives and make babies to heal the great wounds that have been torn in the heart of India today. Some of her words and all of the meaning of her message were passed up and down the highway of corpses. She set the example by raising her hands and walking out beyond the wall of bodies into the open. Of course, no one shot at her, because no one had during the whole battle. But soon others joined her. They lined up on the same side of the corpse wall that she had chosen, leaving their weapons behind them. From out of the trees on both sides of the highway, wary Thai soldiers emerged, guns still at the ready. They were covered with sweat, and the frenzy of killing was only just leaving them. Vrlomi turned and looked behind her. Emerging from the trees on the other side of the road was Suryawang. She walked back over the walls of corpses to meet him in the grass on the other side. They stopped when they were 3 paces apart. She gestured up and down the road. So, this is your work? No, Vrlomi, he said sadly. It's yours. Yes, she said. I know. Will you come with me to tell the other 2 armies to stop fighting? They'll only give up when you tell them to. Yes, she said. No? Phone them and see if they obey. If I try to lead you away right now, these soldiers will take up arms again to stop me. For some reason, they still worship you. In India, we worship the Destroyer, along with Vishnu and Brahma. But I never knew that you served Shiva, said Suryawang. She had no answer for him. She used her cell phone and made the calls. They're trying to stop the men from fighting. Then there was silence between them for a while. She could hear the barked commands of the Thai soldiers, forming her men into small groups and beginning their march down the valley. Aren't you going to ask about your husband? Said Suri. What about him? Are you so sure your Muslim co-conspirators killed him then? Nobody was going to kill him, she said. They were only going to confine him until after the victory. Suri laughed bitterly. You spent this long fighting the Muslims, Veer, and you still don't understand them any better than that. This isn't a chess game. The person of the king is not sacred. I never sought his death. You took away his power, said Suri. He tried to stop you from doing this, and you plotted against your own husband. He was a better friend to India than you ever were. His voice cracked with passion. You cannot say anything to me that's crueler than what I am now saying to myself. The girl Vrlomi, so brave, so wise, said Suri. Does she still exist? Or has the goddess destroyed her too? The goddess is gone, said Vrlomi. Only the fool, only the murderer remains. A field radio crackled at his waist. Something was said in Thai. Please come with me now, Vrlomi. One army is surrendering, but the other shot the officer you telephoned when he tried to give the order. A chopper approached them, landed. They got on. In the air, Suryawang asked her, What will you do now? I'm your prisoner. What will you do? You're Peter Wiggins' prisoner. Thailand has joined the Free People. She knew what that would mean to Suryawang. Thailand, even the name meant land of the free. Peter's new nation had co-opted the name of Suryawang's homeland, and now his homeland would no longer be sovereign. They had given up their independence. Peter Wiggin would be master of all. "I'm sorry," she said. "Sorry? Because my people will be free within their borders, and there'll be no more wars?" "What about my people?" she asked. "You're not going back to them," said Suri. "How could I? Even if you let me, how could I possibly face them?" "I was hoping that you would face them, by vid, to help undo some of the damage you've done today." "What could I possibly say or do?" "They still worship you. If you disappear now, if they never hear of you again, India will be ungovernable for 100 years. Valomi answered truthfully. "India has always been ungovernable." "Less governable than ever," said Suri. "But if you speak to them, if you tell them, I will not tell them to surrender to yet another foreign power, not after they've been conquered and occupied by Chinese and then Muslims. If you ask them to vote, to freely decide whether to live in peace within the free people, and give Peter Wiggin the victory." "Why are you angry with Peter? What did he ever do but help you win your nation's freedom in every way that was possible to him?" It was true. Why was she so angry? Because he had beaten her. "Peter Wiggin," said Suryawang, "has the right of conquest. His troops destroyed your army in combat. He showed mercy he didn't have to show. You showed mercy." "I followed Peter's instructions," said Suryawang. "He does not want any foreign occupiers in India. He wants the Muslims out. He wants only Indians to govern Indians. Joining the FPE means exactly that, a free India, but an India that doesn't need and therefore doesn't have a military." "A nation without an army is nothing," said Valomi. "Any enemy can destroy them." "That's the hegemon's work in the world. He destroys the aggressors so peaceful nations can remain free. India was the aggressor. Under your leadership, India was the invader. Now, instead of punishing your people, he offers them freedom and protection if they only give up their weapons. Isn't that Satyagraha, Veer? To give up what you once valued, because now you serve a greater good? Now you teach me about Satyagraha?" Hear the arrogance in your voice, Veer. Abashed, she looked away from him. "I teach you about Satyagraha because I lived it for years, hiding myself utterly so that I would be the one Ashil trusted in the moment when I could betray him and save the world from him. I had no pride at the end of that. I had lived in filth and shame forever. But Bean took me back and trusted me, and Peter Wiggin acted as if he had known all along who I really was. They accepted my sacrifice. Now I ask you, Veer, for your sacrifice, your Satyagraha. Once you put everything on the altar of India. Then your pride nearly undid what you had accomplished. I ask you now, will you help your people live in peace, the only way that peace can be had in this world, by joining with the free people of Earth?" She felt the tears streaming down her face, like that day when she was making the video of the atrocities. Only today, she was the one who had caused the deaths of all these Indian boys. They came here to die because they loved and served her. She owed their families something. "Whatever will help my people live in peace," she said, "I'll do."
Chapter 25. Letters. From Bean, at wherever the hell I am, to Graf, pilgrimage@Kalman.gov. Ray, did we actually do it? I can't believe you still have me hooked up to the nets. This continues by Ansible after we're moving at relativistic speeds? The babies are fine here. There's room enough for them to crawl. A library big enough, I think they won't be lacking for interesting reading or viewing material for...
Weeks. It will only be weeks, right? What I'm wondering is, did we do it? Did I fulfill your goal? I look at the map and there's still nothing inevitable about it. Han Su gave his farewell speech just like Vlad and Alai and Verlomi. Makes me feel cheated. They got to bid the world farewell before they disappeared into this good night. Then again, they had nations to try to sway. I never really had anybody who followed me. Never wanted them. That's the thing, I guess, that set me apart from the rest of the Jish. I was the only one who didn't wish I were Ender. So look at the map, Hiram. Will they buy Hanzu's plan of dividing China into 6 nations and all of them joining the Free Peoples? Or will they stay unified and still join? Or look for another emperor? Will India recover from the humiliation of Verlomi's defeat? Will they follow her advice and embrace the FPE? Nothing's assured, and I have to go. I know you'll tell me by Ansible when anything interesting happens. And in a way, I don't care. I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to have any effect on it. In another way, I care even less than that. Because I never did care. Yet I also care with my whole heart. Because Petra is there with the only babies I actually wanted. The ones that don't have my defects. With me, I have only the cripples. And my only fear is that I'll die before I've taught them anything. Don't be ashamed when you see your life coming to an end and you haven't found a cure for me yet. I never believed in the cure. I thought there was enough of a chance to take this leap into the night, and cure or not, I knew that I didn't want my defective children to live long enough to make my mistake and reproduce, and keep this valuable, terrible curse going on, generation after generation. Whatever happens, it's all right. And then it occurs to me. What if Sister Carlotta was right? What if God is waiting for me with open arms? Then all I'm doing is postponing my reunion. I think of meeting God. Will it be like when I met my father and mother? I almost wrote Nikolai's parents. I liked them. I wanted to love them. But I knew that Nikolai was the child she bore, the child they raised. And I was from nowhere. And for me, my father was a little girl named Poke, and my mother was Sister Carlotta, and they were dead. Who were these other people, really? Will meeting God be like that? Will I be disappointed with the real thing? Because I prefer the substitute I made do with? Like it or not, Hiram, you were God in my life. I didn't invite you. I didn't even like you. But you kept meddling. And now you've sent me into outer darkness with a promise to save me. A promise I don't believe you can keep. But at least you aren't a stranger. I know you. And I think that you honestly meant well. If I have to choose between an omnipotent God who leaves the world in this condition and a God who has only a little bit of power but really cares and tries to make things better, I'll take you every time. Go on playing God, Hiram. You're not bad at it. Sometimes you kind of get it right. Why am I writing like this? We can email whenever we want. The thing is, nothing's going to happen here, so I'll have nothing to tell you. And nothing you have to tell me is going to matter to me all that much the farther I get from Earth. So this is the right time for these valedictories. I hope Peter succeeds in uniting the world in peace. I believe he's still got a couple of big wars ahead of him. I hope Petra remarries. When she asks you what to think, tell her I said this. I want my children to have a father in their lives. Not some absent legend of a father, a real one. So as long as she chooses somebody who will love them and tell them they've done okay, then do it. Be happy. I hope you live to see colonies established and the human race thriving on other worlds. It's a good dream. I hope these crippled children I have with me find something interesting to do with their lives after I'm dead. I hope Sister Carlotta and Poke are there to meet me when I die. Sister Carlotta can tell me I told you so. And I can tell them both how sorry I am that I couldn't save their lives, after all the trouble they went to save mine. Enough. Time to switch on the gravity regulator and get this boat out to sea.
From Graph, pilgrimage@callmen.gov, to Bean at wherever the hell I am. Ray, you did enough. You did enough, Bean. You only had a little time, and you sacrificed so much of it to helping Peter and me and Mazer. All that time that could have belonged to Petra and you and your babies. You did enough. Peter can take it from here. As for all that God business, I don't think the real God has as bad a track record as you think. Sure, a lot of people have terrible lives by some measure, but I can't think of anybody who's had it tougher than you. And look what you've become. You don't want to give God the credit because you don't think he exists. But if you're going to blame him for all the crap, kid, you got to give him credit for what grows from that fertilized soil. What you said about Petra getting a real father for your kids, I know you were talking about yourself, but I have to say it, because it's true, and you deserve to hear it. Bean, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of myself because I actually got to know you. I remember sitting there after you figured out what was really going on in the war against the buggers. What do I do with this kid? We can't keep a secret from him. What I decided was, I'll trust him. You lived up to my trust. You exceeded it. You're a great soul. I looked up to you long before you got so tall. You did okay.
The plebiscite was over in Russia, and it joined the FPE. The Muslim League was broken up, and the most belligerent nations had been subdued, for now. Armenia was safe. Petra sent her army home on the same civilian trains that had brought them to Moscow. It had taken a year. During that time she missed her babies, but she couldn't bear to see them. She refused to let them be brought to her. She refused to take even a brief leave to see them. Because she knew that when she came home, there would only be 5 of them. And the 2 she knew the best, and therefore loved the best, would not be there. Because she knew that she would have to face the rest of her life without Bean. So she kept herself busy, and there was no shortage of important work to do. She told herself, next week I'll take a leave and go home. Then her father came to her and bulled his way past the aides and clerks that fenced her off from the outside world. Truth to tell, they were probably glad to see him and let him through, because Petra was hell on wheels and terrified everybody around her. Father came to her with an attitude of steel. "Get out of here," he said. "What are you talking about? Your mother and I lost half your childhood because they took you away. You're cheating yourself out of some of the sweetest time in the lives of your children. Why? What are you afraid of? The great soldier and babies terrify you?" "I don't want this conversation," she said. "I'm an adult. I make my own decisions." "You don't grow out of being my daughter," Father said. Then he loomed over her, and for a moment she had a childish fear that he was going to to spank her. All he did was put his arms around her and hug her tight. "You're suffocating me, Papa." "Then it's working." "I mean it." "If you have breath to argue with me, then I'm not done." She laughed. He let her out of the hug, but still held her shoulders. "You wanted these children more than anything, and you were right. Now you want to avoid them because you think you can't bear the grief of the ones that aren't there. And I tell you, you're wrong. And I know, because I was there for Stefan. During all the years you were gone. I didn't hide from him because I didn't have you." "I know you're right," said Petra. "You think I'm stupid? I didn't decide not to see them. I just kept putting it off. Your mother and I have written to Peter, begging him to order you home. And all he said was, she'll come home when she can't help it." "You couldn't listen to him? He is the hegemon of the whole world." "Not even half the world yet," said Father. "And he might be hegemon of nations, but he's got no authority inside my family." "Thank you for coming, Papa. I'm demobilizing my troops tomorrow and sending them home across borders where they won't need passports because it's all part of the free people of Earth. I did something while I was here, but now I'm done. I was going home anyway. But now I'll do it because you told me to. See, I'm willing to be obedient, as long as you order me to do what I was going to do anyway." The free people of Earth had 4 capitals now. Bangkok had been added to Rwanda, Rotterdam, and Blackstream. But it was Blackstream, Hiber-au-Pretu, where the hegemon lived. And that was where Peter had had her children moved. He hadn't even asked her permission, and it made her furious when he informed her what he had done. But she was busy in Russia, and Peter said that Rotterdam wasn't home to her, and it wasn't home to him, and he was going home, and keeping her kids where he could make sure they were getting cared for. So it was Brazil she came home to. And it did feel good. Moscow's winter had been a nightmare, even worse than Armenia's winters. And she liked the feel of Brazil, the pace of life, the way they moved, the football in the streets, the way they were never quite dressed, the music of the Portuguese language coming out of the neighborhood bars, along with batuque and samba and laughter, and the pungent smell of pinga. She took a car part of the way, but then paid him and told him to deliver her bags to the compound, and she walked the rest of the way. Without actually planning it, she found herself walking past the little house where she and Bean had lived when they weren't inside the compound. The house had been changed. She realized it was connected to the house next door by a couple of rooms added in, and the garden wall between them had been torn down. It was one big house now. What a shame. They can't leave well enough alone. Then she saw the name on the little sign on the wall beside the gate. Delphiki. She opened the gate without clapping hands for permission. She knew now what had happened, but she also couldn't believe that Peter had gone to such trouble. She opened the door and walked in, and there was Bean's mother in the kitchen, making something that had a lot of olives and garlic in it. "Oh," said Petra, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you... I thought you were in Greece." The smile on Mrs. Delphiki's face was all the answer Petra needed. "Of course you come in. It's your house. I'm the visitor. Welcome home." "You came to... You're here to take care of the babies. We work for the FPE now, and our jobs brought us here, but I couldn't stand to be away from my grandchildren. I took a leave of absence. Now I cook and change nasty diapers, and scream at the empregadas. Where are the... Nap time, said Mrs. Delphiki. But I promise you, little Andrew, he's only faking. He never sleeps. Whenever I go in, his eyes are just a little tiny bit open. They won't know me, said Petra. She dismissed that with a wave. Of course not. But you think they're going to remember that? Nothing that happens before age 3. I'm so glad to see you. Did he say goodbye to you? He wasn't sentimental that way, said Mrs. Delphiki. But yes, he called us. And sent us nice letters. I think it hit Nikolai harder than us, because he knew Julian better. From battle school, you know. But Nikolai is married now, did you know? So pretty soon, maybe another grandchild. Not that we have a shortage. You and Julian did very well by us. If I'm very quiet and don't wake them, can I go see them? We divided them into 2 rooms. Andrew shares 1 room with Bella, because he never sleeps, but she can sleep through anything. Julian and Petra and Ramon are in the other room. They need it dimmer. But if you wake them, it's not a problem. All their cribs have the sides down because they climb out anyway. They're walking? Running, climbing, falling off things. They're more than a year old, Petra. They're normal children. It almost set her off, because it reminded her of the children who weren't normal. But that wasn't what Mrs. Delphiki meant, and there was no reason to punish her for a chance remark by bursting into tears. So the 2 who bore the names of the children she grieved for most were sharing a room. She had courage enough to face this. She went there first. Nothing about these babies reminded her of the ones who were gone. They were so big. Toddlers, not babies now. And, true to reputation, Andrew's eyes were already open. He turned to look at her. She smiled at him. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Well, let him retreat and decide what he thinks of me. I'm not going to demand that they love me when they don't even know me. She walked to Bella's crib. She was sleeping hard, her black curls tight and wet against her head. The Delphiki genetic heritage was so complicated. Bella really showed Bean's African roots, whereas Andrew looked Armenian, period. She touched one of Bella's curls, and the girl didn't stir. Her cheek was hot and damp. She's mine, thought Petra. She turned and saw that Andrew was sitting up in bed, regarding her soberly. "Hello, Mama," he said. It took her breath away. "How did you know me?" "Picture," he said. "Do you want to get up?" He looked at the clock on the top of the dresser. "Not time." These were normal children? How would Mrs. Delphiki know what normal was anyway? Nikolai wasn't exactly stupid. Though they weren't so brilliant. They were both wearing diapers. Petra walked over to Andrew and held out her hand. What do I think he is? A dog that I give my hand to sniff? Andrew took hold of a couple of her fingers, just for a moment, as if to make sure she was real. "Hello, Mama." "May I kiss you?" He lifted his face and puckered up. She leaned down and kissed him. The touch of his hands, the feel of his little kiss, the curl on Bella's cheek. What had she been waiting for? Why had she been afraid? Fool. I'm a fool. Andrew lay back down and closed his eyes. As Mrs. Delphiki had warned, it was completely unbelievable. She could see the whites of his eyes through the partly open slits. "I love you," she whispered. "Love you too," murmured Andrew. Petra was glad that someone had said those words to him so often that the answer came by rote. She crossed the hall into the other room. It was much darker. She couldn't see well enough to dare to cross the room. It took a few moments for her eyes to grow used to the dark and make out the 3 beds. Would she know Ramon when she saw him? Someone moved to her left. She was startled, and she was a soldier. In a moment she was in a defensive crouch, ready to spring. "Only me," whispered Peter Wiggin. "You didn't have to come and—" He held a finger to his lips. He walked over to the farthest crib. "Ramon," he whispered. She came and stood over the crib. Peter reached down and flipped something. A paper. "What is it?" she asked, in a whisper. He shrugged. If he didn't know what it was, why had he pointed it out to her? She pulled it out from under Ramon. It was an envelope, but it didn't contain much. Peter took her gently by the elbow and guided her out the door. Once they were in the hall, he said softly, "You can't read in that light. And when Ramon wakes up, he's going to look for it and be very upset if it isn't there." "What is it?" "Ramon's paper," said Peter. "Petra, Bean put it there before he left. I mean, not there. It was in Rotterdam, but he tucked it under Ramon's diaper as he was lying asleep in bed. He meant you to find it there. So it's been there every night of his life. It's only been peed on twice." From Bean. The emotion she could deal with best was anger. "You knew he had written this and—" Peter kept the both of them moving out of the hall and into the parlor. "He didn't give it to me or anyone else to deliver, unless you count Ramon. He gave it to Ramon's butt. But to make me wait a year before—" "Nobody thought it would be a year, Petra." He said it very gently, but the truth of it stung. He always had the power to sting her, and yet he never shrank from doing it. "I'll leave you alone to read it," he said. "You mean you didn't come here for my homecoming so you could find out what was in it? Petra?" Mrs. Delphiki stood in the doorway to the parlor. She looked mildly shocked. "Peter didn't come here for you. He's here all the time." Petra looked at Peter and then back at Mrs. Delphiki. "Why?" "They climb all over him, and he puts them down for their nap. They obey him a lot better than me." The thought of the hegemon of Earth coming over to play with her children seemed freakish to her. And then it seemed worse than freakish. It seemed completely unfair. She pushed him. "You came to my house and played with my children?" He didn't show any reaction. He also stood his ground. "They're great kids. Let me find that out, will you? Let me find it out for myself. Nobody's stopping you." "You were stopping me. I was doing your work in Moscow, and you were here playing with my kids." "I offered to bring them to you." "I didn't want them in Moscow. I was busy." "I offered you leave to come home, time after time." "And let the work fall apart?" "Petra," said Mrs. Delphiki, "Peter has been very good to your children, and to me, and you're behaving very badly." "No, Mrs. Delphiki," said Peter. "This is only slightly badly. Petra's a trained soldier, and the fact that I'm still standing—" "Don't tease me out of this!" Petra burst into tears. "I've lost a year of my babies' lives, and it was my own fault. Do you think I don't know that?" There was a crying sound from one of the bedrooms. Mrs. Delphiki rolled her eyes and went down the hall to rescue whoever it was that needed rescuing. "You did what you had to do," said Peter. "Nobody's criticizing you." "But you could take time for my children." "I don't have any of my own," said Peter. "Is that my fault?" "I'm just saying I had time, and I owed it to Bean." "You owe more than that." "But this is what I can do." She didn't want Peter Wiggin to be the father figure in her children's lives. "Petra, I'll stop if you want. They'll wonder why I don't come, and then they'll forget. If you don't want me here, I'll understand. This is yours and Bean's, and I don't want to intrude. And yes, I did want to be here when you opened that." "What's in it?" "I don't know. Didn't have one of your guys steam it open for you?" Peter just looked a little irritated. Mrs. Delphiki came into the room carrying Ramon, who was whimpering and saying, "My paper!" "I should have known," said Peter. Petra held up the envelope. "Here it is," she said. Ramon reached for it insistently. Petra handed it to him. "You're spoiling him," said Peter. "This is your mama, Ramon," said Mrs. Delphiki. "She nursed you when you were little. He was the only one that wasn't biting me by the time—" She couldn't think of a way to finish the sentence that wouldn't involve speaking of Bean or the other 2 children, the ones that had to go on solid food because they got teeth so incredibly young. Mrs. Delphiki wasn't giving up. "Let your mama see the paper, Ramon." Ramon clutched it tighter. Sharing was not yet on his agenda. Peter reached out, snagged the envelope, and held it out to Petra. Ramon immediately began to wail. "Give it back to him," said Petra. "I've waited this long." Peter got his finger under the corner, tore it open, and extracted a single sheet of paper. "If you let them get their way just because they cry, you'll raise a bunch of whiny brats that nobody can stand." He handed her the paper and gave the envelope back to Ramon, who immediately quieted down and started examining the transformed object. Petra held the paper and was surprised to see that it was shaking, which meant her hand was shaking. She didn't feel like she was trembling. And then suddenly Peter was holding her by her upper arms and helping her to the sofa, and her legs weren't working very well. "Come on, sit here. It's a shock, that's all." "I've got your snack all ready," said Mrs. Delphiki to Ramon, who was trying to get his whole forearm inside the envelope. "Are you all right?" Peter asked. Petra nodded. "Want me to go now so you can read this?" She nodded again. Peter was in the kitchen saying goodbye to Ramon and Mrs. Delphiki as Andrew padded down the hall. He stopped in the archway of the parlor and said, "Time?" "Yes, it's time, Andrew," said Petra. She watched him toddle on toward the kitchen, and then a moment later she heard his voice. "Mama!" he announced. "That's right," said Mrs. Delphiki. "Mama's home." "Bye, Mrs. Delphiki," Peter said. A moment later, Petra heard the door open. "Wait a minute, Peter," she called. He came back inside. He closed the door. As he came back into the parlor, she held the paper out to him. "I can't read it." Peter didn't ask why. Any fool could see the tears in her eyes. "You want me to read it to you?" "Maybe I can get through it, if it isn't his voice I hear," she said. Peter opened it. "It isn't long." "I know." He started reading aloud, softly, so only she could hear. "I love you," he said. There's one thing we forgot to decide. We can't have two pairs of children with the same name. So I've decided that I'm going to call the Andrew that's with me Ender, because that's the name we called him when he was born. And I'll think of the Andrew that's with you as Andrew. The tears were streaming down Petra's face now, and she could hardly keep herself from sobbing. For some reason it tore her apart to realize that Bean was thinking about such things before he left. "Want me to go on?" asked Peter. She nodded. "And the Bella that's with you, we'll call Bella, because the one that's with me, I've decided to call her Carlotta." She lost it. Feelings she'd had pent up inside her for a year, feelings that her underlings had begun to think she didn't have, burst out of her now. But only for a minute. She got control of herself, and then waved to him to continue. "And even though she isn't with me, the little girl we named after you, when I tell the kids about her, I'm going to call her Poke, so they don't get her confused with you. You don't have to call her that, but it's because you're the only Petra I actually know, and Poke ought to have somebody named after her." Petra broke down. She clung to Peter, and he held her like a friend, like a father. Peter didn't say anything. "No, it's all right," or "I understand." Maybe because it wasn't all right, and he was smart enough to know he couldn't understand. When he did speak, it was after she was much calmer and quieter, and another of the children had walked past the archway and loudly proclaimed, "Lady crying!" Petra sat up and patted Peter's arm and said, "Thank you. I'm sorry." "I wish his letter had been longer," said Peter. "It was obviously just a last-minute thought." "It was perfect," said Petra. "He didn't even sign it." "Doesn't matter." "But he was thinking of you and the children, making sure you and he would think of all the children by the same names." She nodded, afraid of starting again. "I'm going to go now," said Peter. "I won't come back till you invite me." "Come back when you usually do," she said. "I don't want my homecoming to cost the children somebody they love." "Thanks," he said. She nodded. She wanted to thank him for reading it to her and being so decent about her crying all over his shirt, but she didn't trust herself to speak, so she just sort of waved. It was a good thing she had cried herself out. When she went into the kitchen and washed her face and listened to little Petra, to Poke, say, "Lady crying," again, she was able to be very calm and say, "I was crying because I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you. You don't remember me, but I'm your mama." "We show them your picture every morning and night," said Mrs. Delphiki, "and they kiss the picture." "Thank you." "The nurses started it before I came," she said. "Now I get to kiss my boys and girls myself," she said. "Will that be all right? No more kissing the picture?" It was too much for them to understand, and if they wanted to keep kissing the picture for a while, that would be fine with her too. Just like Ramon's envelope. No reason to take away from them something that they valued. "By your father's age," Petra said silently, "he was on his own, trying not to starve to death in Rotterdam. But you're all going to catch up with him and pass him by. When you're in your 20s and out of college and getting married, he'll still be 16 years old, crawling through time as his starship races through space. When you bury me, he'll not have turned 17 yet. And your brothers and sister will still be babies, not as old as you are. It will be as if they never change. Which means it's exactly as if they had died. Loved ones who die never change either. They're always the same age and memory. So what I'm going through isn't something so different. How many women became widows in the war? How many mothers have buried babies that they hardly had time to hold? I'm just part of the same sentimental comedy as everyone else. The sad parts always followed by laughter, the laughter always by tears. It wasn't until later, when she was alone in her bed, the children asleep for the night, Mrs. Delphiki gone next door, or rather to the other wing of the same house, that she was able to bring herself to read Bean's note again. It was in his handwriting. He had done it in a hurry, and in spots it was barely legible. And the paper was stained. Peter hadn't been joking about Ramon peeing on the envelope a couple of times. She turned the light out and meant to go to sleep. And then something occurred to her, and she switched on the light again and fumbled for the paper, and her eyes were so bleary she could hardly read. So maybe she had actually fallen asleep, and this thought had woken her out of a sound slumber. The letter began, "There's one thing we forgot to decide." But when Peter read it, he had started with, "I love you." He must have scanned over the letter and realized that Bean never said it, that it was just a note that Bean had jotted at the last moment, and Peter worried that she might be hurt by the omission. He couldn't have known that Bean just didn't put that kind of thing in writing, except obliquely, because the whole note said, "I love you," didn't it? She turned the light off again, but still held the letter. Bean's last message to her. As she drifted off again, the thought passed briefly through her mind. When Peter said it, he wasn't reading at all.
Chapter 26. Speak for Me. From Peter Wiggin, hegemon at freepeopleofearth.fp.gov, to Valentine Wiggin, historian at bookweb.com/author's service. Ray, congratulations. Dear Valentine, I read your 7th volume, and you're not just a brilliant writer, which we always knew, but also a thorough researcher and a perceptive and honest analyst. I knew Hiram Graff and Mazer Rackham very well before they died.
And you treated them with absolute fairness. I doubt they would dispute a word of your book, even where they did not come off as perfect. They were always honest men, even when they lied their zofas off. The work of the hegemon's office is pretty slight these days. The last actual military ventures that were needed took place more than a decade ago. The last gasp of tribalism, which we managed to mostly put down with a show of force. Since then, I've tried to retire 6 times. No, wait. I'm talking to an historian. Twice, but they don't believe I mean it, and they keep me in office. They even ask my advice sometimes. And to return the favor, I try not to reminisce about how we did things in the early days of the FPE. Only the good old USA refuses to join the FPE, and I have hopes they'll get off their "don't tread on me" kick and do the right thing. Polls keep saying that Americans are sick of being the only people in the world who don't get a chance to vote in the world elections. I may see the whole world formally united before I die. And even if I don't, we've got peace on Earth. Petra says hi. Wish you could have known her, but that's star travel. Tell Ender that Petra is more beautiful than ever. He should eat his heart out. And our grandchildren are so adorable that people applaud when we take them out for walks. Speaking of Ender, I read The Hive Queen. I heard about it before, but never read it till you included it at the end of your last volume. But before the index, or I would never have seen it. I know who wrote it. If he can speak for the buggers, surely he can speak for me. Peter. Not for the first time, Peter wished they made a portable Ansible. Of course, it would make no economic sense. Yes, they miniaturized it as much as possible to put it on starships, but the Ansible only made an important difference in communication across the void of space. It saved hours for within-system communication, decades for communication with the colonies and the ships in flight. It just wasn't a technology designed for chatting. There were a few privileges that came with the vestiges of power. Peter might be over 70, and, as he often pointed out to Petra, an old 70, an ancient 70. But he was still hegemon, and the title had once meant enormous power. It once meant attack choppers in flight, and armies and fleets in motion. It once meant punishment for aggression, collection of taxes, enforcement of human rights laws, cleaning up political corruption. Peter remembered when the title was such an empty joke, they gave it to a teenage boy who had written cleverly on the nets. Peter had brought power to the office. And then, because he gradually stripped away its functions and assigned them to other officials in the FPE, or EarthGov, as people called it as often as not, he had returned the position to a figurehead position. But not a joke. He was no longer a joke, and never would be again. Not a joke, but not necessarily a good thing either. There were plenty of people left alive who remembered the hegemon as the coercive power that shattered their dream of how Earth ought to be, though usually their dream was everyone else's nightmare. And historians and biographers had often had at him, and would do it again, forever. The thing about the historians was they could arrange the data all neatly in rows, but they kept missing what it was for. They kept inventing the strangest motives for people. There was the biography of Velomi, for instance, that made her an idealistic saint and blamed Suryawong, of all people, for the slaughter that ended Velomi's military career. Never mind that Velomi herself repudiated that interpretation, writing by Ansible from the colony on Andra. Biographers were always irritated when their subject turned out to be alive. But Peter hadn't bothered to answer any of them, even the ones that attacked him quite savagely, blaming him for everything that went badly and giving others the credit for everything that went well. Petra would fume over some of them for days until he begged her not to read them anymore. But he couldn't resist reading them himself. He didn't take it personally. Most people never had biographies written about them. Petra herself had only had a couple about her, and they were both of the great women or role models for girls variety, not serious scholarship, which bothered Peter because he knew what they seemed to neglect. That after all the other members of Ender's Jish left Earth and went out to the colonies, she stayed and ran the FPE Defense Ministry for almost 30 years, until the position became more of a police department than anything else, and she insisted on retiring to play with the grandchildren. She was there for everything, Peter said to her when he was griping about this. You were Ender's and Bean's friend in battle school. You taught Ender how to shoot, for heaven's sake. You were in his Jish, but at those points, Petra would shush him. I don't want those stories told, she said. I wouldn't come off very well if the truth came out. Peter didn't believe it. And you could skip all of that and start when she returned to Earth, and wasn't it Petra who, when the Jish was almost all kidnapped, found a way to get a message out to Bean? Wasn't she the one who knew a shield better than anybody that he didn't succeed in killing? She was one of the great military leaders of all time, and she also married Julian Delphiki, the giant of legend, and then Peter the hegemon, another legend, and on top of all that raised 5 of the children she had with Bean and 5 more she had with Peter. And no biography. So why should he complain that there were dozens about him, and every one of them got simple, obvious things wrong, things you could actually check, let alone the more arcane things like motive and secret agreements and then Valentine's book on the Bugger Wars started to come out, volume by volume. 1 on the first invasion, 2 on the second, the one Mazer Rackham won. Then 4 volumes on the third invasion, the one that Ender and his Geesh fought and won from what they thought was a training game on the asteroid Eros. 1 whole volume was about the development of Battle School, short biographies of dozens of children who were pivotal to the improvements in the school that eventually led to truly effective training and the legendary battle room games. Peter saw what she wrote about Graf and Rackham, and about the kids in Ender's Geesh, including Petra. And even though he knew part of her insight came from having Ender right there with her in Shakespeare Colony, the real source of the book's excellence was her own keen self-questioning. She did not find themes and impose them on the history. Things happened, and they were connected to each other, but when a motive was unknowable, she didn't pretend to know it. Yet she understood human beings, even the awful ones she seemed to love. So he thought, too bad she isn't here to write a biography of Petra. Though of course that was silly. She didn't have to be there. She had access to any document she wanted through the Ansible, since one of the key provisions of Graf's Coleman was the absolute assurance that every colony had complete access to every library and repository of records in all the human worlds. It wasn't until the 7th volume came out, and Peter read The Hive Queen, that he found the biographer that made him think, I want him to write about me. The Hive Queen wasn't long, and while it was well written, it wasn't particularly poetic. It was very simple, but it painted a picture of the Hive Queens that was as they might have written it themselves. The monsters that had frightened children for more than a century, and continued to do so even though all were now dead, suddenly became beautiful and tragic. But it wasn't a propaganda job. The terrible things they did were recognized, not dismissed. And then it dawned on him who wrote it. Not Valentine, who rooted things in fact. It was written by someone who could understand an enemy so well that he loved him. How often had he heard Petra quote what Ender said about that? She, or Bean, or somebody had written it down. I think it's impossible to really understand somebody, what they want, what they believe, and not love them the way they love themselves. That's what the writer of The Hive Queen, who called himself Speaker for the Dead, had done for the aliens who once haunted our nightmares. And the more people read that book, the more they wished they had understood their enemy, that the language barrier had not been insuperable, that the Hive Queens had not all been destroyed. The Speaker for the Dead had made humans love their ancient enemy. Fine, it's easy to love your enemies after they're safely dead. But still, humans give up their villains only reluctantly. It had to be Ender. And so Peter had written to Valentine congratulating her, but also asking her to invite Ender to write about him. There was some back and forth, with Peter insisting that he didn't want approval of anything. He wanted to talk to his brother. If a book emerged from it, fine. If the book painted him to be a monster, if that's what the Speaker for the Dead saw in him, so be it. Because I know that whatever he writes, it'll be a lot closer than most of the Kuso that gets published here. Valentine scoffed at his use of words like Kuso. What are you doing using battle school slang? It's just part of the language now, Peter told her in an answering email. And then she wrote, he won't email you. He doesn't know you anymore, he says. The last he saw of you, he was 5 years old, and you were the worst older brother in the world. He has to talk to you. That's expensive, Peter wrote back, but in fact he knew the FPE could afford it and would not refuse him. What really held him back was fear. He had forgotten that Ender had only known him as a bully, had never seen him struggle to build a world government, not by conquest, but by free choice of the people, voting nation by nation. He doesn't know me. But then Peter told himself, yes, he does. The Peter that he knew is part of the Peter who became hegemon. The Peter that Petra agreed to marry and permitted to raise children with her, that Peter was the same one that had terrorized Ender and Valentine and was filled with venom and resentment at having been deemed unworthy by the judges who chose which children would grow up to save the world. How much of my achievement was the acting out of that resentment? He should interview Mother, Peter wrote back. She's still lucid and she likes me better than she used to. He writes to her, said Valentine. When he has time to write to anyone, he takes his duties here very seriously. It's a small world, but he governs it as carefully as if it were Earth. Finally, Peter swallowed his fears and set a date and a time, and now he sat down at the vocal interface of the Ansible in the Blackstream Interstellar Communication Center. Of course, BICC didn't communicate directly with any Ansible except Coleman's stationary Ansible array, which relayed everything to the appropriate colony or starship. Audio and video were so wasteful of bandwidth that they were routinely compressed and then reinflated at the other end. So despite the instantaneity of Ansible communications, there was a noticeable time lag between sides of the conversation. No picture. Peter had to draw the line somewhere, and Ender hadn't insisted. It would be too painful for both of them, for Ender to see how much time had passed during his relativistic voyage out to Shakespeare, and for Peter to be forced to see how young Ender still was, how much life he still had ahead of him, while Peter was looking coolly at his own old age and approaching death. "I'm here, Ender. It's good to hear your voice, Peter." And then silence. "No small talk, is there?" said Peter. "It's been too long a time for me, too brief a time for you. Ender, I know I was a slum bitch to you as a kid. No excuses. I was full of rage and shame, and I took it out on you and Valentine, but mostly on you. I don't think I ever said a kind thing to you, not when you were awake, anyway. I can talk about that if you want." "Later, maybe," said Ender. "This isn't a family therapy session. I just want to know what you did and why." "Which things I did?" "The ones that matter to you," said Ender. "What you choose to tell me is as important as what you say about those events." "There's a lot. My mind is still clear. I remember a lot." "Good. I'm listening." He listened for hours that day, and more hours, more days. Peter poured out everything. The political struggles, the wars, the negotiations, the essays on the nets, building up intelligence networks, seizing opportunities, finding worthwhile allies. It wasn't until near the end of their last session that Peter dredged up memories of when Ender was a baby. "I really loved you, kept begging Mom to let me feed you, change you, play with you. I thought you were the best thing that ever existed. But then I noticed I'd be playing with you and have you laughing, and then Valentine would walk into the room and you'd just rivet on her. I didn't exist anymore. She was luminous. Of course you reacted that way. Everybody did. I did. But at the same time, I was just a kid. I saw it as Ender loves Valentine more than me, and when I realized that you were born because they regarded me as a failure, the battle school people, I mean, It was just one more resentment. That doesn't excuse anything. I didn't have to be a bastard about it. I'm just telling you. I realize now that's where it started. Okay, said Ender. I'm sorry, said Peter, that I wasn't better to you as a kid, because, see, my whole life, all the things I've told you about and all these incredibly expensive conversations, I would find myself thinking, that was okay. I did okay that time. Ender would like that I did that. Please don't tell me you did it all for me. Are you kidding? I did it because I'm as competitive a Marubo as ever was born on this planet. But my standard of judgment was, Ender would like that I did that. Ender didn't answer. Hell, kid. It's way simpler than that. What you did by the time you were 12 made my whole life's work possible. Well, Peter, what you did while I was voyaging, that's what made my victory worth winning. What a family Mr. and Mrs. Wiggin had. I'm glad we talked, Peter. Me too. I think I can write about you. I hope so. Even if I can't, though, it doesn't mean I wasn't glad to find out who you grew up to be. Wish I could be there, said Peter, to see who you grow up to be. I'm never going to grow up, Peter, said Ender. I'm frozen in history. Forever 12. You had a good life, Peter. Give Petra my love. Tell her I miss her. And the others. But especially her. You got the best of us, Peter. At that moment, Peter almost told him about Bean and his 3 children flying through space somewhere, waiting for a cure that didn't look very promising now. But then he realized he couldn't. The story wasn't his to tell. If Ender wrote about it, then people would start looking for Bean. Somebody might try to contact him. Someone might call him home. And then his voyage would have been for nothing. His sacrifice. His satyagraha. They never spoke again. Peter lived for some time after that, despite his weak heart, hoping the whole time that Ender might write the book he wanted. But when he died, the book was still unwritten.
So it was Petra who read the short biography called, simply, The Hegemon, and signed Speaker for the Dead. She wept all day after reading it. She read it aloud at Peter's grave, stopping whenever any passers-by came near, until she realized that they were coming in order to hear her reading. So she invited them over and read it aloud again, from the beginning. The book wasn't long, but there was power in it. To Petra, it was everything Peter had wanted it to be. It put a period on his life. The harm and the good, the wars and the peace, the lies and the truth, the manipulation and the liberty. The Hegemon was a companion piece, really, to the Hive Queen. The one book was the story of an entire species, and so was the other. But to Petra, it was the story of the man who had shaped her life more than any other, except one. The one who lived now only as a shadow in other people's stories. The giant. There was no grave, and there was no book to read there. And his story wasn't a human one, because in a way, he hadn't lived a human life. It was a hero's life. It ended with him being taken away into heaven, dying, but not dead. "I love you, Peter," she said to him at his grave. "But you must have known that I never stopped loving Bean, and longing for him, and missing him whenever I looked in our children's faces.